Section 11 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 4, The Hostility of the Quraysh and the Jews. Year 1, A.H. equals 19th of April, 622 to 7th of May, 623 A.C. بلغ الله صلاتي وسلامي أبدا لنبي عربي مدني حرمي شمس فضلي والضياء وسنائي أسنى نور بدري وبهائي وسماء الكرم أكرم الخلق وجودا وسجودا وهجودا أحسن الناس سحاء بإيتاء النعم. May God ever convey my benedictions and greeting to the Prophet of Arabia, of Medina, of Mecca, the Son of Excellence and of Splendor, and of sublimest eminence, the light of full moon, of elegance, and of the sky of generosity, the noblest of creation in person and in adoration and in watchfulness, the most excellent of mankind in munificence and generosity. At this time there were three distinct parties in Medina: the Muhajirin, the exiles, and the Ansar, the helpers, formed the kernel of Islam. Their devotion to the Prophet was unbounded. The exiles had forsaken their homes and abandoned, contrary to all Arab traditions, the ties of kith and kin in the cause of the faith. They had braved all sufferings, withstood all temptations in the service of the Lord. Many of them had come to the city of safety without means. They had been received with open arms by the Medinite converts, who in many cases shared their worldly goods with the poorer of the newcomers. The brotherhood of faith, so wisely established by the Prophet, whilst it prevented the growth of jealousy, gave rise to a generous emulation, both among the Ansar and the Muhajirin, as to who would bring the greatest sacrifice in the service of God and his Prophet. The enthusiasm and earnestness with which these men and women devoted themselves to the new awakening, the zeal with which they laid down their lives, was a manifestation such as had not been seen since the best days of the Christian phase of religious development. The second, and at first by no means an unimportant party, was composed principally of lukewarm converts to the faith, who retained an ill-concealed predilection for idolatry, and was headed by Abdullah ibn Ubay, a chief of some position in the city, who aspired to the kinghood of Medina. With this object he had gathered round him, like Abu Sufyan at Mecca, a strong body of partisans. Everything was ripe for him to seize the reins of power, when the arrival of the Prophet upset his designs. The popular enthusiasm compelled him and his followers to make a nominal profession of Islam, but ever ready as they were to turn against the Muslims at the least opportunity, they were a source of considerable danger to the new-born commonwealth, and required unceasing watchfulness on the part of the Prophet. Towards them he always showed the greatest patience and forbearance, hoping in the end to win them over to the faith. And this expectation was fully justified by the result. With the death of Abdullah ibn Ubay, his party, which had been stigmatized as the party of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, disappeared for a time from view. Footnote: the Munafiqeen, or the irreconcilables, have never disappeared completely from the Islamic body politic. Ever and anon they have exercised the most disastrous effects in Islam. In later times they posed as the champions of orthodoxy. Note, for example, the Kharijis of Africa. End of footnote. But the Jews, who may be said to have formed the third party, constituted the most serious element of danger. They had close business relations with the Quraysh, and their ramifications extended into various parts hostile to the faith. At first they were inclined to look with some favor on the preachings of Muhammad. He could not, of course, be their promised Messiah, but perhaps a weak dreamer, a humble preacher, dependent upon the hospitality of their old enemies, now their patrons, the Aus and the Khazraj, might become their avenger, help them in conquering the Arabs, and found for them a new kingdom of Judah. With this aim in view, they had joined with the Medinites in a half-hearted welcome to the Prophet. And for a time they maintained a pacific attitude, but it was only for a time. For barely a month had gone by before the old spirit of rebellion, which had led them to crucify their prophets, found vent in open seditions and secret treachery. One of the first acts of Muhammad after his arrival in Medina was to weld together the heterogeneous and conflicting elements of which the city and its suburbs were composed into an orderly confederation. With this object he had granted a charter to the people, by which the rights and obligations of the Muslims inter se and of the Muslims and Jews were clearly defined. And the Jews, borne down for the moment by the irresistible character of the movement, had gladly accepted the pact. This document, which has been carefully preserved in the pages of Ibn Hisham, reveals the man in his real greatness, a mastermind not only of his own age, as Muir calls him, but of all ages. No wild dreamer he, bent upon pulling down the existing fabrics of society, but a statesman of unrivaled powers, who, in an age of utter and hopeless disintegration, with such materials and such polity as God put ready to his hands, set himself to the task of reconstituting a state, a commonwealth, a society, upon the basis of universal humanity. In the name of the most merciful and compassionate God, says this first charter of freedom of conscience, given by Muhammad, the Prophet, to the believers, whether of the Quraysh or of Yathrib, and all individuals of whatever origin who have made common cause with them, all these shall constitute one nation. Then, after regulating the payment of the diya by the various clans, diya, Wehrgeld, price which a homicide had to pay to the family of the victim if they consented to it, and fixing some wise rules regarding the private duties of Muslims as between themselves, the document proceeds thus. The state of peace and war shall be common to all Muslims. No one among them shall have the right of concluding peace with or declaring war against the enemies of his co-religionists. The Jews who attach themselves to our commonwealth shall be protected from all insults and vexations. They shall have an equal right with our people to our assistance and good offices. The Jews of the various branches of Auf, Najjar, Harith, Yashm, Thalaba, Aus, and all other domiciled in Yathrib shall form with the Muslims one composite nation. They shall practice their religion as freely as the Muslims. The clients, i.e. protected, and allies of the Jews shall enjoy the same security and freedom. The guilty shall be pursued and punished. The Jews shall join the Muslims in defending Yathrib, Medina, against all enemies. The interior of Yathrib shall be a sacred place for all who accept this charter. The clients and allies of the Muslims and the Jews shall be as respected as the patrons. All true Muslims shall hold in abhorrence every man guilty of crime, injustice, or disorder. No one shall uphold the culpable, though he were his nearest kin." Then, after some other provisions regarding the internal management of the state, this extraordinary document concludes thus: all future disputes between those who accept this charter shall be referred, under God, to the Prophet. Footnote. This is a paraphrase of an important historical document. End of footnote. A death blow was thus given to that anarchic custom of the Arabs which had hitherto obliged the aggrieved and the injured to rely upon his own or his kinsman's power in order to exact vengeance or satisfy the requirements of justice. It constituted Mohammed the chief magistrate of the nation, as much by his prophetic function as by a virtual compact between himself and the people. The Jewish tribes of the Bani Nadir, Bani Qurayda, and Bani Qaynuqa, settled in the vicinity of Medina, were not at first included in this charter, but after a short time they too gratefully accepted its terms. No kindness or generosity, however, on the part of the Prophet would satisfy the Jews. Nothing could conciliate the bitter feelings with which they were animated. Enraged that they could not use him as their instrument for the conversion of Arabia to Judaism, and that his belief was so much simpler than their Talmudic legends, they soon broke off and ranged themselves on the side of the enemies of the new faith. And when asked which they preferred, idolatry or Islam, they, like many Christian controversialists, declared they preferred idolatry with all its attendant evils to the creed of Mohammed. They reviled him. They, quote-unquote, twisted their tongues and mispronounced the Quranic words and the daily prayers and formulae of Islam, rendering them meaningless, absurd, or blasphemous. And the Jewish poets and poetesses, of whom there existed many at the time, outraged all common decency and the recognized code of Arab honor and chivalry by lampooning in obscene verse the Muslim women. But these were minor offenses. Not satisfied with insulting the women of the believers and reviling the Prophet, they sent out emissaries to the enemies of the state, the protection of which they had formally accepted. The Quraysh who had sworn Muhammad's death were well acquainted, thanks to the party of Abdullah ibn Ubay and the faithless Israelites, with the exact strength of the Muslims. They also knew that the Jews had accepted Muhammad's alliance only from motives of temporary expediency, and that the moment they showed themselves in the vicinity of Medina, the worshippers of Jehovah would break away from him and join the idolaters. And now came the moment of severest trial to Islam. Barely had the Prophet time to put the city in a state of defense and organize the believers before the blow descended upon him. Medina itself was honeycombed by sedition and treachery, and it became a duty of Muhammad to take serious measures to guard against that dreaded catastrophe which a rising within, or a sudden attack from without, would have entailed upon his followers. He was not simply a preacher of Islam, he was also the guardian of the lives and liberties of his people. As a prophet, he could afford to ignore the revilings and the jibes of his enemies, but as the head of the state, quote, the general in a time of almost continual warfare, and quote, when Medina was kept in a state of military defense and under a sort of military discipline, he could not overlook treachery. He was bound by his duty to his subjects to suppress a party that might have led, and almost did lead, to the sack of the city by investing armies. The safety of the state required the proscription of the traitors, who were either sowing the seeds of sedition within Medina or carrying information to the common enemy. Some half a dozen were placed under the ban, outlawed, and executed. We are, however, anticipating the course of events in referring to these executions. The Quraysh army was afield before Muhammad received God's command to do battle to his enemies. He who never in his life had wielded a weapon, to whom the sight of human suffering caused intense pain and pity, and who, against all the canons of Arab manliness, wept bitterly at the loss of his children or disciples, whose character ever remained so tender and so pathetic as to cause his enemies to call him womanish. This man was now compelled, from the necessities of the situation and against his own inclination, to repel the attacks of the enemy by force of arms, to organize his followers for purposes of self-defense, and often to send out expeditions to anticipate treacherous and sudden onslaughts. Hitherto, Arab warfare consisted of sudden and murderous forays, often made in the night or in the early morn, isolated combats or a general melee when the attacked were aware of the designs of the attacking party. Mohammed, with a thorough knowledge of the habits of his people, had frequently to guard against these sudden onslaughts by sending forth reconnoitering parties. The Meccans and their allies commenced raiding up to the very vicinity of Medina, destroying the fruit trees of the Muslims and carrying away their flocks. A force consisting of 1,000 well-equipped men marched under the noted Abu Jahl, quote-unquote, the father of ignorance, towards Medina to destroy the Muslims and to protect one of their caravans bringing munitions of war. The Muslims received timely notice of the movement, and a body of 300 disciples proceeded at once to forestall the heathens by occupying the valley of Badr, upon which Abu Jahl was moving. When Muhammad saw the infidel army arrogantly advancing into the valley, raising his hands towards heaven like the prophets of Israel, he prayed that the little band of the faithful might not be destroyed. Quote, O Lord, forget not thy promise of assistance. O Lord, if this little band were to perish, there will be none to offer unto thee pure worship. 3 of the Quraysh advanced into the open space which divided the Muslims from the idolaters, and, according to Arab usage, challenged 3 champions from the Muslim ranks to single combat. Hamza, Ali, and Ubaidah accepted the challenge and came out conquerors. The engagement then became general. At one time the fortunes of the field wavered, but Muhammad's appeal to his people decided the fate of the battle. Quote, It was a stormy winter day. A piercing blast swept across the valley. It seemed as though the angels of heaven were warring for the Muslims. Indeed, to the earnest minds of Muhammad and his followers, who, like early Christians, saw God's providence, quote, in all the gifts of nature, in every relation of life, at each turn of their affairs, individual or public, to them, those blasts of wind and sand, the elements warring against the enemies of God, at that critical moment appeared veritable succor sent from heaven, as angels riding on the wings of the wind, and driving the faithless idolaters before them in confusion. The Meccans were driven back with great loss. Many of their chiefs were slain, and Abu Jahl fell a victim to his unruly pride. Footnote. Sir W. Muir mentions that when the head of Abu Jahl was brought to Muhammad, he said, It is more acceptable to me than the choicest camel of Arabia. This passage, which is not to be found either in Ibn Hisham, Ibn al-Athir, Abul Fida, or Tabari, is apocryphal. A large number remained prisoners in the hands of the Muslims, but only 2 of them were executed. They had been noted for their virulent animosity towards the followers of the new faith, and by the laws of war among the Arabs, they now paid the penalty of their conduct. The rest of the prisoners, contrary to all the usages and traditions of the Arabs, were treated with the greatest humanity. The Prophet gave strict orders that respect should be paid to their misfortunes, and that they should be treated with kindness. The Muslims to whose care he confided them faithfully obeyed his instructions. They shared their own food with the prisoners, giving them the bread which forms the best part of their repast, and contenting themselves with dates alone. Footnote. Muir speaks thus: In pursuance of Muhammad's commands, the citizens of Medina and such of the refugees as possessed houses received the prisoners and treated them with much consideration. Blessings be on the men of Medina, said one of these prisoners in later days. They made us ride while they themselves walked. They gave us wheaten bread to eat when there was little of it, contenting themselves with dates. End of footnote. The division of the spoil gave rise to sharp dissensions among the Muslim soldiery. For the present, Muhammad calmed their disputes by dividing it equally amongst all. Footnote. It is remarkable, says Sal, that the dispute among Muhammad's men about sharing the booty at Badr arose on the same occasion as did that among David's soldiers in relation to the spoils taken from the Amalekites. Those who had been in the action insisting that they who tarried by the stuff should have no part of the spoil, and that the same decision was given in both cases, which became a law for the future, to wit, that they should part alike. End of footnote. But as such dissensions among an unruly people were likely to lead to mischief, the Prophet, with a view to prevent all future quarrels over spoil acquired in war, promulgated a special ordinance, which is incorporated in the chapter of the Quran entitled Al-Anfal, the spoils. By this law, the division of the spoils was left to the discretion of the chief of the commonwealth, a fifth being reserved for the public treasury for the support of the poor and indigent. Footnote. Though the distribution was left to the discretion of the chief of the state, certain customs were invariably observed under which the caliphs became presidents, and thus gave a more definite shape to the law. Add a footnote. The remarkable circumstances which led to the victory of Badr and the results which followed from it made a deep impression on the minds of the Muslims. They firmly believed that the angels of heaven had battled on their side against the unbelieving host. The few simple touches in the Quran which bring into vivid prominence the poetic element involved in the conception of the angels fighting the battle of the Lord will not yield in beauty or sublimity to the most eloquent words of the psalmist. Indeed, the same poetic character is perceptible in both. Probably Muhammad, like Jesus and other teachers, believed in the existence of intermediate beings, celestial messengers from God to man. The modern disbelief in angels furnishes no reason for ridiculing the notions of our forefathers. Our disbelief is as much open to the name of superstition as their belief. Only one is negative, the other positive. What we in modern times look upon as the principles of nature, they looked upon as angels, ministrants of heaven. Whether there exist intermediate beings, as Locke thinks, between God and man, just as there are intermediate beings between man and the lowest form of animal creation, is a question too deep to be fathomed by the reason of man. Muhammad also, like Jesus, probably believed in the existence of the principle of evil as a personal entity, but an analysis of his words reveals a more rationalistic element, a subjective conception clothed in language suited for the apprehension of his followers. When somebody asked him where Satan lived, he replied, "In the heart of man," whilst Christian tradition converts the Pharisee who tempted Jesus into the veritable prince of hell. Footnote. All the Schleiermacher school believe the tempter to have been the head priest. Milman mentions this view as well as the patristic and orthodox one, but dexterously leaves for the reader to choose which he likes. The chapter of Ruse on angels, with the mass of references arrayed therein, distinctly proves that the early Christians, the immediate disciples of Jesus, firmly believed the angels and devils to be personal entities, being slightly ethereal, but in every way human-like. And this belief those disciples of Jesus must have received from the Master himself, who, indeed, as Renan says, could not have been, in these respects, intellectually different from the people of his age. End of footnote. The belief in angels and devils has given rise to an extraordinary number of legends both in Islam and in Christianity. The saints of heaven and angels fight for the Christian. The Muslim only accepts the assistance of angels in the battles of life. Note to Chapter 4. The story of Muhammad's inhuman reply to the appeal of Uqba, son of Abu Mu'ayyid, when he was being led forward to execution, is utterly false. It is said that on Uqba's asking, "Who will take care of my little children?" Muhammad answered, "Hellfire." The story is so preposterous in itself, so opposed to Muhammad's true character. One of those noblest traits was his love for children, and who always inculcated love and protection of orphans as an absolute duty and an act most acceptable to God, that it is hardly necessary to search for its true origin. Christian writers, however, seem to gloat over it, and hence it becomes needful to examine how the story arose. It originated most probably from the sobriquet of Sibyat un-Nar, children of fire, applied to the children of Uqba. Uqba himself belonged to the tribe of Ajlan, a branch of which inhabited certain valleys near Safra, and were known by the name of Banu Nar, children or descendants of fire. The sobriquet was probably derived from this circumstance, and the story of Muhammad's reply from the nickname. Another story of Muhammad having bitterly apostrophized the dead of the idolaters on their burial is, to say the least, distorted. Tabari thus narrates the circumstances which have given rise to this calumny. The Prophet placed himself by the side of the large grave or pit which had been prepared for the corpses, and as the bodies were lowered, the names were called out, and Muhammad then uttered these words: "You, my kindred, you accused me of lying when others believed in me. You drove me from my home when others received me. What destiny has been yours? Alas, all that God threatened is fulfilled." End quote. These words, which were palpably meant to express pity, have been distorted to imply bitterness. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 5, The Invasion of Medina by the Quraysh. 2 AH equals 624 AC. كالزهر في ترف والبادر في شرف والبحر في كرم والدهر في همم. He is like the flower in delicacy, and like the full moon in splendor, like the ocean in liberality, and like time in resolution. Success is always one of the greatest criterions of truth. Even in the early days of Christianity, the good Pharisee said, "Let them alone. If these men be false, they will come to naught, or else you yourselves shall perish." End quote. If Constantine had not seen or fancied he had seen the notable cross in the heavens, if he had not marched to success under its auspices, if it had not led him on to victory and to the throne, we can hardly conceive what would have been the fate of Christianity. What the victory of Badr was for Islam, the victory of the Milvian Bridge was for Christianity. It is thenceforth ruled from the throne of the Caesars. Footnote: the Christians themselves look upon the defeat of Maxentius by Constantine 312 AC as the greatest triumph of their faith. The chapter of Gibbon, Volume 3, Chapter 20, mingled satire and history, shows how the success of Christianity dates from that event. And a footnote. For the Muslims, the victory of Badr was indeed most auspicious. It was not surprising that they, like the Israelites or Christians of yore, saw the hand of Providence in their success over the idolaters. Had the Muslims failed, we can imagine what their fate would have been, a universal massacre. Whilst Muhammad was engaged in this expedition, he lost one of his favorite daughters, Ruqayya, married to Osman, who had only recently returned from the Abyssinian exile. But the desire for revenge with which the idolaters were burning allowed him no time to indulge in domestic sorrow. As soon as all the Qurayshite prisoners had returned home, Abu Sufyan issued forth from Mecca with 200 horsemen, vowing solemnly never to return until he had avenged himself on Muhammad and his followers. Scouring the country to within a few miles of Medina, he came down with a fell swoop on the unprepared Muslims, slaying the people and ravaging date groves, which furnished the staple food of the Arabs. The Meccans had provided themselves with the bags of sawiq for the foray. Footnote: sawiq is the old and modern Arabic name for a dish of green grain, toasted, pounded, mixed with dates or sugar, and eaten on journeys when it is found difficult to cook. And a footnote. As soon, however, as the Muslims sallied forth from Medina to avenge the murders, the Meccans turned bridle and fled, dropping the bags in order to lighten their beasts, whence this affair was derisively called by the Muslims Ghazwat al-Sawiq, the Battle of the Meal Bags. Footnote: the place where the affair took place bears now the name of Suwaika, a few hours' journey to the southwest of Medina. And a footnote. It was on this occasion that an incident happened to the Prophet which has been exceedingly well told by Washington Irving. Muhammad was sleeping one day alone at the foot of a tree at a distance from his camp, when he was awakened by a noise, and beheld Durthur, a hostile warrior, standing over him with a drawn sword. "O Muhammad," cried he, "who is there now to save thee?" "God," replied the Prophet. The wild Bedouin was suddenly awed, and dropped his sword, which was instantly seized upon by Muhammad. Brandishing the weapon, he exclaimed in turn, "Who is there now to save thee, O Durthur?" "Alas, no one," replied the soldier. "Then learn from me to be merciful." So saying, he returned the sword. The Arab's heart was overcome, and in after years he proved one of the staunchest adherents of the Prophet. Footnote: the last month of this year was marked by the death of Uthman, son of Mahsur, and the marriage of Ali, son of Abu Talib, to Fatima, Muhammad's daughter. Uthman was one of the earliest believers, and he was one of the first Muhajirin who died at Medina, and was interred at Baqi, a suburb of Medina, where lie buried a number of illustrious and saintly people, whose tombs are up to the present day venerated by the Muslims. Ali had been betrothed to Fatima several days before the expedition to Badr, but the marriage was only celebrated 3 months later, Ali being in his 21st and Fatima in her 15th year. End of footnote. But this skirmish between the idolaters and the Muslims, like others which followed, proved only a prelude to the great drama that was about to be enacted. The idolaters were burning for revenge. They made formidable preparations for another war upon the Muslims. Their emissaries succeeded in obtaining the assistance of the tribes of Tihama and Kinana, and their united forces soon amounted to 3,000 well-equipped soldiers, of whom 700 were mailed warriors, animated with but one desire, that of revenge. This army was as formidable to the petty tribes of Arabia as the multitudinous hordes of Xerxes to the Grecian states. Marching under the command of the relentless Abu Sufyan, and meeting with no opposition from any side, they took up a well-chosen position to the northeast of Medina, where only the hill of Uhud and a valley separated them from the devoted city. From this safe vantage ground they ravaged the fields and fruit groves of the Medinites. Forced by the enthusiasm of his followers and by their fury at the destruction of their property, Muhammad marched out of Medina with 1,000 men. The ill-concealed enmity of the Jews led to the defection of Abdullah ibn Ubay, the leader of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, with 300 of his followers. This desertion reduced the strength of Muhammad's small force to 700 men, who only possessed 2 horses among them. But still this gallant band marched steadily forward. Advancing quietly through groves of fruit trees, they soon gained the hill of Uhud. They passed the night in the defile, and in the morning, after offering prayers as they stood to arms, they debouched into the plain. Muhammad now took up his position immediately under the hill. Footnote: Burton thus describes the spot. This spot, so celebrated in the annals of Islam, is a shelving strip of land close to the southern base of Mount Uhud. The army of the infidels advanced from the Fiumara in crescent shape, with Abu Sufyan the general and his idols in the center. It is distant about 3 miles from El Medina in a northerly direction. All the visitor sees is hard gravelly ground, covered with little heaps of various colored granite, red sandstone, and bits of porphyry, to denote the different places where the martyrs fell and were buried. Seen from this point, there is something appalling in the look of the holy mountain. Its seared and jagged flanks rise like masses of iron from the plain, and the crevice into which the Muslim host retired, when the disobedience of the archers in hastening to plunder enabled Khalid bin Walid to fall upon Muhammad's rear, is the only break in the grim wall. Reeking with heat, its surface produces not one green shrub or stunted tree. Not a bird or beast appeared upon its inhospitable sides, and the bright blue sky glaring above its bold and sullen brow made it look only the more repulsive. End of footnote. Posting a few archers on a height behind the troops, he gave them strict injunctions not to abandon their place whatever happened, but to harass the cavalry of the enemy and protect the flanks of the Muslims. The idolaters, confident in their numbers, marched down into the plain with their idols in the center of their army, and the wives of the chiefs chanting their war songs and beating their timbrels. Footnote: Extracts from their war songs are given by Ibn al-Athir. Courage, ye sons of Abduddar! Courage, defenders of women! Strike home with the edges of your swords! Another runs thus: We are daughters of the star of the morn, Tariq. We tread softly on silken cushions, dogmatic. Face the enemy boldly, and we shall press you in our arms. Fly, and we shall shun you with disgust. And a footnote. The first violent onslaught of the Quraysh was bravely repulsed by the Muslims, led by Hamza, who, taking advantage of the confusion of the enemy, dashed into the midst of the Qurayshites, dealing havoc on all sides. Victory had almost declared for the Muslims when the archers, forgetting the injunctions of the Prophet and seeing the enemy in flight, dispersed in search of plunder. And what happened in later days at Tours happened at Uhud. Khalid bin Walid, one of the Quraysh, at once perceived their error and, rallying his horse, fell on the rear of the Muslims. The infantry of the Quraysh also turned, and the Muslim troops, taken both in rear and in front, had to renew the battle at fearful odds. Some of the bravest chiefs of the Muslim army fell fighting. The intrepid Hamza, with several others, was killed. Ali, who had chivalrously answered the first call of defiance, Rajs, of the idolaters, and Omar and Abu Bakr were severely wounded. Footnote. Tabari says that Talha, the standard-bearer of the idolaters, a man of heroic bravery, placed himself before Ali, and brandishing his saber defied him, crying, "You Muslims say that our dead will go to hell and yours to heaven. Let me see whether I cannot send thee to heaven." Upon this Ali replied, "Be it so," and they fought, and Talha was struck to the ground. "Mercy, O son of my uncle," cried he. Ali replied, "Mercy be it, thou dost not deserve the fire." And a footnote. The efforts of the idolaters were, however, principally directed towards Muhammad, who, surrounded by a few disciples and separated from the main body of his people, became now the chief object of their assaults. His friends fell fast around him. Though wounded and bleeding, he did not forget their loving hearts, and blessed the hand that tried to stanch the blood which flowed from his forehead. But rescue was nigh. The brave warriors who, under Ali, had been fighting in the center with the energy of despair, succeeded in retreating to a point on the hill where they were secure from the attacks of the enemy, but full of consternation at the loss, as they supposed, of their great master. Seeing, however, their brethren still fighting in another part of the field, they rushed down into the midst of the idolaters. Penetrating to the place where the small group of Muslims yet defended the Prophet, and finding that he still lived, they succeeded, after great exertions, in retreating with him to the heights of Mount Uhud, where they breathed again. Ali fetched water in his shield from the hollow of a rock. With this he bathed Muhammad's face and wounds, and with his companions offered up the midday prayer sitting. The Quraysh were too exhausted to follow up their advantage, either by attacking Medina or driving the Muslims from the heights of Uhud. They retreated from the Medinite territories after barbarously mutilating their slain enemies. The wife of Abu Sufyan, Hind, the daughter of Utbah, with the other Qurayshite women, showed the greatest ferocity in the savage work of vengeance, tearing out the heart of Hamza and making bracelets and necklaces of the ears and noses of the dead. The barbarities practiced by the Quraysh and the slain created among the Muslims a feeling of bitter exasperation. Even Muhammad was at first so moved by indignation as to declare that the dead of the Quraysh should in the future be treated in like manner. But the gentleness of his nature conquered the bitterness of his heart. "Bear wrong patiently," he preached. "Verily, best it will be for the patiently enduring." And from that day the horrible practice of mutilation, which prevailed among all the nations of antiquity, was inexorably forbidden to the Muslims. Footnote: the Jews used to burn their prisoners alive and most barbarously mutilate the slain. The Greeks, the Romans, and the Persians all practiced similar barbarities. Christianity effected no improvement in these frightful customs, for as late as the 16th century we read of the most horrible mutilations. End of footnote. On his return to Medina, the Prophet directed a small body of the disciples to pursue the retreating enemy, and to impress on them that the Muslims, though worsted in battle, were yet unbroken in spirit, and too strong to be attacked again with impunity. Abu Sufyan, hearing of the pursuit, hastened back to Mecca, having first murdered 2 Medinites whom he met on his route. He, however, sent a message to the Prophet, saying that he would soon return to exterminate him and his people. The reply, as before, was full of trust and faith. God is enough for us, a good guardian is he. The moral effect of this disastrous battle was at once visible in the forays which the neighboring nomads prepared to make on the Medinite territories. Most of them, however, were repressed by the energetic action of Muhammad, though some of the hostile tribes succeeded in enticing Muslim missionaries into their midst, under the pretense of embracing Islam, and then massacred them. On one such occasion, 70 Muslims were treacherously murdered near a brook called Bir Mauna, within the territories of 2 tribes, the Bani Ameer and the Bani Sulaim, chiefly through the instrumentality of the latter. One of the 2 survivors of the slaughter escaped towards Medina. Meeting on the way 2 unarmed Arabs belonging to the Bani Ameer, who were traveling under a safe conduct of the Prophet, and mistaking them for enemies, he killed them. When Muhammad heard of this, he was deeply grieved. A wrong had been committed by one of his followers, though under a mistake, and the relatives of the men that were killed were entitled to redress. Accordingly, orders were issued for collecting the diya, the Wehrgeld, from the Muslims and the people who had accepted the charter. The Jewish tribe of the Bani Nazir, the Qurayza, and others were bound equally with the Muslims to contribute towards this payment. Footnote: Muir and Sprenger have strangely garbled this part of the affair. Sir W. Muir does not find any authority for Monsieur Cossin de Perceval's saying that the Jews were bound by treaty to contribute towards the diya. If he had referred to Tabari, he would have seen the following statement. Ensuite, il ordonna de réunir cette somme, ou la répartissant sur la ville de Médine, et d'y faire contribuer également les Juifs, tels que les Beni Nadir, les Qurayza et ceux de Fadak, qui étaient obligés par le traité. End of footnote. Muhammad himself, accompanied by a few disciples, proceeded to the Bani Nadir, and asked from them their contribution. They seemingly agreed to the demand, and requested him to wait a while. Whilst sitting with his back to the wall of a house, he observed sinister movements among the inhabitants, which led him to divine their intention of murdering him. But to explain the hostility of the Jews, we must trace back the course of events. We have seen with what bitter animosity they dogged Muhammad's footsteps from the moment of his arrival at Medina. They tried to sow disaffection among his people. They libeled him and his followers. They mispronounced the words of the Koran so as to give them an offensive meaning. But this was not all. By their superior education and intelligence, by their union with the party of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, and by the general unanimity which prevailed among them, so different from the disunion of the Arabs, the Jews formed a most dangerous element within the federated state which had arisen under the teacher of Islam. Among unadvanced nations, poets occupy the position and exercise the influence of the press in modern times. Footnote: an example of the influence which poets and rhapsodists exercise among unprogressed nations is afforded by one of the episodes connected with the War of Uhud. Whilst preparing for this eventful campaign, the Quraysh requested a poet of the name of Abu Uza to go round the tribes of the desert and excite them by his songs and poetry against the Muslims, and persuade them to join the confederacy formed under the auspices of the Meccans for the destruction of Muhammad and his followers. This man had been taken prisoner by the Muslims in the Battle of Badr, but was released by the Prophet without ransom, and pledging himself never again to take up arms against the Medinites. In spite of this, he was tempted to break his word, and went round the tribes, rousing them to arms by his poetry, and it is said he was eminently successful in his work. After Uhud, he was again taken prisoner and executed by the Muslims. End of footnote. The Jewish poets, by their superior culture, naturally exercised a vast influence among the Medinites, and this influence was chiefly directed towards sowing sedition among the Muslims and widening the breach between them and the opposing faction. The defeat of the idolaters at Badr was felt as keenly by the Jews as by the Meccans. Immediately after this battle, a distinguished member of their race, called Ka'b, the son of Ashraf, belonging to the tribe of Nadir, publicly deploring the ill success of the idolaters, proceeded towards Mecca. Finding the people there plunged in grief, he spared no exertion to revive their courage. By his satires against the Prophet and his disciples, by his elegies on the Meccans who had fallen at Badr, he succeeded in exciting the Quraysh to that frenzy of vengeance which found vent on the plains of Uhud. Having attained his object, he returned to his home near Medina in the canton of Nadir, where he continued to attack Muhammad and the Mussulmans in ironical and obscene verses, not sparing even the women of the believers, whom he addressed in terms of the grossest character. His acts were openly directed against the Commonwealth of which he was a member. He belonged to a tribe which had entered into the compact with the Muslims, and pledged itself for the internal as well as the external safety of the state. Another Jew of the Nadir, Abu Rafi Salam, son of Abul Huqaiq, was equally wild and bitter against the Mussulmans. He inhabited with a faction of his tribe the territories of Khaybar, 4 or 5 days' journey to the northwest of Medina. Detesting Muhammad and the Mussulmans, he made use of every endeavor to excite the neighboring Arab tribes, such as the Sulaim and the Ghatafan, against them. It was impossible for the Mussulman Commonwealth to tolerate this open treachery on the part of those to whom every consideration had been shown, with the object of securing their neutrality, if not their support. The very existence of the Muslim community was at stake, and every principle of safety required that these traitorous designs should be quietly frustrated. The sentence of outlawry was executed upon them by the Medinites themselves, in one case by a member of the tribe of Aus, in the other by a Khazrajite. Christian controversialists have stigmatized these executions as quote-unquote assassinations, and because a Muslim was sent secretly to kill each of the criminals, in their prejudice against the Prophet, they shut their eyes to the justice of the sentence and the necessity of a swift and secret execution. There existed then no police court, no judicial tribunal, nor even a court-martial to take cognizance of individual crimes. In the absence of a state executioner, any individual might become the executioner of the law. These men had broken their formal pact. It was impossible to arrest them in public or execute the sentence in the open before their clans without causing unnecessary bloodshed and giving rise to the feud of blood and everlasting vendetta. The exigencies of the state required that whatever should be done swiftly and noiselessly upon those whom public opinion had arraigned and condemned. Footnote: Our Christian historians forget that the quote-unquote wise Solon himself, for the safety of his small city, made it obligatory on the Athenians to become executioners of the law by pursuing the factious or taking one or two sides in a public riot. They also forget that even the laws of Christian England allow any person to pursue and kill, quote-unquote, an outlaw. End of footnote. The existence of the Republic and the maintenance of peace and order within the city depended upon the prompt execution of the sentence passed upon the culprits before they could rally their clansmen round them. The fate of these two traitors and the expulsion of their brethren, the Bani Kainuka, from the Medinite territories had given rise to a bitter feeling of animosity among the Nadir against the Prophet. The circumstances connected with the banishment of the Kainuka require a brief notice. While the other Jewish tribes were chiefly agricultural, the Banu Kainuka hardly possessed a single field or date plantation. They were for the most part artisans employed in handicraft of all kinds. Seditious and unruly, always ready for a broil like their co-religionists of Alexandria, the Banu Kainuka were also noted for the extreme laxity of their morals. One day a young girl from the country came to their bazaar or market, souk, to sell milk. The Jewish youths insulted her grossly. A Muslim passer-by took the part of the girl, and in the fray which ensued the author of the outrage was killed, whereupon the entire body of the Jews present rose and slaughtered the Muslim. A wild scene then followed. The Muslims, enraged at the murder of their compatriot, flew to arms, blood flowed fast, and many were killed on both sides. At the first news of the riots, Muhammad hastened to the spot, and by his presence succeeded in restraining the fury of his followers. He at once perceived what the end would be of these seditions and disorders if allowed to take their course. Medina would be turned into an amphitheater in which members of hostile factions might murder one another with impunity. The Jews had openly and knowingly infringed the terms of their compact. It was necessary to put a stop to this with a firm hand, or farewell to all hope of peace and security. Consequently, Muhammad proceeded at once to the quarter of the Banu Kainuka and required them to enter definitely into the Muslim Commonwealth by embracing Islam or to vacate Medina. The reply of the Jews was couched in the most offensive terms. O Muhammad, do not be elated with the victory over thy people, the Quraysh. Thou hast had an affair with men ignorant of the art of war. If thou art desirous of having any dealings with us, we shall show thee that we are men. Footnote: Tabari gives the speech of the Kainuka with a slight variation, but all historians agree in its being defiant and offensive. I cannot understand whence Gibbon obtained the excessively meek reply he puts into the mouth of these people. End of footnote. They then shut themselves up in their fortress and set Muhammad's authority at defiance. But their reduction was an absolute duty, and siege was accordingly laid to their stronghold without loss of time. After 15 days they surrendered. At first it was intended to inflict some severe punishment on them, but the clemency of Muhammad's nature overcame the dictates of justice, and the Bani Qaynuqa were simply banished. All these circumstances were rankling within the breasts of the Bani Nadir. They only waited for a favorable opportunity to rid themselves of Muhammad, and therefore looked upon his arrival amongst them as providential. But their sinister designs, as we have said before, did not escape the eye of the Prophet. He immediately left the place without raising the suspicions of the Jews, and thus saved himself and his disciples from almost certain destruction. Footnote: as any betrayal of suspicion by Muhammad or his disciples of the intents of the Jews would have made these people desperate and precipitated matters, the Prophet went away by himself, leaving his followers behind, which led the Jews to suppose that he was not gone far and would quickly return. End of footnote. The Bani Nadir now placed themselves in exactly the same position as the Bani Qaynuqa had previously done. They had by their own act put themselves outside the pale of the charter, and therefore on his arrival at Medina, Muhammad sent them a message of the same import as that which was sent to the Qaynuqa. Relying on the support of the Munafiqeen and Abdullah ibn Ubay, the Bani Nadir returned a defiant answer. Disappointed, however, in the promised assistance of Abdullah and of their brethren, the Bani Qurayza, after a siege of 15 days, they sued for terms. The previous offer was renewed, and they agreed to evacuate their territories. They were allowed to take all their movables with them, with the exception of arms. In order to prevent the Muslims from occupying their dwellings, they destroyed these before leaving. Their lands, warlike materials, etc., which they could not carry away, were distributed by the Prophet with the consent and cordial approval of the Ansar among the Muhajirin, who, up to this time, had been entirely dependent for support on the generosity of the Medinites. Notwithstanding the strong brotherly love which existed before the quote-unquote refugees and the quote-unquote helpers, Muhammad knew that the assistance of the Medinites afforded but a precarious means of subsistence. He accordingly assembled the principal men from among the Ansar and asked them whether they had any objection to his distributing among their poor brethren who had followed him from Mecca the goods left behind by the Jews. With one voice they answered, "Give to our brothers the goods of the Jews, assign to them even a portion of ours, we willingly consent." Upon this the Prophet divided the property among the Muhajirin and 2 of the Ansar who were extremely poor. Footnote: a principle was henceforth established that any acquisition not made in actual warfare should belong to the state or the chief of the state, and that its application should depend upon his discretion. Surah 59 of the Quran treats almost entirely of the circumstances connected with the banishment of the Bani Nadir. Add a footnote. The expulsion of the Bani Nadir took place in the month of the Rabi, the 1st of the 4th year. The remaining portion of this year and the early part of the next were passed in repressing the spasmodic hostile attempts of the nomadic tribes against the Muslims, and in inflicting punishments for various murderous forays on the Medinite territories. Footnote: of this nature was the expedition against the Christian Arabs of Dumat ul Jandal, a place, according to Abul Fida, about 7 days' journey to the south of Damascus, who had stopped the Medinite traffic with Syria and even threatened a raid upon Medina. These marauders, however, fled on the approach of the Muslims, and Muhammad returned to Medina after concluding a treaty with a neighboring chief to whom he granted permission of pasturage on the Medinite territories. Add a footnote. Meanwhile, the enemies of the faith were by no means idle. Far and wide, the idolaters had sent their emissaries to stir up the tribes against the Muslims. The Jews were the most active in these efforts. Some of the Bani Nadir had remained behind with their brethren settled near Khaybar, and there, fired with the hope of vengeance, had set themselves to the work of forming another league for the destruction of the believers. Their efforts were successful beyond their utmost hopes. A formidable coalition was soon formed, and an army consisting of 10,000 well-appointed men marched upon Medina under the command of the relentless Abu Sufyan. Meeting no opposition on their way, they soon encamped within a few miles of Medina, on its most vulnerable side, towards Uhud. To oppose this host, the Muslims could only muster a body of 3,000 men. Forced thus by their inferiority of numbers, as well as by the factious opposition of the Munafiqeen within the city, to remain on the defensive, they dug a deep trench round the unprotected quarters of Medina, and, leaving their women and children for safety in their fortified houses, they encamped outside the city with the moat in front of them. In the meantime, they relied for the safety of the other side, if not upon the active assistance, at least upon the neutrality of the Bani Qurayza, who possessed several fortresses at a short distance towards the southeast, and were bound by the compact to assist the Muslims against every assailant. These Jews, however, were persuaded by the idolaters to violate their pledged faith and to join the Quraysh. As soon as the news of their defection reached Muhammad, he deputed, quote-unquote, the two Sa'ds, Sa'd ibn Mu'az and Sa'd ibn Ubadah, to entreat them to return to their duty. The reply was defiant and sullen. "Who is Muhammad, and who is the apostle of God, that we should obey him? There is no bond or compact betwixt us and him." As these Jews were well acquainted with the locality and could materially assist the besiegers by showing them the weak points of the city, the consternation among the Muslims became great, whilst the disaffected body within the walls increased the element of danger. Footnote: the whole scene is so beautifully painted in the Quran, Surah 33, Ul-Ashab, the Confederates, that I cannot resist quoting a few verses here. "When they assailed you from above you and from below you, and when your eyes became distracted, and your hearts came up to your throats, and ye thought divers thoughts of God, then were the faithful tried, and with strong quaking did they quake. And when the disaffected and diseased of heart with infidelity said, God and his apostle have made us but a cheating promise." End of footnote. The idolaters and the Jews, failing in all their attempts to draw the Muslims into the open field or to surprise the city under the direction of Jewish guides, determined upon a regular assault. The siege had already lasted 20 days. The restless tribes of the desert, who had made common cause with the Quraysh and their Jewish allies, and who had expected an easy prey, were becoming weary of this protracted campaign. Great efforts were made at this critical moment by the leaders of the beleaguering host to cross the trench and fall upon the small Muslim force. Every attempt was, however, repulsed by untiring vigilance on the part of the Prophet. The elements now seemed to combine against the besieging army. Their horses were perishing fast, and provisions were becoming scanty. Disunion was rife in their midst, and the far-seeing chief of the Muslims, with matchless prudence, fomented it into actual division. Suddenly this vast coalition, which had seemed to menace the Muslims with inevitable destruction, vanished into thin air. In the darkness of night, amidst a storm of wind and rain, their tents overthrown, their lights put out, Abu Sufyan and the majority of this formidable army fled. The rest took refuge with the Bani Qurayza. Muhammad had in the night foretold to his followers the dispersion of their enemies. Daybreak saw his prognostications fulfilled, and the Muslims returned in joy to the city. Footnote: in Muslim annals this war is called the War of the Trench. End of footnote. But the victory was hardly achieved in the opinion of the Muslims as long as the Bani Qurayza remained so near and in such dangerous proximity to the city of Islam. They had proved themselves traitors in spite of their sworn allegiance, and had at one time almost surprised Medina from their side, an event which, if successful, would have involved the general massacre of the faithful. The Muslims, therefore, felt it their duty to demand an explanation of the treachery. This was doggedly refused. The consequence was that Jews were besieged and compelled to surrender at discretion. They made only one condition, that their punishment should be left to the judgment of the outside chief, Sa'd ibn Mu'az. This man, a fierce soldier who had been wounded in the attack, and indeed died from his wounds the next day, infuriated by their treacherous conduct, gave sentence that the fighting men should be put to death, and that the women and children should become slaves of the Muslims, and this sentence was carried into execution. It was a harsh, bloody sentence, says Lane Poole, worthy of the episcopal generals of the army against the Albigenses, or of the deeds of the Augustan age of Puritanism. But it must be remembered that the crime of these men was high treason against the state during a time of siege, and those who have read how Wellington's march could be traced by the bodies of deserters and pillagers hanging from the trees need not be surprised at the summary execution of a traitorous clan." End quote. The punishment inflicted on the various Jewish tribes has furnished to the Christian biographers of the Prophet, like Muir, Sprenger, Weil, and Osborne, a ground for attack. The punishment meted out to the Bani Qaynuqa and Bani Nadir was far below their deserts. The Bani Qurayza alone were treated with severity. Human nature is so constituted that, however criminal the acts of an individual may be, the moment he is treated with a severity which to our mind seems harsh and cruel, a natural revulsion of feeling occurs, and the sentiment of justice gives place to pity within our hearts. No doubt the sentence on the Bani Qurayza, from our point of view, was severe. But however much we may regret that the fate of these poor people should have been, though at their own special request, left in the hands of an infuriated soldier, however much we may regret that the sentence of this man should have been so carried into effect, we must not, in the sentiment of pity, overlook the stern question of justice and culpability. We must bear in mind the crimes of which they were guilty, their treachery, their open hostility, their defection from an alliance to which they were bound by every sacred tie. Nor must we altogether forget the temptations which they, the worshippers of the pure Jehovah, held out to the heathen Arabs to continue in the practice of idolatry. Some Muslims might naturally be inclined to say, with the Christian moralist, "It is better that the wicked should be destroyed 100 times over than that they should tempt those who are yet innocent to join their company." End quote. These Muslims might say with him, with only the variation of a word, "Let us but think what might have been our fate, and the fate of every other nation under heaven at this hour, had the sword of the Arab, footnote, in the original, of course, Israelites, and a footnote, done its work more sparingly. The Arab's sword, in its bloodiest executions, wrought a work of mercy for all the countries of the earth to the very end of the world. If the Christian's argument is correct and not inhuman, certainly the Muslim's argument cannot be otherwise. Other Muslims, however, might look upon this fearful sentence on the Bani Qurayza in the same light as Carlyle looks upon the order of Cromwell for the promiscuous massacre of the Irish inhabitants of Drogheda. Quote, "An armed soldier, solemnly conscious of himself that he is the soldier of God the just, a consciousness which it well beseems all soldiers and all men to have always, armed soldier, terrible as death, relentless as doom, doing God's judgment on the enemies of God." We, however, are not disposed to look at the punishment of these Jews from either of these points of view. We simply look upon it as an act done in complete accordance with the laws of war as then understood by the nations of the world, quote, "a strict application of admitted customs of war in those days." These people brought their fate upon themselves. If they had been put to death, even without the judgment of Sa'd, it would have been in consonance with the principles which then prevailed. But they had themselves chosen Sa'd as the sole arbiter and judge of their fate. They knew that his judgment was not at all contrary to the received notions, and accordingly never murmured. They knew that if they had succeeded, they would have massacred their enemies without compunction. People judge of the massacres of King David according to the quote-unquote lights of his time. Footnote, quote, "The conquered Ammonites he treated with even greater ferocity, tearing and hewing some of them in pieces with harrows, axes, and saws, and roasting others in brick kilns." End quote. And a footnote. Even the fearful slaughters committed by the Christians in primitive times are judged according to certain quote-unquote lights. Why should not the defensive wars of the early Muslims be looked at from the same standpoint? But, whatever the point of view, an unprejudiced mind will perceive that no blame can possibly attach to the Prophet in the execution of the Bani Qurayza. Footnote, I can only remember M. Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Stanley Lane Poole among Europeans who have not been carried away by prejudice. And a footnote. The number of men executed could not have been more than 200 or 250. In the distribution of the surviving people, it is said, a young Jewess of the name of Rayhana was allotted to the Prophet. Some say she was previously set apart. The Christian historians, always ready to seize upon any point which, to their mind, offers a plausible ground for attacking Muhammad, have not failed to make capital of this story. Leaving the examination of the question of slavery to a later chapter, we will here only observe that the allotment of Rayhana, even if true, furnishes no ground for a modern attack, as it was perfectly consonant with the customs of war recognized in those days. The story of Rayhana becoming a wife of the Prophet is a fabrication, for after this event she disappears from history and we hear no more of her, whilst of others we have full and circumstantial accounts. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 6, Muhammad's Clemency. إلى الله فالمستمسكون به مستمسكون بحبل غير المنقسم. He called towards God, and those who took hold of him took hold of a rope that never breaks. The formidable coalition formed by the Jews and the idolaters to compass the destruction of the new commonwealth of Medina had utterly failed, well might the Muslims say miraculously. But the surrounding tribes of the desert, wild and fierce, were committing depredations, accompanied with murders on the Medinite territories, and the existence of the state required the employment of stern measures for their repression. Several expeditions were dispatched against these marauders, but the slippery sands of the desert generally evaded the approach of the Muslims. The Bani Lihyan, who had requested Muhammad to send a few of his disciples among them to teach the precepts of Islam, and who, on the arrival of the missionaries, had killed some and sold the rest to the Meccans, had up to this period remained unpunished. But the time had come when this crime should be avenged. In the month of Jumadi I of this year, a body of troops under the personal command of the Prophet marched against the Bani Lihyan. The marauders, however, receiving timely notice of the Prophet's approach, fled into the mountains, and the Muslims returned to Medina without having accomplished their purpose. A few days had only elapsed when a chief of the Bani Firaza, a branch of the nomad horde of Ghatafan, Khair Ghatafan, suddenly fell upon the open suburbs of the city and drove off a large herd of camels, murdering the man who had charge of them and carrying off his wife. The Muslims were immediately on their track, and a few of the animals were recovered. But the Bedouins escaped into the desert with the larger portion of their booty. It was about this time that the Prophet granted to the monks of the monastery of St. Catherine near Mount Sinai, and to all Christians, a charter which had been justly designated as one of the noblest monuments of enlightened tolerance that the history of the world can produce. This remarkable document, which has been faithfully preserved by the annalists of Islam, displays a marvelous breadth of view and liberality of conception. By it the Prophet secured to the Christians privileges and immunities which they did not possess even under sovereigns of their own creed, and declared that any Muslim violating and abusing what was therein ordered should be regarded as a violator of God's testament, a transgressor of his commandments, and a slighter of his faith. He undertook himself and enjoined on his followers to protect the Christians, to defend their churches, the residences of their priests, and to guard them from all injuries. They were not to be unfairly taxed. No bishop was to be driven out of his bishopric. No Christian was to be forced to reject his religion. No monk was to be expelled from his monastery. No pilgrim was to be detained from his pilgrimage. Nor were the Christian churches to be pulled down for the sake of building mosques or houses for the Muslims. Christian women married to Muslims were to enjoy their own religion, and not to be subjected to compulsion or annoyance of any kind on that account. If Christians should stand in need of assistance for the repair of their churches and monasteries, or any other matter pertaining to their religion, the Muslims were to assist them. This was not to be considered as taking part in their religion, but as merely rendering them assistance in their need, and complying with the ordinances of the Prophet, which were made in their favor by the authority of God and of his apostle. Should the Muslims be engaged in hostilities with outside Christians, no Christian resident among the Muslims should be treated with contempt on account of his creed. Any Muslim so treating a Christian should be accounted recalcitrant to the Prophet. Man always attaches an idea of greatness to the character of a person who, whilst possessing the power of returning evil for evil, not only preaches but practices the divine principle of forgiveness. Muhammad, as the chief of the state and guardian of the life and liberty of the people, in the exercise of justice, sternly punished every individual guilty of crime. Muhammad the Prophet, the teacher, was gentle and merciful even to his greatest enemies. In him were combined the highest attributes that the human mind can conceive, justice and mercy. A chief of the tribe of Hanifa, named Thumama, son of Uthal, was taken prisoner by the Muslims in one of their expeditions against the unruly Arabs of the desert. He was brought to Medina, where he was so affected by the kindness of the Prophet that from an enemy he soon became the most devoted follower. Returning to his people, he stopped the transport to Mecca of provisions from Yamama, and this stoppage by Thumama reduced the Meccans to the direst straits. Failing to move the Hanafites, they at last addressed themselves to Muhammad and besought him to intercede for them. The Prophet's heart was touched with pity, and he requested Thumama to allow them to have whatever they wanted, and at his word the convoys were again permitted to reach Mecca. Endless instances might be cited of Muhammad's merciful nature. We will, however, only instance two. A daughter of his, a beloved child, was, after the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, fleeing from Mecca. She was far advanced in pregnancy, and as she was mounting her camel, a Quraysh named Habrar, with characteristic ferocity, drove the butt end of his lance against her, throwing her to the ground and eventually causing her death. On the conquest of Mecca, the murderer was proscribed. After hiding for some time, he presented himself before the Prophet and threw himself on the mercy of the bereaved father. The wrong was great, the crime was atrocious, but the injury was personal. The man was to all appearance sincere in his penitence and the profession of the faith. Pardon was unconditionally granted. The Jewess who attempted his life at Khaybar, and Ikrimah, the son of Abu Jahl, who was bitterly personal in his animosity towards the Prophet, were freely forgiven. A tribe of Christian Bedouins, the Bani Kalb, settled about Tumat-ul-Jandal, had in their depredations appeared on the Medinite territories. An expedition was now dispatched to summon them to embrace Islam and forego their lawless practices. Whilst delivering his injunctions to the captain who headed this small force, Muhammad used the memorable words, "In no case shalt thou use deceit or perfidy, nor shalt thou kill any child." Footnote: compare these injunctions of the Arabian prophet, as also the historic words of Abu Bakr, the first caliph, to Yazid bin Abu Sufyan when dispatching him against the Byzantines, with the commands of the Israelite prophet. "Thus says the Lord of hosts, now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass." 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3. "Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children and women." Ezekiel chapter 9, verse 6. End of footnote. In his instructions to the leaders of the expeditions against marauding and hostile tribes and people, he invariably enjoined them in peremptory terms never to injure the weak. "In avenging the injuries inflicted upon us," he said to his troops whom he dispatched against the Byzantines, "molest not the harmless inmates of domestic seclusion. Spare the weakness of the female sex. Injure not the infant at the breast, or those who are ill in bed. Abstain from demolishing the dwellings of the unresisting inhabitants. Destroy not the means of their subsistence, nor their fruit trees, and touch not the palm." Abu Bakr, following his master, thus enjoined his captain: "O Yazid, be sure you do not oppress your own people, nor make them uneasy, but advise with them in all your affairs, and take care to do that which is right and just. For those that do otherwise shall not prosper. When you meet your enemies, quit yourselves like men, and do not turn your backs. And if you gain the victory, kill not little children, nor old people, nor women. Destroy no palm trees, nor burn any fields of corn. Cut down no fruit trees, nor do any mischief to cattle, only such as you kill for the necessity of subsistence. When you make any covenant or article, stand to it, and be as good as your word. As you go on, you will find some religious persons that live retired in monasteries, who propose to themselves to serve God that way. Let them alone, and neither kill them nor destroy their monasteries." These injunctions contrast strangely with the fearful denunciations of the Christians, Catholic, Protestant, and Greek from the days of Saint Lactantius to those of the Covenanters. Footnote: the massacre of 5,000 Chinese men, women, and children at Blagoveshchensk in Manchuria in the 20th century by the troops of a great Christian power needs no mention. And a footnote. The followers of the quote-unquote Prince of Peace burned and ravished, pillaged and murdered promiscuously old and young, male and female, without compunction up to recent times. As his vicegerents on earth, popes and patriarchs, bishops, priests, and presbyters approved of their crimes, and frequently granted plenary absolution for the most heinous offenses. In the month of Sha'ban of this year, November-December 627, an expedition was directed against the Bani Mustalik. These people had up to this time been on friendly terms with the Muslims, but recently, instigated by their chief Harith, the son of Abu Dirar, they had thrown off their allegiance and committed forays on the suburbs of Medina. The expedition was entirely successful, and several prisoners were taken, among whom was a daughter of Harith called Juwayriyah. 6 years had now passed since the exiles of Mecca had left their homes and their country for the sake of their faith, and of him who had infused into them a new consciousness such as they had never felt before, awakening in them the spirit of union, love, and brotherhood. People flocked from every part of Arabia to listen to the words of the wondrous man who had achieved all this, to ask his counsel in the affairs of everyday life, even as the sons of Israel consulted of old the prophet Samuel. But the hearts of these exiles still yearned sadly for the place of their birth. Driven from their homes, they had found refuge in a rival city. Expelled from the precincts of the sacred Kaaba, which formed the glorious center of all their associations, the one spot round which gathered the history of their nation, for 6 years they had been denied the pilgrimage of the holy shrine, a custom round which time, with its hoary traditions, had cast a halo of sanctity. The teacher himself longed to see the place of his nativity with as great a yearning. The temple of the Kaaba belonged to the whole Arab nation. The Quraysh were merely the custodians of this shrine, and were not authorized by the public law of the country to interdict the approach even of an enemy if he presented himself without any hostile design and with the avowed object of fulfilling a religious duty. The season of the pilgrimage had approached. The Prophet accordingly announced his intention of visiting the holy places. At once 1,000 voices responded to the call. Preparations were rapidly made, and, accompanied by 700 Muslims, Ansar, and Muhajirin, all perfectly unarmed, he set out on the pilgrimage. The animosity of the Quraysh, however, was not yet extinguished. They posted themselves with a large army some miles in advance of Mecca to bar the way, but soon after fell back on the city in order to keep every point of access closed to the Muslims. They swore solemnly not to allow the followers of the Prophet to enter the shrine, and maltreated the envoy who was sent to them to solicit permission to visit the Kaaba. A body of the Meccans went round the Prophet's encampment with the avowed object of killing any unwary Muslim who might leave the camp. They even attacked the Prophet with stones and arrows. Footnote: when some of these men were seized and brought before the Prophet, he pardoned and released them. It was on this occasion that the Muslims took the pledge, called the Agreeable Pledge, Bayat ur-Ridwan, or the Pledge of the Tree, Bayat ush-Shajara. Uthman being sent to the Quraysh to repeat their request for permission, they seized and detained him. The Muslims, fearful of his murder, flocked round Muhammad and solemnly swore to avenge his death. And a footnote. Finding the idolaters immovable and wishful himself to end the state of warfare between the Muslims and the Quraysh, Muhammad expressed himself willing to agree to any terms the Meccans might feel inclined to impose. After much difficulty, a treaty was concluded by which it was agreed that all hostilities should cease for 10 years, that anyone coming from the Quraysh to the Prophet without the permission of the guardian or chief should be re-delivered to the idolaters, that any individual from among the Muslims going over to the Meccans should not be surrendered, that any tribe desirous of entering into alliance, either with the Quraysh or with the Muslims, should be at liberty to do so without hindrance, that the Muslims should retrace their steps on this occasion without advancing further, that they should be permitted in the following year to visit Mecca and to remain there for 3 days with their traveling arms, namely their quote-unquote scimitars in sheaths, footnote, i.e. the silah or rakib. It was on the occasion of this peace that a Qurayshite envoy who was sent to the Muslim encampment, struck with the profound reverence and love shown to the Prophet by his followers, on his return to the Quraysh, told them that he had seen sovereigns like the Khosrows, Kisra, the Caesar, Kaiser, and the Negus, Najashi, surrounded with all the pomp and circumstance of royalty, but he had never witnessed a sovereign in the midst of his subjects receiving such veneration and obedience as was paid to Muhammad by his people. And a footnote. The moderation and magnanimity displayed by Muhammad in concluding this treaty caused some discontent among the more impulsive of his followers, in whose hearts the injuries and cruelties inflicted by the Quraysh yet rankled. In virtue of the third stipulation of the treaty, by which the Muslims bound themselves to surrender every idolater who came over to their cause without the permission of their patron or chief, the Quraysh demanded the surrender of several of the Prophet's disciples, and their demand was immediately complied with by Muhammad, in spite of the murmurs of some of the Muslims. Footnote. As women were not included in the treaty, the demand of the idolaters for the surrender of the female Muslims was peremptorily declined. And a footnote. On his return to Medina, Muhammad, in pursuance of the Catholic wish by which he was inspired that his religion should embrace all humanity, dispatched several envoys to invite the neighboring sovereigns and their subjects to drink of the cup of life offered to them by the preacher of Islam. Two of the most noted embassies were to Heraclius, the emperor of the Greeks, and to Khusru Parviz, the Kesra of Persia. The King of Kings was amazed at the audacity of the fugitive of Mecca in addressing him, the great Khosroes, on terms of equality, and, enraged at what he considered the insolence of the latter, tore it to pieces and drove the envoy from his presence with contumely. When the news of this treatment was brought to the Prophet, he quietly observed, "Thus will the empire of Kesra be torn to pieces." The fulfillment of the prophecy is engraved on the pages of history. Heraclius, more polite or more reverential, treated the messenger with great respect, and returned a gracious and careful reply. Before, however, leaving Syria, he tried to acquaint himself better with the character of the man who had sent him the message. With this object he is said to have summoned to his presence some Arab merchants who had arrived at Gaza with a caravan from Arabia. Among them was the notorious Abu Sufyan, still one of the bitterest enemies of the Prophet. The Greek emperor appears to have questioned him with regard to Muhammad, and his replies, as preserved in the traditions, are almost identical with the summary which Ja'far gave to the Negus of the teachings of Muhammad. "What are the doctrines Muhammad advances?" asked Heraclius of Abu Sufyan. "He bids us abandon the worship of our ancient idols and to adore one God, to bestow alms, to observe truth and purity, to abstain from fornication and vice, and to flee abominations." Asked if his followers were increasing in number or if they were falling off, the reply was, "His adherents are increasing incessantly, and there has not been one who has forsaken him." Another ambassador, sent soon afterwards to the Ghassanid prince, a feudatory of Heraclius, residing at Busra, near Damascus, instead of receiving the reverence and respect due to an envoy, was cruelly murdered by another chief of the same family, and Ameer of a Christian tribe subject to Byzantium. This wanton outrage on international obligations became eventually the cause of that war which placed Islam in conflict with the whole of Christendom. But of this we shall treat later. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 7, The Diffusion of the Faith. فما تتاول أعمال المديح إلى ما فيه من كرم الأخلاق والشيم. But how can the desire of the eulogist come up to what is in him of nobility of disposition and nature? The Jewish tribes, in spite of the reverses they had already suffered, were still formidable, still busy with their machinations to work the destruction of the Muslims. They possessed, at the distance of 3 or 4 days' journey to the northeast of Medina, a strongly fortified territory, studded with castles, the principal of which, called Al-Qamus, was situated on an almost inaccessible hill. This group of fortresses was called Khaybar, a word signifying a fortified place. The population of Khaybar included several branches of the Bani Nadir and the Qurayza, who had taken refuge there. The Jews of Khaybar had shown an active and implacable hatred towards Muhammad and his followers, and since the arrival of their brethren among them, this feeling had acquired greater force. The Jews of Khaybar, united by an ancient alliance with the Bedouin horde of the Bani Ghatafan and other cognate tribes, worked incessantly for the formation of another coalition against the Muslims. These latter were alive to the power possessed by the desert races to injure them, and prompt measures were needed to avert the evils of another league against Medina. Accordingly, early in the month of Muharram of this year, an expedition consisting of about 1,400 men was dispatched against Khaybar. The Jews now solicited the assistance of their allies. The Bani Firaza hastened to their support, but afraid of the Muslims turning their flank and surprising their flocks and herds in their absence, speedily retreated. The Jews were thus left alone to bear the brunt of the war. Terms were offered to them by the Muslims, but were refused. In spite of the most determined resistance on the part of the Jews, fortress after fortress opened its gate. At last came the turn of the most formidable castle, Al-Qamus. After a spirited defense, it also fell into the hands of the Muslims. The fate of this, their principal fortress, brought the remaining Jewish townships to see the utter futility of further resistance. They sued for forgiveness, which was accorded. Their lands and immovable property were guaranteed to them on condition of good conduct, together with the free practice of their religion, and, as they were exempt from the regular taxes, the Prophet imposed upon them the duty of paying to the Commonwealth, in return for the protection they would thenceforth enjoy, half the produce of their lands. The movable property found in the fortress, which the Muslims reduced by regular sieges and battles, was forfeited to the army and distributed among the men according to the character of their arms. Thus, for instance, 3 shares were given to a horseman, whilst a foot soldier received only 1. Footnote: the story of Kinana being tortured for the sake of disclosing the concealed treasures is false. Frequent attempts were made about this time to assassinate the Prophet. On his entry into Khaybar, a Jewess, animated with the same vengeful feeling as the Judith of old, spread a poisoned repast for him and some of his followers. One of them died immediately after he had taken a few mouthfuls. The life of the Prophet was saved, but the poison permeated his system, and in afterlife he suffered severely from its effects and eventually died thereof. In spite of this crime, Muhammad forgave the woman, and she was allowed to remain among her people unharmed. End of footnote. Towards the end of the 7th year of the Hijrah, Muhammad and his disciples availed themselves of their truce with the Quraysh to accomplish the desire of their hearts, the pilgrimage to the holy places. This journey in Muslim history is reverently styled the pilgrimage or visit of accomplishment. It was in March 629 that the Prophet, accompanied by 2,000 Muslims, proceeded to Mecca to perform the rites of the lesser pilgrimage, rites which every pilgrim of Islam has now to observe. The Quraysh would, however, have nothing to say to the pilgrims, and hold no converse with them. For the 3 days during which the ceremonies lasted, they evacuated the city, and from the summits of the neighboring heights watched the Muslims performing the rites. It was surely a strange sight, says Muir with an unconscious thrill, which at this time presented itself in the Vale of Mecca, a sight unique in the history of the world. The ancient city is for 3 days evacuated by all its inhabitants, high and low, every house deserted, and as they retire, the exiled converts, many years banished from their birthplace, approach in a great body, accompanied by their allies, revisit the empty homes of their childhood, and within the short allotted space fulfill the rites of pilgrimage. The outside inhabitants, climbing the heights around, take refuge under tents or other shelter among the hills and glens, and, clustering on the overhanging peak of Abu Qubays, thence watch the movements of the visitors beneath, as with the Prophet at their head they make the circuit of the Kaaba and the rapid procession between As-Safa and Marwa, and anxiously scan every figure if perchance they may recognize among the worshippers some long-lost friend or relative. It was a scene rendered possible only by the throes which gave birth to Islam." In strict conformity with the terms of the treaty, they left Mecca after a sojourn of 3 days. This peaceful fulfillment of the daydream of the Muslims was followed by important conversions among the Quraysh. The self-restraint and scrupulous regard for their pledged word displayed by the believers created a visible impression among the enemies of Islam. Many of those who were most violent among the Quraysh in their opposition to the Prophet, men of position and influence who had warred against him and reviled him, struck by Muhammad's kindness of heart and nobility of nature, which overlooked all crimes against himself, adopted the faith. Footnote: For instance, Khalid bin Walid, who commanded the Quraysh cavalry at Uhud, and Amru ibn al-Asi, famous as Amru. End of footnote. The murder of the Muslim envoy by a feudatory of the Greek emperor was an outrage which could not be passed over in silence and unpunished. An expedition consisting of 3,000 men was dispatched to exact reparation from the Ghassanid prince. The lieutenants of the Byzantine emperor, instead of disavowing the crime, adopted it, and thus made the quarrel an imperial one. Uniting their forces, they attacked the Muslims near Muta, a village not far from Balka in Syria, the scene of the murder. The Byzantines and their allies were repulsed, but the disparity of numbers was too great, and the Muslims retreated to Medina. Footnote: In this battle, Zayd, the son of Harith, who commanded the Muslim troops, Ja'far, the cousin of Muhammad, and several other notables were killed. End of footnote. It was about this time that the Quraysh and their allies, the Bani Bakr, in violation of the terms of peace concluded at Hudaybiyah, attacked the Bani Khuza'ah, who were under the protection of and in alliance with the Muslims. They massacred a number of the Khuza'ah and dispersed the rest. The Bani Khuza'ah brought their complaints to Muhammad and asked for justice. The reign of iniquity and oppression had lasted long at Mecca. The Meccans had themselves violated the peace, and some of their chief men had taken part in the massacre of the Khuza'ah. The Prophet immediately marched 10,000 men against the idolaters, with the exception of a slight resistance by Ikrimah, the son of Abu Jahl, who fell at Badr, and Safwan, the son of Umayyah, at the head of their respective clans, in which several Muslims were killed. Muhammad entered Mecca almost unopposed. Thus, at length, Muhammad entered Mecca as a conqueror. He who was once a fugitive and persecuted now came to prove his mission by deeds of mercy. The city, which had treated him so cruelly, driven him and his faithful band for refuge amongst strangers, which had sworn his life and the lives of his devoted disciples, lay at his feet. His old persecutors, relentless and ruthless, who had disgraced humanity by inflicting cruel outrages upon inoffensive men and women, and even upon the lifeless dead, were now completely at his mercy. But in the hour of triumph, every evil suffered was forgotten, every injury inflicted was forgiven, and a general amnesty was extended to the population of Mecca. Only 4 criminals, quote, whom justice condemned, and quote, made up Muhammad's proscription list when he entered as a conqueror the city of his bitterest enemies. The army followed his example and entered gently and peaceably. No house was robbed, no woman was insulted. Most truly has it been said that through all the annals of conquest there has been no triumphant entry like unto this one. But the idols of the nation were unrelentingly struck down. Sorrowfully the idolaters stood round and watched the downfall of the images they worshipped. And then dawned upon them the truth when they heard the old voice, at which they were wont to scoff and jeer, cry as he struck down the idols, "Truth has come, and falsehood vanisheth. Verily falsehood is evanescent." How utterly powerless were their gods! After destroying these ancient idols and abolishing every pagan rite, Muhammad delivered a sermon to the assembled people. He dwelt first upon the natural equality and brotherhood of mankind, in the words of the Koran, and then proceeded as follows: "Descendants of Quraysh, how do you think I should act towards you?" "With kindness and pity, gracious brother and nephew," replied they. At these words, says Tabari, tears came into the eyes of the Prophet, and he said, "I shall speak to you as Joseph spake unto his brothers. I shall not reproach you today. God will forgive. He is the most merciful and compassionate." And now was enacted a scene of which there is no parallel in the history of the world. Hosts upon hosts came and adopted the religion of Muhammad. Seated on the hill of Safa, he received the old pledge exacted before from Medanites. They would not adore anything. They would not commit larceny, adultery, or infanticide. They would not utter falsehood, nor speak evil of women. Thus were the words of the Quranic prophecy fulfilled. When arrives victory and assistance from God, and seest thou men enter in hosts the religion of God, then utter the praise of thy Lord, and implore his pardon, for he loveth to turn in mercy to those who seek him. Muhammad now saw his mission all but completed. His principal disciples were dispatched in every direction to call the wild tribes of the desert to Islam, and with strict injunctions to preach peace and goodwill. Only in case of violence were they to defend themselves. These injunctions were loyally obeyed with one exception. The men of Khalid bin Walid, under the orders of this fierce and newly converted warrior, killed a few of the Bani Jazima Bedouins, apparently mistaking them for hostile soldiers. But the other Muslims interfering prevented further massacre. The news of this wanton bloodshed deeply grieved the Prophet, and he cried, raising his hands towards heaven, "O Lord, I am innocent of what Khalid has done." He immediately dispatched Ali to make every possible reparation to the Bani Jazima for the outrage committed on them. This was a mission congenial to Ali's nature, and he executed it faithfully. He made careful inquiries as to the number of persons killed by Khalid, their status, and the losses incurred by their families, and paid the diya strictly. When every loss was made good, he distributed the remainder of the money he had brought among the kinsmen of the victims and other members of the tribe, gladdening every heart, says the chronicler, by his gentleness and benevolence. Carrying with him the blessings of the whole people, he returned to the Prophet, who overwhelmed him with thanks and praises. The formidable Bedouin tribes, the Hawazin, the Thaqif, and various others who pastured their flocks in the territories bordering Mecca, and some of whom possessed strongly fortified towns like Taif, unwilling to render obedience to the Muslims without resistance, formed a league with the intention of overwhelming Muhammad before he could make preparations to repulse their attack. His vigilance, however, disappointed them. After a well-contested battle fought near Hunain, a deep and narrow defile about 10 miles to the northeast of Mecca, the idolaters were defeated with great loss. Separating their forces, one body of the enemy, consisting principally of the Thaqif, took refuge in the city of Taif, which only 8 or 9 years before had driven the Prophet from within its walls with insults. The rest fled to a fortified camp in the valley of Autas. This was forced, and the families of the Hawazin, with all their worldly effects, their flocks and herds, fell into the hands of the Muslims. Taif was then besieged, but after a few days Muhammad raised the siege, well knowing that the pressure of circumstances would soon force the Taifites to submit without bloodshed. Returning to the place where the captured Hawazin were left for safety, he found a deputation from this powerful tribe awaiting his return to solicit the restoration of their families. Aware of the sensitiveness of the Arab nature regarding their rights, Muhammad replied to the Bedouin deputies that he could not force his people to abandon all the fruits of their victory, and that they must at least forfeit their effects if they would regain their families. To this they consented, and the following day, when Muhammad was offering the midday prayers, with his disciples ranged behind him, they came and repeated the request. "We supplicate the Prophet to intercede with the Muslims, and the Muslims to intercede with the Prophet, to restore us our women and children." Muhammad replied to the deputies, "My own share in the captives and that of the children of Abd al-Muttalib I give you back at once." His disciples, catching his spirit, instantaneously followed his example, and 6,000 people were in a moment set free. This generosity won the hearts of many of the Thaqif, who tendered their allegiance and became earnest Muslims. Footnote: the people of Taif were so called. The story told by Muir as a curious illustration of the Prophet's mode of life is apocryphal. It must be remembered, firstly, that the division of the booty had not taken place, and consequently the Prophet could not have given away as gift part of his own share. But this he had promised to the deputies before the division to restore to the Hawazin. The story is a fabrication and utterly worthless. And a footnote. The incident which followed, after the distribution of the forfeited flocks and herds of the Hawazin, shows not only the hold the Prophet had over the hearts of the Medanites and the devotion he inspired them with, but it also proves that at no period of his career had he any material reward to offer to his disciples. In the division of the spoil, a larger proportion fell to the share of the newly converted Meccans than to the people of Medina. Some of the Ansar looked upon this as an act of partiality, and their discontent reaching the ear of the Prophet, he ordered them to be assembled. He then addressed them in these words: "Ye Ansar, I have learned the discourse ye hold among yourselves. When I came amongst you, you were wandering in darkness, and the Lord gave you the right direction. You were suffering, and he made you happy. At enmity amongst yourselves, and he has filled your hearts with brotherly love and concord. Was it not so, tell me?" "Indeed, it is even as thou sayest," was the reply. "To the Lord and his Prophet belong benevolence and grace." "Nay, by the Lord," continued the Prophet, "but he might have answered, and answered truly, for I would have testified to its truth myself. Thou camest to us rejected as an impostor, and we believed in thee. Thou camest as a helpless fugitive, and we assisted thee. Poor as an outcast, and we gave thee an asylum. Comfortless, and we solaced thee. Ye Ansar, why disturb your hearts because of the things of this life? Are ye not satisfied that others should obtain the flocks and camels, while ye go back unto your homes with me in your midst? By him who holds my life in his hands, I shall never abandon you. If all mankind went one way, and the Ansar another, verily I would join the Ansar. The Lord be favorable unto them, and bless them, and their children, and their children's children. At these words, says the chronicler, they all wept until the tears ran down upon their beards. And they all cried with one voice, Yea, Prophet of God, we are well satisfied with our share. Thereupon they retired happy and contented. Muhammad soon after returned to Medina. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 8, The Year of Deputations. فاق النبيين في خلقي وفي خلقي ولم يدانوه في علمي ولا كرمي دع ما ادعت النصارى في نبيهم واحكم بما شئت مدحا فيه واحتكمي. قصيدة البردة. He surpassed all the prophets in constitution and disposition, nor any did approach him either in knowledge or nobleness. Avoid what the Christians assert about their prophet, but declare whatever else thou wishest in his praise, and contend for it. إن الرسول للنور يستداء به وصارم من سيوف الله مسلول. Banat Suad. Indeed, the prophet is a light from which guidance is sought, and a drawn sword out of God's swords. The 9th year of the Hijrah was noted for the embassies which flocked into Medina to render homage to the Prophet of Islam. The cloud which so long had rested over this land, with its wild chivalry, its blood feuds, and its heathenism, is now lifted forever. The age of barbarism is past. The conquest of Mecca decided the fate of idolatry in Arabia. The people who still regarded with veneration those beautiful moon goddesses, Manat, Lat, and Uzza, and their peculiar cult, were painfully awakened by the fall of its stronghold. Among the wild denizens of the desert, the moral effect of the submission of the Meccans was great. Deputations began to arrive from all sides to tender the allegiance and adherence of tribes hitherto most inimical to the Muslims. The principal companions of the Prophet and the leading citizens of Medina, at his request, received these envoys in their houses and entertained them with the time-honored hospitality of the Arabs. On departure, they always received an ample sum for the expenses of the road, with some additional presents corresponding to their rank. A written treaty guaranteeing the privileges of the tribe was often granted, and a teacher invariably accompanied the departing guests to instruct the newly converted people in the duties of Islam, and to see that every remnant of idolatry was obliterated from their midst. Whilst thus engaged in consolidating the tribes of Arabia under the new gospel, the great seer was alive to the dangers which threatened the new confederation from outside. The Byzantines seem about this time to have indulged in those dreams of Arabian conquests which had once before induced the founder of the Roman Empire to dispatch expeditions into that country. Heraclius had returned to his dominions elated by his victories over the Persians. His political vision could not have been blind to the strange events which were taking place in Arabia, and he had probably not forgotten the repulse of his lieutenants at the head of a large army by a handful of Arabs. During his stay in Syria, he had directed his feudatories to collect an overwhelming force for the invasion of Arabia. The news of these preparations was soon brought to Medina and caused some consternation among the Muslims. If the report was true, it meant a serious danger to the Islamic Commonwealth. Volunteers were summoned from all quarters to repel the threatened attack. Unfortunately, a severe drought had lately afflicted Hijaz and Najd. The date crops had been ruined, and the beasts of burden had died in large numbers, and the country people at large were unwilling to engage at this juncture on an expedition far from their homes. To some the time of the year seemed unreasonable, whilst the intensity of the heat, the hardships of the journey, and the marvelous stories regarding the power of the Byzantine Empire added largely to the fears of the timorous. Many applied to be exempted from service, and the Prophet acceded to the prayers of those who were either too weak or too poor to take up arms and leave their homes, and such others as had no one beside themselves to look after their families. Footnote: these were called al-Baka'un, the weepers, as they were distressed by their inability to join in the sacred enterprise of repelling a dangerous enemy. End of footnote. The unwillingness of the lukewarm was aggravated by the machinations of the Munafiqin, who spared no endeavors to fan it into discontent. Footnote: the machinations of the disaffected are censured in Surah 9, verse 82. These secret conspirators had for their rendezvous the house of a Jew named Suwailim near the suburb of Jasum. This house was ultimately razed to the ground. It was at this time that the great teacher made the prophecy that there will always be munafiqin in Islam to thwart the endeavors of the true followers of the faith to do good to their people. Add a footnote. The example, however, of the principal disciples and other sincere followers of the faith infused vitality into the hearts of the timorous, and shamed the backsliders into enthusiasm, which soon spread among the people. Contributions poured in from all sides. Abu Bakr offered all he possessed towards the expenses of the expedition. Uthman equipped and supplied at his own expense a large body of volunteers, and the other prominent and affluent Muslims were equally generous. The women brought their ornaments and jewelries and besought the Prophet to accept the same for the needs of the state. A sufficient force was eventually collected, and accompanied by the Prophet, the volunteers marched towards the frontier. Footnote: it was called the Jayshul Usra, the Army of Distress, owing to the difficulties with which it was collected. End of footnote. During his absence from Medina, the Prophet left Ali in charge of the city. The Munafiqin, with Abdullah ibn Ubay, had proceeded with the army as far as the Mount of Farewell, Thiniyatul Wada', but they quietly fell back from there and returned to the city. Here they spread the report that the Prophet had not taken his cousin with him, as he was apprehensive of the dangers of the expedition. Stung by the malicious rumor, Ali seized his arms and hastened after the army. Overtaking the troops, he told the Prophet what he had heard. Muhammad pronounced it to be a base calumny. "I have appointed thee my vicegerent, Khalifa, and left thee in my stead. Return then to thy post, and be my deputy over my people and thine. O Ali, art thou not content that thou art to me what Aaron was to Moses?" Footnote. فقال كذبوا ولكني خلفتك لما تركت ورائي فرجي فاخلفني في أهلي وأهلك أفلا ترضى يا علي أن تكون مني بمنزلة هارون من موسى. According to the Shias, the Prophet distinctly indicated in these words that Ali should be his successor. And a footnote. Ali accordingly returned to Medina. The sufferings of the troops from heat and thirst were intense. After a long and painful march, they reached Tabuk, a place situated midway between Medina and Damascus, where they halted. Here they learned to their amazement, and perhaps to their relief, that the apprehended attack was a Grecian dream, and that the emperor had his hands full at home. Finding, therefore, nothing at the moment to threaten the safety of the Medinite commonwealth, the Prophet ordered the Muslims to retrace their steps. After a sojourn of 20 days at Tabuk, where they found abundance of water for themselves and forage for their famished beasts of burden, the Muslims returned to Medina in the month of Ramadan. Footnote. According to Cousin de Percival, middle of December 630 AC. Chapter 4 of the Quran treats vividly of these events. At Tabuk, Muhammad received the submission of many of the neighboring chiefs. And a footnote. The Prophet's return to Medina was signalized by the arrival of a deputation from the refractory and hard-hearted idolaters of Taif, the very people who had driven the poor preacher from their midst with insults and violence. Urwa, the Taifite chief, who had been to Mecca after the Hudaybiyah incident as the Qurayshite envoy, was so impressed with the words of the teacher and his kindness that shortly after the accomplishment of his mission, he had come to the Prophet and embraced his religion. Though repeatedly warned by Muhammad of the dangers he ran among the bigoted of his city, he hastened back to Taif to proclaim his abjuration of idolatry and to invite his fellow citizens to share in the blessings imparted by the new faith. Arriving in the evening, he made public his conversion and called upon the people to join him. The following morning he again addressed them, but his words roused the priests and worshippers of Uzza into frenzy, and they literally stoned him to death. With his dying breath he said he had offered up his blood unto his master for the good of his people, and he thanked God for the honor of martyrdom, and as a last wish prayed his friends to bury him by the side of the Muslims who had fallen at Hunain. The dying words of Urwa had a greater effect upon his compatriots than all his endeavors whilst living. The martyr's blood blossomed into faith in the hearts of his murderers. Seized with sudden compunction, perhaps also wearying of their hostility with the tribes of the desert, the Taifites sent the deputation to which we have referred above to pray for forgiveness and permission to enter the circle of Islam. They begged, however, for a short respite for their idols. First they asked 2 years, then 1 year, and then 6 months, but all to no purpose. The grace of 1 month might surely be conceded, they argued at a last appeal. Muhammad was immovable. Islam and the idols could not exist together. They then begged for exemption from the daily prayers. Muhammad replied that without devotion religion could be nothing. Sorrowfully, at last, they submitted to all that was required of them. They were excused, however, from destroying the idols with their own hands, and the notorious Abu Sufyan, the son of Harb, the father of the well-known Muawiyah, the Judas Iscariot of Islam, one of those who have been stigmatized as the Mu'alafat al-Qulub, the nominal believers, for they had adopted the faith from policy, and Mughira, the nephew of Urwa, were selected for that work. They executed their commission amidst uproarious cries of despair and grief from the women of Taif. Footnote. The great number of deputations received by Muhammad in the 9th year has led to its being called the Year of Deputations, wafud, plural of wafat. The principal adhesions which followed immediately upon the conversion of the Thaqif were of the Himyarite princes of Yemen, of Mahra, of Aman, of the country of the Bahrain, and of the tribes domiciled in Yemama. End of footnote. The tribe of Tayy had about this time proved recalcitrant, and their disaffection was fostered by the idolatrous priesthood. A small force was dispatched under Ali to reduce them to obedience and to destroy their idols. Adi, the son of the famous Hatim, whose generosity and munificence have been sung by poets and minstrels throughout the Eastern world, was the chief of his tribe. On the approach of Ali, he fled to Syria, but his sister, with some of his principal clansmen, fell into the hands of the Muslims. They were conducted with every mark of respect and sympathy to Medina. Muhammad at once set the daughter of Hatim and her people at liberty, and bestowed on them many valuable gifts. She proceeded to Syria and told her brother of the nobleness of Muhammad. Touched by gratitude, Adi hastened to Medina to throw himself at the feet of the Prophet, and eventually embraced Islam. Returning to his people, he persuaded them to abjure idolatry, and the Bani Tayy, once so wedded to fetishism, became thenceforth devoted followers of the religion of Muhammad. Footnote. The conversion of Adi occurred in Rabi II of the 9th year, July-August 630 AC, and accordingly ought to have been placed before the expedition to Tabuk, but I have followed the order of the Arab historians. When the daughter of Hatim, whose name was Sufana, came before the Prophet, she addressed him in the following words: "Apostle of God, my father is dead. My brother, my only relation, fled into the mountains on the approach of the Muslims. I cannot ransom myself. It is thy generosity which I implore for my deliverance. My father was an illustrious man, the prince of his tribe, a man who ransomed prisoners, protected the honor of women, nourished the poor, consoled the afflicted, never rejected any demand. I am Sufana, daughter of Hatim." "Thy father," answered Muhammad, "had the virtues of a Mussulman. If it were permitted to me to invoke the mercy of God on any one whose life was passed in idolatry, I would pray to God for mercy for the soul of Hatim." Then, addressing the Muslims around him, he said, "The daughter of Hatim is free. Her father was a generous and humane man. God loves and rewards the merciful." And with Sufana all her people were set at liberty. The Persian poet Sa'adi has some beautiful lines in the Bustan concerning this touching episode. End of footnote. Another notable conversion, which took place about the same time as that of the Bani Tayy, is deserving of more than passing notice. Ka'b ibn Zuhair, a distinguished poet of the tribe of Mozaina, had placed himself under the ban by trying to incite hostilities against the Muslims. His brother was a Muslim and had counseled him strongly to renounce idolatry and embrace Islam. Ka'b, following the advice of his brother, came secretly to Medina and proceeded to the mosque where Muhammad was wont to preach. There he saw a man surrounded by Arabs listening to his words with the greatest veneration. He at once recognized the Prophet, and penetrating into the circle, said aloud, "Apostle of God, if I should bring before thee Ka'b as a Mussulman, would you pardon him?" "Yes," answered Muhammad. "It is I who am Ka'b, the son of Zuhair." Several people around the Prophet wanted leave to put him to death. "No," said the Prophet, "I have given him grace." Ka'b then begged permission to recite a qasida poem, which has always been considered a masterpiece of Arabic poetry. Footnote: called the Qasida of Banat Su'ad, from the opening words of the poem, which begins with the prologue usual in Arabic qasidas. The poet tells his grief at the departure of Su'ad, his beloved. She has left him, his heart is drooping, distracted and unhappy, following her train like a captive in chains. He praises her beauty, her sweet, soft voice, her bright laughter, her winsome smile. The theme suddenly changes, and the poet reaches the climax when he bursts forth into a song of praise of his great subject. The language throughout is sonorous and virile, a quality often wanting in the poems of later times, and the rhythmical swing and cadence are maintained with extraordinary evenness up to the last. End of footnote. When he came to the lines quoted at the head of this chapter, "The Prophet is the torch which has lighted up the world. He is the sword of God for destroying ungodliness," the Prophet bestowed on the poet his own mantle, which was afterwards sold by his family to Muawiyah for 14,000 dirhams, and after passing into the hands of Umayyads and Abbasids, is now in the possession of the Ottoman caliphs. Footnote: called the Khirkatul Sharif, the Holy Mantle, which is taken out as the national standard in times of great emergency. The Qasida of Banat Su'ad, which is sometimes also called the Qasidatul Burda, the Qasida of the Mantle, is different from the Qasidatul Burda of Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Sa'id, who flourished in the reign of Malik Zahir, which opens with the following lines: "Amin tadakkuri jiranin bidi salami, mazajta daman jara min muqlatin bidami." Is it from the remembrance of the neighbors at thee salam that thou hast mixed tears flowing from the eyes with blood? End of footnote. Hitherto no prohibition had issued against the heathens entering the Kaaba or performing their old idolatrous rites within its sacred precincts. It was now decided to put an end to this anomalous state, and remove once for all any possibility of a relapse into idolatry on the part of those upon whom the new and pure creed hung somewhat lightly. Accordingly, towards the end of this year, during the month of pilgrimage, Ali was commissioned to read a proclamation to the assembled multitudes on the day of the great sacrifice, Yawm un-Nahr, which should strike straight at the heart of idolatry and the immoralities attendant upon it. Quote, "No idolater shall, after this year, perform the pilgrimage. No one shall make the circuit of the temple naked." Footnote, alluding to a disgraceful custom of the idolatrous Arabs. End of footnote. "Whoever hath a treaty with the Prophet, it shall continue binding till its termination. For the rest, 4 months are allowed to every man to return to his territories. After that there will exist no obligation on the Prophet except towards those with whom treaties have been concluded." End quote. This declaration of discharge, as it is styled by Muslim writers, was a manifestation of far-sighted wisdom on the part of the Prophet. It was impossible for the state of society and morals which then existed to continue. The idolaters mixing year after year with the Muslim pilgrims, if allowed to perform the lascivious and degrading ceremonies of their cult, would soon have undone what Muhammad had so laboriously accomplished. History had already seen another gifted yet uncultured branch of the same stock as the Arabs settling among idolaters. Their leaders had tried to preserve the worship of Jehovah by wholesale butcheries of the worshippers of Baal. They had failed miserably. The Israelites had not only succumbed under the evil influences which surrounded them, but had even surpassed those whom they at first despised in the practice of nameless abominations. Muhammad felt that any compromise with heathenism would nullify all his work. He accordingly adopted means seemingly harsh, but yet benignant in their ultimate tendency. The vast concourse which had listened to Ali returned to their homes, and before the following year was over, the majority of them were Muslims. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 9, The Fulfillment of Muhammad's Mission. إذا جاء النصر الله والفتح فرأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. When the help of God and victory come, and thou seest the people entering into the religion of God in troops, celebrate the praise of thy Lord and ask pardon of him, for he is the forgiver. During this year, as in the preceding, numerous embassies poured into Medina from every part of Arabia to testify to the adhesion of their chiefs and their tribes. Footnote: in the 10th year of the Hijrah took place the conversions of the remaining tribes of Yemen and of Hijaz. Then followed the conversions of the tribes of Hazramut and Kinda. And a footnote. To the teachers whom Muhammad sent into the different provinces, he invariably gave the following instructions. Deal gently with the people and be not harsh. Cheer them and contemn them not. And ye will meet with many people of the books, footnote, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, and a footnote, who will question thee, what is the key to heaven? Reply to them, the key to heaven is to testify to the truth of God and to do good work. The mission of Muhammad was now achieved. In the midst of a nation steeped in barbarism, a prophet had arisen, quote, to rehearse unto them the signs of God, to sanctify them, to teach them the scriptures and knowledge, them who before had been in utter darkness. End quote. He found them sunk in a degrading and sanguinary superstition. He inspired them with the belief in one sole God of truth and love. He saw them disunited and engaged in perpetual war with each other. He united them by the ties of brotherhood and charity. From time immemorial the peninsula had been wrapped in absolute moral darkness. Spiritual life was utterly unknown. Neither Judaism nor Christianity had made any lasting impression on the Arab mind. The people were sunk in superstition, cruelty, and vice. Incest and the diabolical custom of female infanticide were common. The eldest son inherited his father's widows as property with the rest of the estate. The worse than inhuman fathers buried alive their infant daughters, and this crime, which was most rife among the tribes of Quraysh and Kinda, was regarded as among the Hindu Rajputs a mark of pride. The idea of a future existence and of retribution of good and evil were as motives of human action practically unknown. Only a few years before, such was the condition of Arabia. What a change had these few years witnessed! The angel of heaven had veritably passed over the land, and breathed harmony and love into the hearts of those who had hitherto been engrossed in the most revolting practices of semi-barbarism. What had once been a moral desert, where all laws, human and divine, were contemned and infringed without remorse, was now transformed into a garden. Idolatry, with its nameless abominations, was utterly destroyed. Islam furnishes the only solitary example of a great religion which, though preached among a nation and reigning for the most part among a people not yet emerged from the dawn of an early civilization, had succeeded in effectually restraining its votaries from idolatry. This phenomenon has been justly acknowledged as the preeminent glory of Islam, and the most remarkable evidence of the genius of its founder. Long had Christianity and Judaism tried to wean the Arab tribes from their gross superstition, their inhuman practices, and their licentious immorality. But it was not till they heard, quote, the spirit-stirring strains of the appointed of God, quote, that they become conscious of the God of truth, overshadowing the universe with his power and love. Henceforth their aims are not of this earth alone. There is something beyond the grave, higher, pure, and diviner, calling them to the practice of charity, goodness, justice, and universal love. God is not merely the God of today or of tomorrow, carved out of wood or stone, but the mighty, loving, merciful Creator of the world. Muhammad was the source, under providence, of this new awakening, the bright fountain from which flowed the stream of their hopes of eternity, and to him they paid a fitting obedience and reverence. They were all animated with one desire, namely, to serve God in truth and purity, to obey his laws reverently in all the affairs of life. The truths and maxims, the precepts which from time to time during the past 20 years Muhammad had delivered to his followers, were embalmed in their hearts, and had become the ruling principles of every action. Law and morality were united. Quote, never since the days when primitive Christianity startled the world from its sleep and waged a mortal conflict with heathenism had men seen the like arousing of spiritual life, the like faith that suffered sacrifices and took joyfully the spoiling of goods for conscience' sake. Footnote: Muir. Coming from an avowed enemy of Islam, this observation is of the utmost value. End of footnote. The mission of Muhammad was now accomplished, and in this fact, the fact of the whole work being achieved in his lifetime, lies his distinctive superiority over the prophets, sages, and philosophers of other times and other countries. Jesus, Moses, Zoroaster, Sakyamuni, Plato, all had their notions of realms of God, their republics, their ideas, through which degraded humanity was to be elevated into a new moral life. All had departed from this world with their aspirations unfulfilled, their bright visions unrealized, or had bequeathed the task of elevating their fellow men to sanguinary disciples or monarch pupils. Footnote: a Joshua among the Israelites, an Ashoka among the Buddhists, a Darius among the Zoroastrians, a Constantine among the Christians. End of footnote. It was reserved for Muhammad to fulfill his mission and that of his predecessors. It was reserved for him alone to see accomplished the work of amelioration. No royal disciple came to his assistance with edicts to enforce the new teachings. May not the Muslims justly say the entire work was the work of God? The humble preacher, who had only the other day been hunted out of the city of his birth, and been stoned out of the place where he had betaken himself to preach God's words, had within the short space of 9 years lifted up his people from the abysmal depths of moral and spiritual degradation to a conception of purity and justice. His life is the noblest record of a work nobly and faithfully performed. He infused vitality into a dormant people. He consolidated a congeries of warring tribes into a nation inspired into action with the hope of everlasting life. He concentrated into a focus all the fragmentary and broken lights which had ever fallen on the heart of man. Such was his work, and he performed it with an enthusiasm and fervor which admitted no compromise, conceived no halting, with indomitable courage which brooked no resistance and allowed no fear of consequences, with a singleness of purpose which thought of no self. The religion of divine unity preached on the shores of Galilee had given place to the worship of an incarnate God. The old worship of a female deity had revived among those who professed the creed of the Master of Nazareth. The recluse of Hira, the unlettered philosopher, born among a nation of unyielding idolaters, impressed ineffaceably the unity of God and the equality of man upon the minds of the nations who once heard his voice. His quote-unquote democratic thunder was the signal for the uprise of the human intellect against the tyranny of priests and rulers. In, quote, that world of wrangling creeds and oppressive institutions, end quote, when the human soul was crushed under the weight of unintelligible dogmas, and the human body trampled under the tyranny of vested interests, he broke down the barriers of caste and exclusive privileges. He swept away with his breath the cobwebs which self-interest had woven in the path of man to God. He abolished all exclusiveness in man's relation to his Creator. This unlettered prophet, whose message was for the masses, proclaimed the value of knowledge and learning. By the pen, man's works are recorded. By the pen, man is to be judged. The pen is the ultimate arbiter of human actions in the sight of the Lord. His persistent and unvarying appeal to reason and to the ethical faculty of mankind, his rejection of miracles, quote, his thoroughly democratic conception of divine government, the universality of his religious ideal, his simple humanity, end quote, all serve to differentiate him from his predecessors. All affiliate him, says the author of Oriental Religions, with the modern world, end quote. His life and work are not wrapped in mystery. No fairy tale has been woven round his personality. When the hosts of Arabia came flocking to join his faith, the prophet felt that his work was accomplished, and, under the impression of his approaching end, he determined to make a farewell pilgrimage to Mecca. On the 25th of Dhul-Qa'dah, 23rd February 632, the prophet left Medina with an immense concourse of Muslims. Footnote: it is said that from 90,000 to 140,000 people accompanied the prophet. This pilgrimage is called the Hajjat al-Balagh, the Great Hajj, or Hajjatul Islam, the Hajj of Islam, and sometimes Hajjat al-Wada', pilgrimage of farewell, and a footnote. On his arrival at Mecca, and before completing all the rites of the pilgrimage, he addressed the assembled multitude from the top of the Jabal ul-Arafat, 8th Dhul-Hijjah, 7th March, in words which should ever live in the hearts of all Muslims. Ye people, listen to my words, for I know not whether another year will be vouchsafed to me after this year to find myself amongst you at this place. Your lives and property are sacred and inviolable amongst one another until ye appear before the Lord, as this day and this month is sacred for all. And remember, ye shall have to appear before your Lord, who shall demand from you an account of all your actions. Ye people, ye have rights over your wives, and your wives have rights over you. Treat your wives with kindness and love. Verily, ye have taken them on the security of God, and have made their persons lawful unto you by the words of God. Keep always faithful to the trust reposed in you, and avoid sins. Usury is forbidden. Footnote: Riba, or interest in kind, was prohibited, but not legitimate profit on advances or loans for purposes of business or trade. No one who realized the economic condition of Arabia can fail to appreciate the wisdom of this rule. In fact, the same reasons which impelled the great prophet to forbid usury in his country induced the Christian divines up to nearly the end of the 17th century of the Christian era to anathematize against usury. The elder Disraeli's chapter on this subject in his Curiosities of Literature is most interesting. And a footnote. The debtor shall return only the principal, and the beginning will be made with the loans of my uncle Abbas, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Footnote. This shows that Abbas must have been a rich man. In the application of the rule against riba and blood feud, the Prophet set to his fiery people the example of self-denial in his own family. And a footnote. Henceforth, the vengeance of blood practiced in the days of paganism, Jahiliyyah, is prohibited, and all blood feud abolished, commencing with the murder of Ibn Rabi'a, son of Harith, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Footnote. Ibn Rabi'a, a cousin of the Prophet. He was confided in his infancy to the care of a family of the Bani Layth. This child was cruelly murdered by the members of the tribe of Huzail, but the murder was not yet avenged. And a footnote. And your slaves, see that ye feed them with such food as ye eat yourselves, and clothe them with the stuff ye wear. And if they commit a fault which ye are not inclined to forgive, then part from them, for they are the servants of the Lord, and are not to be harshly treated. Ye people, listen to my words and understand the same. Know that all Muslims are brothers unto one another. Ye are one brotherhood. Nothing which belongs to another is lawful unto his brother, unless freely given out of good will. Guard yourselves from committing injustice. Let him that is present tell it unto him that is absent. Haply he that shall be told may remember better than he who hath heard it. Footnote. After each sentence the Prophet stopped, and his words were repeated in a stentorian voice by Rabi'a, the son of Umayyah, son of Khalaf, who stood below, so that whatever was said was heard by the entire assembled host. And a footnote. This Sermon on the Mount, less poetically beautiful, certainly less mystical than the other, appeals by its practicality and strong common sense to higher minds, and is also adapted to the capacity and demands of inferior natures which require positive and comprehensive directions for moral guidance. Towards the conclusion of the sermon, the Prophet, overcome by the sight of the intense enthusiasm of the people as they drank in his words, exclaimed, O Lord, I have delivered my message and accomplished my work. The assembled host below with one voice cried, Yea, verily thou hast. O Lord, I beseech thee, bear thou witness unto it. With these words the Prophet finished his address, which, according to the traditions, was remarkable for its length, its eloquence, and enthusiasm. Soon after the necessary rites of the pilgrimage being finished, the Prophet returned with his followers to Medina. Footnote. Abdullah the son of Ubay, the head of the Munafiqeen, died in the month of Dhul Qa'dah, February 631 AC. In his last moments he solicited the Prophet to say the funeral prayers over him. Muhammad, who never rejected the wishes of a dying man, against the remonstrances of Umar, who reminded him of the persistent opposition and calumny of Abdullah, offered the prayers and with his own hands lowered the body into the grave. End of footnote. The last year of Muhammad's life was spent in that city. He settled the organization of the provinces and tribal communities which had adopted Islam and become the component parts of the Muslim Federation. In fact, though the faith had not penetrated among the Arab races settled in Syria and Mesopotamia, most of whom were Christians, the whole of Arabia now followed the Islamic faith. Officers were sent to the provinces and to the various tribes for the purpose of teaching the people the duties of Islam, administering justice, and collecting the tithes or zakat. Muaz ibn Jabal was sent to Yemen, and Muhammad's parting injunction to him was to rely on his own judgment in the administration of affairs in the event of not finding any authority in the Quran. To Ali, whom he deputed to Yamama, he said, "When two parties come before you for justice, do not decide before hearing both." Preparations were also commenced for sending an expedition under Osama, the son of Zayd, who was killed at Muta, against the Byzantines to exact the long-delayed reparation for the murder of the envoy in Syria. In fact, the troops were already encamped outside the city, ready for the start. But the poison which had been given to the Prophet by the Jews at Khaybar, and which had slowly penetrated into his system, began now to show its effects, and it became evident that he had not long to live. The news of his approaching end led to the stoppage of the expedition under Osama. It had also the effect of producing disorder in some of the outlying provinces. 3 pretenders started up, claiming divine commission for their reign of licentiousness and plunder. They gave themselves out as prophets, and tried by all kinds of imposture to win over their tribes. One of these, the most dangerous of all, was Ayhala ibn Ka'b, better known as Al-Aswad, the Black. He was a chief of Yemen, a man of great wealth and equal sagacity, and a clever conjurer. Among his simple tribesmen, the conjuring tricks he performed invested him with a divine character. He soon succeeded in gaining them over, and with their help reduced to subjection many of the neighboring towns. He killed Shahr, who had been appointed by Muhammad to the governorship of Sana'a in the place of Bazan, his father, who had just died. Bazan had been the viceroy of Yemen under the Khosrois of Persia, and after his adoption of Islam was continued in his viceroyalty by the Prophet. He had during his lifetime exercised great influence not only over his Persian compatriots settled in Yemen, who were called by the name of Abna, but also over the Arabs of the province. His example had led to the conversion of all the Persian settlers of Yemen. Al-Aswad, the impostor, had massacred Shahr and forcibly married his wife Marzbana. He was killed by Abna, assisted by Marzbana, when he was lying drunk after one of his orgies. The other 2 pretenders, Tulayha, son of Khuwailid, and Abu Thumama Haran, son of Habib, commonly called Musaylama, were not suppressed until the accession of Abu Bakr to the caliphate. Musaylama had the audacity to address the Prophet in the following terms: From Musaylama, Prophet of God, to Muhammad, Prophet of God, salutations. I am your partner. The power must be divided between us, half the earth for me, the other half for your Qurayshites. But the Qurayshites are a grasping people, not given to justice. Muhammad's reply reveals his sterling nature. In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate, from Muhammad, the Prophet of God, to Musaylama, the liar. Footnote: Kadhab, superlative of kadhib, and a footnote. Peace is on those who follow the right path. The earth belongs to God. He bestows it on such of his servants as he pleaseth. The future is to the pious, i.e., only those prosper who fear the Lord. The last days of the Prophet were remarkable for the calmness and serenity of his mind, which enabled him, though weak and feeble, to preside at the public prayers until within 3 days of his death. One night at midnight he went to the place where his old companions were lying in the slumber of death, and prayed and wept by their tombs, invoking God's blessing for his, quote, companions resting in peace, end quote. He chose Aisha's house close to the mosque for his stay during his illness, and, as long as his strength lasted, took part in the public prayers. The last time he appeared in the mosque, he was supported by his 2 cousins, Ali and Fadl, the son of Abbas. A smile of inexpressible sweetness played over his countenance, and was remarked by all who surrounded him. After the usual praises and hymns to God, he addressed the multitude thus: Muslims, if I have wronged any one of you, here I am to answer for it. If I owe aught to anyone, all I may happen to possess belongs to you. Upon hearing this, a man in the crowd rose and claimed 3 dirhams, which he had given to a poor man at the Prophet's request. They were immediately paid back with the words, "Better to blush in this world than in the next." The Prophet then prayed and implored heaven's mercy for those present, and for those who had fallen in the persecutions of their enemies, and recommended to all his people the observance of religious duties and the practice of a life of peace and goodwill, and concluded with the following words of the Koran: "The dwelling of the other life we will give unto them who do not seek to exalt themselves on earth or to do wrong, for the happy issue shall attend the pious." After this, Muhammad never again appeared at public prayers. His strength rapidly failed. At noon on Monday, 12th of Rabi the 1st, 11 AH, 8th of June, 632 AC, whilst praying earnestly in whisper, the spirit of the great Prophet took flight to the, quote, blessed companionship on high, end quote. So ended a life consecrated from first to last to the service of God and humanity. Is there another to be compared to his with all its trials and temptations? Is there another which has stood the fire of the world and come out so unscathed? The humble preacher had risen to be the ruler of Arabia, the equal of Khosroes and of Caesar, the arbiter of the destinies of a nation. But the same humility of spirit, the same nobility of soul and purity of heart, austerity of conduct, refinement and delicacy of feeling, and stern devotion to duty, which had won him the title of El Amin, combined with a severe sense of self-examination, are ever the distinguishing traits of his character. Once in his life, whilst engaged in a religious conversation with an influential citizen of Mecca, he had turned away from a humble, blind seeker of the truth. He is always recurring to this incident with remorse and proclaiming God's disapprobation. Footnote: The surah in connection with this incident is known by the title of He Frowned, and runs thus: The Prophet frowned and turned aside, because the blind man came to him. And how knowest thou whether he might not have been cleansed from his sins, or whether he might have been admonished and profited thereby? As for the man that is rich, him thou receivest graciously, and thou carest not that he is not cleansed. But as for him that cometh unto thee earnestly seeking his salvation, and trembling anxiously, him dost thou neglect. By no means shouldst thou act thus. After this, whenever the prophet saw the poor blind man, he used to go out of his way to do him honor, saying, The man is thrice welcome, on whose account my Lord hath reprimanded me. And he made him twice governor of Medina. See the remark of Bosworth Smith on Muir about this incident. And a footnote. A nature so pure, so tender, and yet so heroic, inspires not only reverence but love, and naturally the Arabian writers dwell with the proudest satisfaction on the graces and intellectual gifts of the son of Abdullah. His courteousness to the great, his affability to the humble, and his dignified bearing to the presumptuous procured him the universal respect and admiration. His countenance reflected the benevolence of his heart. Profoundly read in the volume of nature, though ignorant of letters, with an expansive mind, elevated by deep communion with the soul of the universe, he was gifted with the power of influencing equally the learned and the unlearned. Withal, there was a majesty in his face, an air of genius, which inspired all who came in contact with him with a feeling of veneration and love. His singular elevation of mind, his extreme delicacy and refinement of feeling, his purity and truth, formed the constant theme of the traditions. He was most indulgent to his inferiors, and would never allow his awkward little page to be scolded whatever he did. 10 years, said Anas, his servant, was I about the Prophet, and he never said so much as "Oof" to me. He was very affectionate towards his family. One of his boys died on his breast in the smoky house of the nurse, a blacksmith's wife. He was very fond of children. He would stop them on the streets and pat their little cheeks. He never struck anyone in his life. The worst expression he ever made use of in conversation was, "What has come to him? May his forehead be darkened with mud." Footnote. Mr. Poole's estimate of Muhammad is so beautiful and yet so truthful that I cannot resist the temptation to quote it here. There is something so tender and womanly, and withal so heroic about the man, that one is in peril of finding the judgment unconsciously blinded by the feeling of reverence and well-nigh love that such a nature inspires. He who, standing alone, braved for years the hatred of his people, is the same who was never the first to withdraw his hand from another's clasp. The beloved of children, who never passed a group of little ones without a smile from his wonderful eyes and a kind word for them, sounding all the kinder in that sweet-toned voice. The frank friendship, the noble generosity, the dauntless courage and hope of the man all tend to melt criticism into admiration. He was an enthusiast in that noblest sense when enthusiasm becomes the salt of the earth, the one thing that keeps men from rotting whilst they live. Enthusiasm is often used despitefully, because it is joined to an unworthy cause, or falls upon barren ground and bears no fruit. So was it not with Muhammad. He was an enthusiast when enthusiasm was the one thing needed to set the world aflame, and his enthusiasm was noble for a noble cause. He was one of those happy few who have attained the supreme joy of making one great truth their very life-spring. He was the messenger of the one God, and never to his life's end did he forget who he was, or the message which was the marrow of his being. He brought his tidings to his people with a grand dignity sprung from the consciousness of his high office, together with the most sweet humility, whose roots lay in the knowledge of his own weakness. And a footnote. When asked to curse someone, he replied, "I have not been sent to curse, but to be a mercy to mankind." He visited the sick, followed every bier he met, accepted the invitation of a slave to dinner, mended his own clothes, milked his goats, and waited upon himself, relates summarily another tradition. He never first withdrew his hand from another's palm, and turned not before the other had turned. His hand was the most generous, his breast the most courageous, his tongue the most truthful. He was the most faithful protector of those he protected, the sweetest and most agreeable in conversation. Those who saw him were suddenly filled with reverence. Those who came near him loved him. They who described him would say, "I have never seen his like, either before or after." He was of great taciturnity, and when he spoke with emphasis and deliberation, and no one could ever forget what he said. Quote, "Modesty and kindness, patience, self-denial, and generosity pervaded his conduct, and riveted the affections of all around him. With the bereaved and afflicted he sympathized tenderly. He shared his food even in times of scarcity with others, and was sedulously solicitous for the personal comfort of every one about him." End of quote. He would stop in the streets listening to the sorrows of the humblest. He would go to the houses of the lowliest to console the afflicted and to comfort the heartbroken. The meanest slaves would take hold of his hand and drag him to their masters to obtain redress for ill treatment or release from bondage. He never sat down to a meal without first invoking a blessing, and never rose without uttering a thanksgiving. His time was regularly apportioned. During the day, when not engaged in prayers, he received visitors and transacted public affairs. At night he slept little, spending most of the hours in devotion. He loved the poor and respected them, and many who had no home or shelter of their own slept at night in the mosque contiguous to his house. Each evening it was his custom to invite some of them to partake of his humble fare. The others became the guests of his principal disciples. His conduct towards the bitterest of his enemies was marked by a noble clemency and forbearance. Stern almost to severity to the enemies of the state, mockings, affronts, outrages, and persecutions towards himself were, in the hour of triumph, synonymous with the hour of trial to the human heart, all buried in oblivion, and forgiveness was extended to the worst criminal. Mohammed was extremely simple in his habits. His mode of life, his dress, and his belongings retained to the very last a character of patriarchal simplicity. Many a time, Abu Huraira reports, had the Prophet to go without a meal. Dates and water frequently formed his only nourishment. Often, for months together, no fire could be lighted in his house from scantiness of means. God, say the Muslim historians, had indeed put before him the key to the treasures of this world, but he refused it. The mind of this remarkable teacher was, in its intellectualism and progressive ideals, essentially modern. External quote-unquote striving was in his teachings a necessity of human existence. Quote, "Man cannot exist without constant effort. ليس الإنسان إلى ما سعى. The effort is from me, its fulfillment comes from God." السعي مني والإتمام من الله. The world, he taught, was a well-ordered creation, regulated and guided by a supreme intelligence overshadowing the universe. Everything is pledged to its own time, he declared. كل أمر مرهون بأقواته. And yet human will was free to work for its own salvation. His sympathy was universal. It was he who invoked the mercy of the Creator on all living beings. Rahmatun lil alamin. It was he who pronounced the saving of one human life as tantamount to the saving of humanity. His social conception was constructive, not disintegrating. In his most exalted mood, he never overlooked the sanctity of family life. To him, the service of humanity was the highest act of devotion. His call to his faithful was not to forsake those to whom they owed a duty, but in the performance of that duty to earn quote-unquote merit and reward. Children were a trust from God, to be brought up in tenderness and affection. Parents were to be respected and loved. The circle of duty embraced in its fold kindred, neighbor, and the humble being, quote, whose mouth was in the dust. 14 centuries have passed since he delivered his message, but time has made no difference in the devotion he inspired, and today, as then, the faithful have in their hearts and on their lips those memorable words, Ruhi fidaka ya Rasulullah. May my life be thy sacrifice, O Prophet of God. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 10, The Apostolical Succession. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا. Hold fast, all ye, to the rock of God, and be not disunited. The spiritual life the Prophet had infused into his people did not end with his life. From the first it was an article of faith that he was present in spirit with the worshippers at their prayers, and that his successors in the ministry were his representatives. The immanence of the Master Spirit during the devotions establishes the harmony between the soul of man and the divine essence. Amongst all the dynastic rivalries and schismatic strife, this mystical conception of his spiritual presence at the prayers has imparted a force to the faith which cannot be overestimated. The two great sects into which Islam became divided at an early stage are agreed that the religious efficacy of the rights and duties prescribed by the law, the Sharia, depends on the existence of the vicegerent and representative of the Prophet, who, as such, is the religious head, imam, of the faith and the faithful. The adherents of the apostolical imams have a development and philosophy of their own quite distinct from, quote, the followers of the traditions, end quote. According to them, the spiritual heritage bequeathed by the Prophet devolved on Ali and his descendants by Fatima, the Prophet's daughter. They hold that the imamate descends by divine appointment in the apostolic line. They do not regard the pontificate of Abu Bakr, Omar, and Uthman as rightful. They consider that Ali, who was indicated by the Prophet as his successor, was the first rightful caliph and imam of the faithful, and that after his assassination the spiritual headship descended in succession to his and Fatima's posterity in, quote, the direct male line, end quote, until it came to Imam Hassan al-Askari, 11th in descent from Ali, who died in the year 874 AC, or 260 of the Hijrah, in the reign of the Abbasid Caliph Mu'tamid. Upon his death, the imamate devolved upon his son Muhammad, surnamed Al-Mahdi, the guide, the last imam. The story of these imams of the house of Muhammad is intensely pathetic. The father of Hassan was deported from Medina to Samarra by the tyrant Mutawakkil and detained there until his death. Similarly, Hassan was kept a prisoner by the jealousy of Mutawakkil's successors. His infant son, barely 5 years of age, pining for his father, entered in search of him a cavern not far from their house. From that cavern the child never returned. The pathos of this calamity culminated in the hope, the expectation, which fills the hearts of all Shias, that the child may return to relieve a sorrowing and sinful world of its burden of sin and oppression. So late as the 14th century of the Christian era, when Ibn Khaldun was writing his great work, the Shias were wont to assemble at eventide at the entrance of the cavern and supplicate the missing child to return to them. After a long and wistful waiting, they dispersed to their homes, disappointed and sorrowful. This, says Ibn Khaldun, was a daily occurrence. Quote, "When they were told it was hardly possible the child could be alive, they answered that, as the Prophet Khidr was alive, why should not their Imam be alive also?" End quote. This Imam bears among the Shias the titles the Muntazir, the expected, the Hujjah, or the proof of the truth, and the Qa'im, the living. The philosophical student of religions will not fail to observe the strange similarity of the Shia and the Sunni beliefs to older ideas. Among the Zoroastrians, the persecution of the Seleucidae engendered the belief that a divinely appointed savior, whose name was Zosios, would issue from Khorasan to release them from the hated bondage of the foreigner. The same cause gives birth to that burning anticipation among the Jews in the advent of the Messiah. The Jew believes that the Messiah is yet to come. The Sunni, like him, believes that the Savior of Islam is still unborn. The Christian believes that the Messiah has come and gone and will come again. The Athna Ashariya, like the Christian, awaits the reappearance of the Mahdi, the guide, who is to save the world from evil and oppression. The origin of these conceptions and the reasons for their diversity are traceable to like causes. The phenomena of the age in which the idea of the Mahdi took shape in its two distinct forms were similar to those visible in the history of the older faiths. Every eventide the prayer goes up to heaven in Islam, as in Judaism and Christianity, for the advent of the divinely appointed guide to redeem the world from sorrow and sin. The Shia believes that the Imam, though ghaib, absent, is always present in spirit at all the devotions of his fold. The expounders of the law and the ministers of religion are his representatives on earth, and even the secular chiefs represent him in the temporal affairs of the world. Another point of difference between them and the Sunnis consists in the qualities required for the imamate. According to the Shias, the imam must be sinless or immaculate, ma'soom, a quality which their imams alone possess, and that he must be the most excellent, afdal, of mankind. The Sunni doctrines which govern the lives, thoughts, and conduct of the bulk of the Muslim world are diametrically opposed to the Shia conception. The Sunni religious law insists that the Imam must be actually present in person to impart religious efficacy to the devotions of the faithful, and that, were it not possible for him to lead the prayers, he should be represented by persons possessing the necessary qualifications. These doctrines are enunciated in detail in most works on jurisprudence and scholastic theology. The Khilafah, it is explained, is the vicegerency of the Prophet. It is ordained by divine law for the perpetuation of Islam and the continued observance of its laws and rules. For the existence of Islam, therefore, there must always be a caliph, an actual and direct representative of the master. The imamate is the spiritual leadership, but the two dignities are inseparable. The vicegerent of the Prophet is the only person entitled to lead the prayers when he can himself be present. No one else can assume his functions unless directly or indirectly, quote-unquote, deputed by him. Between the imam and the ma'mum, footnote, this is the term used in the Fatawa-i Alamgiri. The individual follower is usually called the muqtadi, and a footnote, or congregation. There is a spiritual tie which binds the one to the other in the fealty of the faith. There is no inconsistency between this dogma and the rule that there is no priesthood in Islam. Each man pleads for himself before his Lord, and each soul holds communion with God without the intermediation of any other human being. The imam is the link between the individual worshipper and the evangel of Islam. This mystical element in the religion of Islam forms the foundation of its remarkable solidarity. The above remarks serve to emphasize the statement in the Dur al-Mukhtar that imamate is of two kinds, the imamat al-kubra and the imamat al-sughra, the supreme spiritual headship and the minor derivative right to officiate at the devotions of the faithful. The Imam al-Kabir, the supreme pontiff, is the caliph of the Sunni world. He combines in his person the spiritual and temporal authority which devolves on him as the vicegerent of the master. Secular affairs are conducted by him in consultation with counselors as under the first four caliphs, or as in later times by delegates collectively or individually. Similarly with religious and spiritual matters. But in the matter of public prayers, unless physically prostrate, he is bound to conduct the congregational service in person. Among the Shias, even Friday prayers and prayers offered at the well-known festivals may validly be performed individually and in private. According to the Sunni doctrines, congregational prayers, where mosques or other places of public worship are accessible, are obligatory. Abstention from attendance without a valid reason is a sin, and the defaulters incur even temporal penalties. In Najd, under the rule of the Wahhabis, who have been called the Covenanters of Islam, laggards were whipped into the mosque. And today, under Ibn Saud, his followers, who designate themselves Ikhwan, or brothers in faith, pursue the same method for enforcing the observance of religious rites. Prayers bil jama'ah, being obligatory, fardain, naturally made the presence of the imam absolutely obligatory. Footnote: there is absolute consensus on these points among the different Sunni schools. The jurist Khalil ibn Ishaq, the author of the monumental work on Maliki law, enunciates the rules in the same terms as the Hanafis and the Shafi'is. And a footnote. The Sunnis affirm that when stricken by his last illness, the Prophet deputed Abu Bakr to lead the prayers. On his death, but before he was consigned to his grave, the master's nomination was accepted by the quote-unquote congregation, and Abu Bakr was installed as his vicegerent by the unanimous suffrage of the Muslims. And this has ever since been the universal practice in all regular lines. Amongst the qualifications necessary for occupying the pontifical seat, the first and most essential is that he must be a Muslim belonging to the Sunni communion, capable of exercising supreme temporal authority, free of all outside control. The Sunnis do not require that the imam should be ma'soom, or that he should be, quote, the most excellent of mankind," end quote. Nor do they insist on his descent from the Prophet. According to them, he should be an independent ruler, without any personal defects, a man of good character, possessed of the capacity to conduct the affairs of the state and to lead at prayers. The early doctors, on the authority of a saying of the Prophet, have included a condition that comes at the end of the passage relating to the qualities necessary for the imamate, viz., that the Caliph Imam should be a Quraysh by birth. The avowed object of inserting this condition, as is stated both in the Dur al-Mukhtar and the Rad al-Muhtar, was to nullify the Shia contention that the imamate was restricted to the house of Muhammad, the descendants of Ali and Fatima, and to bring in the first three caliphs and the Umayyad and the Abbasid caliphs into the circle of legitimate imams. The great jurist and historian Ibn Khaldun, footnote, for many years Malikite chief Qadi of Cairo, and a footnote, a contemporary of Tamerlane, who died in the year 1406 A.C., long before the house of Uthman attained the caliphate, has dealt at great length with this condition in his Muqaddamat, Prolegomena. He does not dispute the genuineness of the saying on which it is based, but explains that it was a mere recommendation, which was due to the circumstances of the times. He points out that when the Islamic dispensation was given to the world, the tribe of Quraysh were the most advanced and most powerful in Arabia, and in recommending or desiring that the temporal and spiritual guardianship of the Muslims should be confined to a member of his own tribe, the Prophet was thinking of the immediate future rather than of laying down a hard and fast rule of succession. At that time, a qualified and capable ruler of Islam could only be found among the Quraysh, hence the recommendation that the Caliph and Imam should be chosen from among them. This view, eloquently expressed by one of the most learned of Sunni jurisconsults, is universally accepted by the modern doctors, the Mutaakhirin, that, subject to the fulfillment of all other conditions, the law imposes no tribal or racial restriction in the choice of an imam. Abu Bakr, before his death, had nominated Omar his successor in the vicegerency, and the appointment was accepted by the quote-unquote universality of the people, including the house of Muhammad. Omar died from the effects of a mortal wound inflicted on him by a Christian or Magian fanatic who considered himself aggrieved by the acts of this great caliph. To avoid all imputation of favoritism, Omar had, before his death, appointed an electoral committee consisting of 6 eminent members of the Muslim congregation to choose his successor. Their choice fell on Uthman, a descendant of Umayyah, who was installed as caliph with the suffrage of the people. On Uthman's unhappy death, Ali, the son-in-law of the Prophet, who, according to the Shias, was entitled by right to the imamate in direct succession to the Prophet, was proclaimed caliph and imam. The husband of Fatima united in his person the hereditary right with that of election, but his endeavor to remedy the evils which had crept into the administration under his aged predecessor raised against him a host of enemies. Muawiyah, an Umayyad by descent, who held the governorship of Syria under Uthman, raised the standard of revolt. Ali proceeded to crush the rebellion, but, after an indecisive battle, was struck down by the hand of an assassin whilst at his devotions in the public mosque of Kufa in Iraq. With Ali ended what is called by the early Sunni doctors of law and theologians the Khilafat al-Kamila, the perfect caliphate, for in each case their title to the rulership of Islam was perfected by the universal suffrage of the Muslim nation. On Ali's death, Muawiyah obtained an assignment of the caliphate from Hassan, the eldest son of Ali, who had been elected to the office by the unanimous voice of the people of Kufa and its dependencies, and received the suffrage of the people of Syria to his assumption of the high office. This happened in 661 A.C. It should be noted that the Umayyads and the Hashemites were two offshoots from one common stock, that of Quraysh. Bitter rivalry existed between these families, which it was the great aim of the Prophet throughout his ministry to remove or reconcile. The Hashemites owe their designation to Hashim, the great-grandfather of the Prophet. His son Abdul Muttalib had several sons. One of them, Abbas, was the progenitor of the Abbasid caliphs. Abu Talib, another son, was the father of Ali, the caliph, whilst the youngest, Abdullah, was the Prophet's father. Muawiyah was the first caliph of the house of Umayyah. On the death of Muawiyah's grandson, another member of the same family belonging to the Hakemite branch, named Marwan, assumed the caliphate. Under his son Abdul Malik and grandson Walid, the Sunni Caliphate attained its widest expansion. It extended from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean, and from the Tagus to the sands of the Sahara and the confines of Abyssinia. In 749 A.C., Abul Abbas, surnamed Saffah, a descendant of Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, overthrew the Umayyad dynasty and was installed a caliph in place of Marwan II, the last pontiff of that house, in the cathedral mosque of Kufa, where he received the bayat, the sacramental oath of fealty, of the people. He then ascended the pulpit, recited the public sermon which the imam or his representative delivers at the public prayers. This notable address, religiously preserved by his successors, is to be found in the pages of the Arab historian Ibn al-Athir. It is, in effect, a long vindication of the rights of the children of Abbas to the caliphate. Abul Abbas was henceforth the legitimate ruler of the Sunni world and the rightful spiritual head of the Sunni church. His first 6 successors were men of remarkable ability. Those who followed were of varying capacity, but a few possessed uncommon talent and learning. Mansur, the brother of Saffah, who succeeded him in the caliphate, founded Baghdad, which became their capital and seat of government, and was usually called the Dar-ul-Khilafa and the Dar-us-Salam, the abode of the caliphate and the abode of peace. Here the house of Abbas exercised undisputed spiritual and temporal authority for centuries. Their great rivals of Cairo became extinct in Saladin's time. The brilliant Umayyad dynasty of Cordova disappeared in the first decade of the 11th century. The Almohads, the Almoravids, and the many Berber and Arab dynasties which, on the decline of the Almoravids, followed each other in succession in Morocco, had no valid title to the headship of the Sunni Church. The right of the Abbasids to the Sunni imamate stood unchallenged from the Atlantic to the Ganges, from the Black Sea and the Jakartes to the Indian Ocean. In 493 of the Hijra, 1099 A.C., Yusuf bin Tashfin, the Almohad conqueror, after the epoch-making battle of Az-Zalaka, where the Christian hordes were decisively beaten, obtained from the Abbasid Caliph al-Muqtadi a formal investiture with the title of Amir al-Muslimin, and this was confirmed to him by the Caliph al-Mustaghzir. It should be borne in mind that neither the quote-unquote caliphs of Cordova nor any of the Muslim sovereigns in after ages assumed the dignity of the representative of the Prophet, Khilafat al-Rasul, or arrogated the title of Amir al-Mu'minin. For full 5 centuries Baghdad was the center of all intellectual activity in Islam, And here the rules and regulations appertaining to the caliphate, as also to other matters, secular and religious, were systematized. And the conception that the caliph imam was the divinely appointed vicegerent of the Prophet became, as it is today, welded into the religious life of the people. It will thus be seen that according to the Sunni doctrines, the caliph is not merely a secular sovereign. He is the religious head of a church and a commonwealth, the actual representative of divine government. The Abbasid Caliphate lasted for 5 centuries from its first establishment until the destruction of Baghdad by the Mongols in 1258 of the Christian era. At that time Musta'sim Billah was the caliph, and he, together with his sons and the principal members of his family, perished in the general massacre. Only those scions of the House of Abbas escaped the slaughter who were absent from the capital or succeeded in avoiding detection. For 2 years after the murder of Musta'sim Billah, the Sunni world felt acutely the need of an imam and caliph. Both the poignancy of the grief at the absence of a spiritual head of the faith and the keenness of the necessity for a representative of the Prophet to bring solace and religious merit to the faithful are pathetically voiced by the Arab historian of the caliphs. The devotions of the living were devoid of that religious efficacy which is imparted to them by the presence in the world of an acknowledged imam. The prayers for the dead were equally without merit. Sultan Baybars felt with the whole Sunni world the need of a caliph and imam. The right to the caliphate had become vested by 5 centuries of undisputed acknowledgment in the House of Abbas, and a member of this family, Abul Qasim Ahmed, who had succeeded in making his escape from the massacre by the Mongols, was invited to Cairo for installation in the pontifical seat. On his arrival in the environs of Cairo, the Sultan, accompanied by the judges and great officers of state, went forth to greet him. The ceremony of installation is described as imposing and sacred. His descent had to be proved first before the chief Qadi, or judge. After this was done, he was installed in the chair and acknowledged as caliph, under the title of Al-Mustansir Billah, seeking the help of the Lord. The first to take the oath of Ba'ayat was the Sultan Baybars himself. Next came the chief Qadi Tajuddin, the principal sheikhs and the ministers of state, and lastly the nobles according to their rank. This occurred on May 12, 1261, and the new caliph's name was impressed on the coinage and recited in the khutbah. On the following Friday he rode to the mosque in procession, wearing the black mantle of the Abbasids, and delivered the pontifical sermon. Footnote: black was the color of the Abbasids, white of the Umayyads, and green of the Fatimids, the descendants of Muhammad. End of footnote. As his installation as the caliph of the faithful was now complete, he proceeded to invest the Sultan with the robe and diploma so essential in the eyes of the Orthodox for a legitimate authority. The Abbasid Caliphate, thus established in Cairo, lasted for over 2 centuries and a half. During this period, Egypt was ruled by sovereigns who are designated in history as the Mamluk Sultans. Each sultan on his accession to power received his investiture from the caliph and quote-unquote imam of his time, Imam al-Waqt, and he professed to exercise his authority as the lieutenant and delegate of the pontiff. The appointment of ministers of religion and administrators of justice was subject to the formal sanction of the caliph. Though shorn of all its temporal powers, the religious prestige of the caliphate was so great, and the conviction of its necessity as a factor in the life of the people so deep-rooted in the religious sentiments of the Sunni world, that twice after the fall of Baghdad the Mussulman sovereigns of India received their investiture from the Abbasid caliphs. The account of the reception in 1343 AC of the caliph's envoy by Sultan Muhammad Junaq Khan Tughlaq, the founder of the gigantic unfinished city of Tughlaqabad, gives us an idea of the veneration in which the pontiffs were held even in Hindustan, in those days said to be full 6 months' journey from Egypt. On the approach of the envoy, the king, accompanied by the Sayyids and the nobles, went out of the capital to greet him. And when the pontiff's missive was handed to the Sultan, he received it with the greatest reverence. The formal diploma of investiture legitimized the authority of the king. The whole of this incident is celebrated in a poem still extant in India by the poet laureate, the famous Badruddin Chach. About the end of the 15th century, the star of Selim I, also surnamed Safar, of the House of Uthman, rose in the horizon. His victories over the enemies of Islam had won for him the title of Champion of the Faith, and no other Muslim sovereign, not even his great rival Shah Ismail, the founder of the Sufi dynasty in Persia and the creator of the first Orthodox Shia state, equaled the Osmanli monarch in greatness and power. The closing decades of that century had witnessed a vast change in the condition of Egypt, and the anarchy that had set in under the later Mamluk sultans reached its climax some years later. Invited by a section of the Egyptian people to restore order and peace in the distracted country, Selim easily overthrew the incompetent Mamluks and incorporated Egypt with his already vast dominions. At this period, the caliph who held the vicegerency of the Prophet bore the pontifical name of Al-Mutawakkil ala-Allah, contented in the grace of the Lord. According to the Sunni records, he perceived that the only Muslim sovereign who could combine in his own person the double functions of caliph and imam and restore the caliphate of Islam in theory and in fact, and discharge effectively the duties attached to that office was Selim. He accordingly, in 1517, by a formal deed of assignment, transferred the caliphate to the Ottoman conqueror, and with his officials and dignitaries, quote, made the bayat on the hand of the Sultan. In the same year, Selim received the homage of the Sharif of Mecca, Muhammad Abul Barakat, a descendant of Ali, who presented by his son Abu Numi on a silver salver the keys of the Kaaba and took the oath by the same proxy. The combination in Selim of the Abbasid right by assignment and by bayat, and the adhesion of the representative of the Prophet's house, who held at the time the guardianship of the holy cities, perfected the Ottoman Sultan's title to the caliphate, quote, just as the adhesion of the Caliph Ali had completed the title of the first 3 caliphs. The solemn prayers with the usual khutbahs offered in Mecca and Medina for the Sultan gave the necessary finality to the right of Selim. Henceforth Constantinople, his seat of government, became the Dar-ul-Khilafa, and began to be called Islambol, the city of Islam. Before long, envoys arrived in Selim's court and that of his son, Solomon the Magnificent, from the rulers of the Sunni states to offer their homage. And thus, according to the Sunnis, the caliphate became the heritage of the House of Uthman, which they have enjoyed for 4 centuries without challenge or dispute. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 1, The Ideal of Islam. هلم إلي لا تقصد سوائي أنا المنان فاطلبني تجدني أتذكر ليلة ناديت سرا فلم أسمعك فاطلبني تجدني إذا المضطر قال ألا تراني نظرت إليه فاطلبني تجدني إذا عبدي أعساني لم تجدني سري الأخذ فاطلبني تجدني. Come to me, do not seek except me. I am the beneficent. Seek me, thou wilt find me. Dost thou remember any night in which thou hast called to me secretly, and I did not hear thee? Then seek me, thou wilt find me. When the afflicted one says, Dost not thou see me? I look towards him. Seek me, thou wilt find me. When my servant disobeys me, thou wilt find me quick in chastising. Seek me, thou wilt find me. The religion of Jesus bears the name of Christianity, derived from his designation of Christ. That of Moses and of Buddha are known by the respective names of their teachers. The religion of Muhammad alone has a distinctive appellation. It is Islam. In order to form a just appreciation of the religion of Muhammad, it is necessary to understand aright the true significance of the word Islam. Salam, salama, in its primary sense, means to be tranquil, at rest, to have done one's duty, to have paid up, to be at perfect peace. In its secondary sense, to surrender oneself to him with whom peace is made. The noun derived from it means peace, greeting, safety, salvation. The word does not imply, as is commonly supposed, absolute submission to God's will, but means, on the contrary, striving after righteousness. The essence of the ethical principles involved and embodied in Islam is thus summarized in the second chapter of the Quran. Quote, There is no doubt in this book a guidance to the pious who believe in the unseen, who observe the prayers and distribute charity out of what we have bestowed on them, and who believe in that which we have commissioned thee with, and in that we commissioned others with before thee, and who have assurance in the life to come. These have received the direction of their Lord. End quote. The principal bases on which the Islamic system is founded are 1. A belief in the unity, immateriality, power, mercy, and supreme love of the Creator. 2. Charity and brotherhood among mankind. 3. Subjugation of the passions. 4. The outpouring of a grateful heart to the Giver of all good. And 5. Accountability for human actions in another existence. The grand and noble conceptions expressed in the Quran of the power and love of the deity surpass everything of their kind in any other language. The unity of God, His immateriality, His majesty, His mercy, form the constant and never-ending theme of the most eloquent and soul-stirring passages. The flow of life, light, and spirituality never ceases, but throughout there is no trace of dogmatism. Appeal is made to the inner consciousness of man, to his intuitive reason alone. Let us now take a brief retrospect of the religious conceptions of the peoples of the world when the Prophet of Islam commenced his preachings. Among the heathen Arabs, the idea of Godhead varied according to the culture of the individual or of the clan. With some it rose, comparatively speaking, to the quote-unquote divinization or deification of nature. Among others, it fell to simple fetishism, the adoration of a piece of dough, a stick, or a stone. Some believed in a future life. Others had no idea of it whatever. The pre-Islamite Arabs had their groves, their oracle trees, their priestesses, like the Syro-Phoenicians. Phallic worship was not unknown to them, and the generative powers received adoration like the hosts of heaven under monuments of stone and wood. The wild denizens of the desert, then as now, could not be impervious to the idea of some unseen hand driving the blasts which swept over whole tracts, or forming the beautiful visions which rose before the traveller to lure him to destruction. And thus there floated in the Arab world an intangible, unrealized conception of a superior deity, the Lord of all. Footnote: Shahristani. Tilly calls the religion of the pre-Islamite Arabs animistic polydemonism. End of footnote. The Jews, those great conservators of the monotheistic idea, as they have been generally regarded in history, probably might have assisted in the formation of this conception. But they themselves showed what strange metamorphoses can take place in the thoughts of a nation when not aided by a historical and rationalistic element in their religious code. The Jews had entered Arabia at various times and under the pressure of various circumstances. Naturally, the conceptions of the different bodies of emigrants, refugees, or colonists would vary much. The ideas of the men driven out by the Assyrians or Babylonians would be more anthropomorphic, more anthropopathic than of those who fled before Vespasian, Trajan, or Hadrian. The characteristics which had led the Israelites repeatedly to lapse into idolatry in their original homes, when seers were in their midst to denounce their backslidings, would hardly preserve them from the heathenism of their Arab brothers. With an idea of the quote-unquote God of Abraham, they would naturally combine a materialistic conception of the deity, and hence we find them rearing, quote, a statue representing Abraham with the ram beside him ready for sacrifice, quote, in the interior of the Kaaba. Amongst the later comers, the Shammaites and the Zealots formed by far the largest proportion. Among them the worship of the law verged upon idolatry, and the scribes and rabbins claimed a respect almost approaching adoration. They believed themselves to be the guardians of the people, the preservers of law and tradition, quote, living exemplars and mirrors in which the true mode of life according to the law was preserved, end quote. They looked upon themselves as the quote-unquote flower of the nation, and they were considered, through their intercourse with God, to possess the gift of prophecy. In fact, by their people as well as by themselves, they were regarded as the prime favorites of God. Footnote: they were, so to speak, the Brahmins of Judaism. End of footnote. The veneration of the Jews for Moses went so far, says Josephus, that they reverenced his name next to that of God, and this veneration they transferred to Ezra, the restorer of national life and law under the Kianian dynasty. Besides, the mass of the Jews had never probably thoroughly abandoned the worship of the teraphim, a sort of household gods made in the shape of human beings, and consulted on all occasions as domestic oracles, or regarded perhaps more as guardian penates. This worship must have been strengthened by contact with the heathen Arabs. When Jesus made his appearance in Judea, the doctrine of a divine unity and of a supreme personal will overshadowing the universe with its might and grace, received acceptance only among one race, the worshippers of Jehovah. And even among them, despite all efforts to the contrary, the conception of the divinity had either deteriorated by contact with heathen nations or become modified by the influence of pagan philosophies. On the one hand, Chaldeo-Magian philosophy had left its finger mark indelibly impressed on the Jewish traditions. On the other, their best minds, while introducing among the Greek and Roman philosophers the conception of a great primal cause, had imbibed in the schools of Alexandria notions hardly reconcilable with their monotheistic creed. The Hindus, with their multitudinous hordes of gods and goddesses, the Mago-Zoroastrians, with their divinities struggling for mastery, the Greeks, Romans, and Egyptians, with their pantheons full of deities whose morality was below that of the worshippers, such was the condition of the civilized world when Jesus commenced his preachings. With all his dreams and aspirations, his mind was absolutely exempt from those pretensions which have been fixed on him by his overzealous followers. He never claimed to be a quote-unquote complement of God or to be a quote-unquote hypostasis of the divinity. Even modern idealistic Christianity has not been able yet to shake itself free from the old legacy bequeathed by the anthropomorphism of bygone ages. Age after age, everything human has been eliminated from the history of the great teacher, until his personality is lost in a mass of legends. The New Testament itself, with, quote, its incubation of a century, end quote, leaves the revered figure clothed in a mist. And each day the old idea of, quote, an eon born in the bosom of eternity, end quote, gathers force until the Council of Nice gives it a shape and consistency and formulates it into a dogma. Many minds, bewildered by the far-offness of the Universal Father, seek a resting place midway in a human personality which they call divine. It is this need of a nearer object of adoration which leads modern Christianity to give a name to an ideal, clothe it with flesh and blood, and worship it as a man-god. The gifted author of The Defects of Modern Christianity considers the frequency with which the Nazarene prophet asserted that he was, quote-unquote, the Son of God, and demanded the same worship as God himself, a proof of his divinity. That Jesus ever maintained that he was the Son of God in the sense in which it has been construed by Christian divines and apologists, we totally deny. Matthew Arnold has shown conclusively that the New Testament records are in many respects wholly unreliable. So far as the divinity of Christ is concerned, one can almost see the legend growing. But assuming that he made use of the expressions attributed to him, do they prove that he claimed to be, quote, the only begotten of the Father, end quote? Has the apologist not heard of the Eastern dervish, famous now as Al-Hallaj, who claimed to be God himself? Ana al-Haq, I am God, I am the truth, said he. And the Mussulman divines, like the Jewish Sanhedrim, pronounced him guilty of blasphemy and condemned him to death. A poor, simple heart, kindling with an exalted mysticism, was thus removed from earth. The Babi still believes that his master, quote-unquote, the gate to eternal life, was not killed, but miraculously removed to heaven. Can it be said that when Abu Muhith al-Hallaj and the Bab called themselves Truth and the Gate to Heaven, they meant to imply that they were part of the divinity, or, if they did, that their quote-unquote claim is tantamount to proof? Footnote: Abu Muhith ibn Mansur al-Hallaj died in the prime of life. He was a man of pure morals, great simplicity, a friend of the poor, but a dreamer and an enthusiast. For an account of the Bab and Babism, see Gobineau, Les religions et les philosophies dans l'Asie centrale, and The History of the Bab by Professor E.G. Brown. And a footnote. But, as we said before, we deny that Jesus, whose conceptions, when divested of the Aberglaube of his followers, were singularly free from exaggeration as to his own character or personality, ever used any expression to justify the demand attempted to be fixed upon him. His conception of the quote-unquote fatherhood of God embraced all humanity. All mankind were the children of God, and he was their teacher sent by the Eternal Father. Footnote. The use of the word father in relation to God was cut out from Islam owing to the perversion of the idea among the then Christians. And a footnote. The Christian had thus a nobler exemplar before him. The teachings of the Prophet of Nazareth should have elevated him to a pure conception of the deity, but 6 centuries had surrounded the figure of Jesus with those myths which, in opposition to his own words, resolved him into a manifestation of the Godhead. The quote-unquote servant took the place of the master in the adoration of the world. The vulgar masses, unable to comprehend or realize this wonderful mixture of Neo-Pythagoreanism, Platonism, Judeo-Hellenistic philosophy, and the teachings of Jesus, adored him as a god incarnate, or reverted to the primitive worship of relics and of a tinselled goddess who represented the pure mother of Jesus. Footnote. The Isaurian sovereigns, indirectly inspired by Islam, for over a century battled against the growing degradation of Christianity, strived with all their might to make it run back to the channel pointed out by the great teacher, but to no purpose. And a footnote. The Caleridians, who were by no means an unimportant sect, went so far as to introduce in the Christian pantheon the Virgin Mary for God, and worship her as such, offering her a sort of twisted cake called colleris, whence the sect had its name. At the Council of Nice, which definitely settled the nature of Jesus, there were men who held that besides quote-unquote God the Father, there were 2 other gods, Christ and the Virgin Mary. And the Romanists, even now, it is said, call the mother of Jesus the complement of the Trinity. In the long night of superstition, the Christians had wandered far away from the simplicity of the Nazarene teachings. The worship of images, saints, and relics had become inseparably blended with the religion of Jesus. The practices which he had denounced, the evils which he had reprehended, were one by one incorporated with his faith. The holy ground where the revered teacher had lived and walked was involved in a cloud of miracles and visions, and, quote, the nerves of the mind were benumbed by the habits of obedience and belief, end quote. Footnote. From the text it will be seen how much truth there is to the assertion that Islam derived, quote, everything good it contains, end quote, from Judaism or Christianity. It has been the fashion, says Deutsch, to ascribe whatever is good in Mohammedanism to Christianity. We fear this theory is not compatible with the results of honest investigation. For of Arabian Christianity at the time of Muhammad, the less said perhaps the better. By the side of it, even modern Amharic Christianity, of which we possess such astounding accounts, appears pure and exalted. And a footnote. Against all the absurdities we have described above, the life aim of Muhammad was directed. Addressing with the voice of truth, Inspired by deep communion with the God of the universe, the fetish worshippers of the Arabian tribes on one side and the followers of degraded Christianity and Judaism on the other, Muhammad, that quote-unquote master of speech, as he has been truly called, never traveled out of the province of reason, and made them all blush at the monstrousness of their beliefs. Muhammad, the grand apostle of the unity of God, thus stands forth in history in noble conflict with the retrogressive tendency of man to associate other beings with the creator of the universe. Ever and anon in the Quran occur passages fervid and burning like the following. Your God is one God. There is no God but He, the most merciful. In the creation of the heaven and earth, and the alternation of night and day, and in the ship which saileth on the sea, laden with what is profitable to mankind, and in the rain water which God sendeth from heaven, quickening again the dead earth, and the animals of all sorts which cover its surface, and in the change of winds, and the clouds balanced between heaven and earth, are signs to people of understanding. Yet some men take idols beside God, and love them as with the love due to God. What a depth of sympathy towards those benighted people do these words convey. Again, it is He who causes the lightning to appear unto you, to strike fear and to raise hope, and formeth the pregnant clouds. The thunder celebrateth his praise, and the angels also. He launcheth his thunderbolts, and striketh therewith whom he pleaseth, while they dispute concerning him. It is he who of right ought to be invoked, and those, the idols, whom they invoke besides him, shall not respond to them at all. Otherwise than as he who stretches forth his hands to the water, that it may ascend to his mouth, when it cannot ascend thither. He hath created the heavens and the earth to manifest his justice. Far be that from him which they associate with him. He hath created man, and behold, he is a professed disputer. He hath likewise created the cattle for you, and they are a credit unto you when they come trooping home at evening time, or are led forth to pasture in the morn. And he hath subjected the night and day to your service, and the sun and the moon and the stars are all bound by his laws. It is he who hath subjected the sea unto you, and thou seest the ships ploughing the deep, and that ye might render thanks. Shall he therefore who createth be as he who createth not? Do ye not therefore take heed? If ye were to reckon up the blessings of God, ye shall not be able to compute their number. God is surely gracious and merciful. He knoweth that which ye conceal, and that which ye publish. But those, the idols whom ye invoke besides the Lord, create nothing, but are themselves created. They are dead and not living. God, there is no God but He, the living, the eternal. No slumber seetheth him. Whatsoever is in heaven or in earth is His. Who can intercede with Him but by His own permission? He knows what has been before, and what shall be after them. Yet naught of His knowledge shall they grasp, but He willeth. His throne reaches over the heaven and the earth, and the upholding of them both burdeneth Him not. He throweth the veil of night over the day, pursuing it quickly. He created the sun, moon, and stars subjected to laws by His behest. Is not all creation and all empire his? Blessed be the Lord of the worlds. Say, he alone is God, God the eternal. He begetteth not, and he is not begotten. There is none like unto him. Praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds, the compassionate, the merciful, King on the day of reckoning. Thee only do we worship, and to thee do we cry for help. Guide us on the straight path, the path of those to whom thou art gracious, with whom thou art not angry, such as go not astray. Against the evil in his creation I betake me to the Lord of the daybreak. Thou needest not raise thy voice, for he knoweth the secret whisper, and what is yet more hidden. Say, whose is what is in the heavens and the earth? Say, God's, who has imposed mercy on himself. With him are the keys of the unseen. None knows them save he. He knows what is in the land and in the sea. No leaf falleth but he knoweth it. Nor is there grain in the darkness under the earth, nor a thing green or sere, but it is recorded by itself. He taketh your souls in the night, and knoweth what the work of your day deserveth. Then he awaketh you, that the set life term may be fulfilled. Then unto him shall you return, and then shall he declare unto you what you have wrought. Verily, God it is who cleaves out the grain and the date stone. He brings forth the living from the dead, and it is he who brings the dead from the living. There is God. How then can ye be beguiled? It is he who cleaveth out the morning, and makes night a repose, and the sun and the moon two reckonings. That is the decree of the mighty, the wise. There is God for you, your Lord. There is no God but he, the Creator of everything. Then worship him, for he over everything keeps guard. Sight perceives him not, but he perceives men's sights, for he is the knower of secrets, the aware. Say, verily my prayers and my devotion, and my life and my death belong to God, the Lord of the worlds. Dost thou not perceive that all creatures both in heaven and earth praise God, and the birds also? Every one knoweth his prayer and his praise. Unto God belongeth the kingdom of heaven and earth, and unto God shall be the return. Whose is the kingdom of the heavens and the earth? There is no God but he. He maketh alive and killeth. He is the living one. No God is there but he. Call then upon him, and offer him a pure worship. Praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds. My prayers and my worship and my life and my death are unto God, Lord of the worlds. He hath no associate. It is he who hath brought you forth, and gifted you with hearing and sight and heart. Yet how few are grateful. It is he who hath sown you in the earth, and to him shall ye be gathered. O my Lord, place me not among the ungodly people. He it is who ordaineth the night as a garment and sleep for rest, and ordaineth the day for waking up to life. Is not he the more worthy who answereth the oppressed when they cry to him, and taketh off their ills, and maketh you to succeed your sires on the earth? God the Almighty, the All-Knowing, forgiver of sin, and receiver of penitence. Shall I seek any other Lord than God, when he is Lord of all things? No soul shall labor but for itself, and no burdened one shall bear another's burden. At last ye shall return to your Lord, and he will declare that to you about which you differ. Knower of the hidden and the manifest, the great, the most high. Alike to him is that person among you who concealeth his words, and he that telleth them abroad, he who hideth him in the night, and he who cometh forth in the day. God is the light of the heavens and the earth. His light is as a niche in which there is a lamp, and the lamp is in a glass. The glass is as though it were a glittering star. It is lit from a blessed tree, an olive, neither of the east nor of the west, the oil of which would well nigh give light, though no fire touched it, light upon light. God guides to his light whom he pleases, and God strikes out parables for men, and God all things doth know. In the houses God has permitted to be reared, and his name to be mentioned therein, his praises are celebrated therein mornings and evenings. Men whom neither merchandise nor selling divert from the remembrance of God, and steadfastness in prayer and giving alms, who fear a day when hearts and eyes shall be upset, that God may recompense them for the best they have done, and give them increase of his grace, for God provides whom he pleases without count. But those who misbelieve, their works are like the mirage in a plain. The thirsty counts it water, till when he comes to it he finds nothing, but he finds that God is with him, and he will pay him his account, for God is quick to take account. Or like darkness on a deep sea, there covers it a wave, above which is a wave, above which is a cloud. Darkness is one above the other. When one puts out his hand, he can scarcely see it, for he to whom God has given no light, he has no light. Hast thou seen that God? All who are in heaven and the earth celebrate his praises, and the birds too, spreading out their wings. Each one knows its prayer and its praise, and God knows what they do. Hast thou not seen that God drives the clouds, and then reunites them, and then accumulates them, and thou mayest see the rain coming forth from their midst? And he sends down from the sky mountains with hail therein, and he makes it fall on whom he pleases, and he turns it from whom he pleases. The flashing of his lightning well nigh goes off with their sight. God interchanges the night and the day. Verily, in that is a lesson to those endowed with sight. End quote. The chapter entitled The Merciful, which has been well called the Benedicity of Islam, furnishes one of the finest examples of the Prophet's appeal to the testimony of nature. Quote, the sun and the moon in their appointed time, the herbs and the trees adore, and the heavens he raised them, and set the balance, that ye should not be outrageous in the balance. But weigh ye aright, and stint not the measure. And the earth he has set it for living creatures. Therein are fruits, and palms with sheaths, and grain with chaff, and frequent shoots. He created man of crackling clay like the potters, and he created the firmament from the smokeless fire. The Lord of the two easts and the Lord of the two wests, he has let loose the two seas that meet together. Between them is a barrier they cannot pass. He brings forth from each pearls both great and small. His are the ships which rear aloft in the sea like mountains. Every one upon it is transient, but the face of thy Lord, endowed with majesty and honor, shall endure. Of him whosoever is in the heaven and the earth does beg, every day is he in some fresh work. Blessed be the name of thy Lord, possessed of majesty and glory. Every man's actions have we hung round his neck, and on the last day shall be laid before him a wide-opened book. By a soul and him who balanced it, and intimated to it its wickedness and its piety, blessed now is he who hath kept it pure, and undone is he who hath corrupted it. No defect canst thou see in the creation of the God of mercy. Repeat the gaze. Seest thou a single flaw? Then twice more repeat the gaze. Thy gaze shall return to thee dulled and weary. He quickeneth the earth when it is dead, so too shall you be brought to life. The heavens and the earth stand firm at his bidding. Hereafter, when at once he shall summon you from the earth, forth shall ye come. When the sun shall be folded up, and the stars shall fall, and when the mountains shall be set in motion, when the she-camels shall be left, and the wild beasts shall be gathered together, when the seas shall boil, and souls be repaired with their bodies, when the female child that was buried alive shall be asked for what crime she was put to death, when the leaves of the book shall be unrolled, and the heavens shall be stripped away, and the fire of hell blaze forth, and paradise draw nigh, then shall every soul know what it hath done. What knowledge hast thou, Muhammad, of the hour? Only God knoweth its period. It is for thee only to warn those who fear it. What shall teach thee the inevitable? Thamud and Ad treated the day of decision as a lie. They were destroyed with thunderbolts and roaring blasts. End quote. And yet, with all his might, his tender care and pity are all-embracing. Quote, by the noonday brightness, and by the night when it darkeneth, thy Lord hath not forsaken thee, neither hath he been displeased. Surely the future shall be better for thee than the past, and in the end he shall be bounteous to thee, and thou shalt be satisfied. Did he not find thee an orphan and give thee a home, erring and guided thee, needy and enriched thee? As to the orphan, then, wrong him not, and chide not away him that asketh of thee, and tell abroad the favours of thy Lord. Did ye think we had made you for sport, and that ye should not be brought back again to us? O our God, punish us not if we forget and fall into sin. Blot out our sins and forgive us. Have mercy, O Lord, for of the merciful thou art the best. The heavy laden shall not bear another's load. We never punished till we had sent an apostle. This clear book, behold, on a blessed night we have sent it down for a warning to mankind. Not to sadden thee have we sent it thee. End quote. And so on goes this wonderful book, appealing to the nobler feelings of man, his inner consciousness and his moral sense, proving and manifesting the enormity of idolatrous beliefs. Scarcely a chapter but contains some fervid passages on the power, mercy, and unity of God. The Islamic conception of the Almighty has been misunderstood by Christian writers. The God of Islam is commonly represented as, quote, a pitiless tyrant who plays with humanity as on a chessboard and works out his game without regard to the sacrifice of the pieces, end quote. Let us see if this estimate is correct. The God of Islam is the Almighty, the All-Knowing, the All-Just, the Lord of the worlds, the author of the heavens and the earth, the creator of life and death, in whose hand is dominion and irresistible power, the great, all-powerful Lord of the glorious throne. God is the mighty, the strong, the Most High, the producer, the maker, the fashioner, the wise, the just, the true, the swift in reckoning, who knoweth every ant's weight of good and of ill that each man hath done, and who suffereth not the reward of the faithful to perish. But the Almighty, the All-Wise, is also the King, the Holy, the Peaceful, the Faithful, the Guardian over his servants, the Shelterer of the orphan, the Guide of the erring, the Deliverer from every affliction, the Friend of the bereaved, the Consoler of the afflicted. In his hand is good, and he is the generous Lord, the gracious, the hearer, the near at hand, the compassionate, the merciful, the very forgiving, whose love for man is more tender than that of the mother bird for her young. The mercy of the Almighty is one of the grandest themes of the Quran. The very name Ar-Rahman, with which each chapter opens, and with which he is invoked, expresses a deep, all-penetrating conviction of that love, that divine mercy which enfolds creation. The moral debasement of the followers of the two previous dispensations wrings the teacher's heart, and then burst forth denunciations on the Christians and the Jews for the superstitious rites they practiced in defiance of the warnings of their prophets. The fire of religious zeal that had burnt in the bosoms of Isaiah and Jeremiah was rekindled in the breast of another and far greater man. He denounces, but above the wail, the cry of agony at the degradation of humanity, is heard the voice of hope. The Quran severely censures the Jews for their, quote, worship of false gods and idols, end quote, the teraphim before referred to, and for their exaggerated reverence for the memory of Ezra, the Christians for their adoration of Jesus and his mother. Quote, hast thou not seen those to whom a portion of the Scriptures have been given? They believe in false gods and idols. They say to the unbelievers, they are better directed in the right way than those who believe, the Muslims. The Jews say Ezra is the Son of God. The Christians say Al-Masih, Jesus, is the Son of God. How infatuated they are! They take their priests and their monks for their lords besides God. They seek to extinguish the light of God with their mouths. The Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of God and his beloved. Many of those unto whom the Scriptures have been given, footnote, the Jews, the Christians, and the Zoroastrians, end of footnote, desire to render you again unbelievers after ye have believed. Be constant in prayer and give alms, and what good ye have set before you for your souls, ye shall find it with God. They say, verily none shall enter paradise, except those who are Jews or Christians. Say, produce your proof if ye speak the truth. Nay, but he who directeth towards God, and doth that which is right, he shall have his reward with his Lord. O ye who have received the Scriptures, exceed not the just bounds in your religion, neither say of God otherwise than the truth. Verily, Al-Masih, the son of Mary, is the apostle of God and his word. Believe therefore in God and his apostles, and say not, there are three gods. Forbear this. Al-Masih doth not proudly disdain to be a servant unto God. It beseemeth not a man that God should give him the Scriptures and the wisdom and the gift of prophecy, and that then he should say to his followers, Be ye worshippers of me as well as of God, but rather, Be ye perfect in things pertaining to God, since ye know the Scriptures and have studied deep. End quote. The following passage shows the feeling with which such religious conceptions were regarded. Quote, They say the God of mercy hath gotten to himself a son. Now have ye uttered a grievous thing. And it wanted but little that the heavens should be torn open, and that the earth cleave asunder, and the mountains fall down, for that they attribute children unto the merciful, whereas it is not meet for God to have children. Verily, there is none in heaven or on earth but shall approach the merciful as his servant. He encompasses them. End quote. But the inspired preacher, whose mission it is to proclaim the truth, does not confound the good with the bad. Quote, Yet they are not all alike. There are of those who have received the Scriptures upright people. They meditate on the signs of God in the night season and worship. They believe in God and the last day, and command that which is just, and forbid that which is unjust, and zealously strive to excel in good works. These are of the righteous. End quote. The mutual and burning hatred of Jew and Christian, the savage wars of Nestorian and Monophysite, the meaningless wrangle of the sects, the heartless and heart-rending logomachy of the Byzantine clergy, ever and anon bring down denunciations like the following. To Jesus and other apostles we gave manifest signs, and if God had pleased, their followers would not have fallen into these disputes, but God doeth what he will. Mankind was but one people, and God sent them prophets of warning and glad tidings, and the book of truth to settle all disputes. Yet none disputed like those to whom the book had been sent, for they were filled with jealousy of each other. O people of the book, why wrangle about Abraham? Why contend about that whereof ye know nothing? End quote. The primary aim of the new dispensation was to infuse or revive in the heart of humanity a living perception of truth in the common relations of life. The moral ideal of the new gospel, to use the phraseology of an eminent writer, was set in the common sense of duty and the familiar instances of love. Verily, those people, footnote, i.e., Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac, and the tribes, end of footnote, have now passed away. They have the reward of their deeds, and ye shall have the meed of yours. Of their doings ye shall not be questioned. Every soul shall bear the good and the evil for which it has labored, and God will burden none beyond its power. Blessed is he who giveth away his substance, that he may become pure, and who offereth not favors to any one for the sake of recompense, but only as seeking the approval of his Lord the Most High. They are the blessed who, though longing for it themselves, bestowed their food on the poor and the orphan and the captive, saying, We feed you for the sake of God. We seek from you neither recompense nor thanks. Worship God alone. Be kind to kindred and servants, orphans and the poor. Speak righteously to men. Pray and pay alms. Defer humbly to your parents. With humility and tenderness say, O Lord, be merciful to them, even as they brought me up when I was helpless. Abandon the old barbarities, blood vengeance, and child murder, and be united as one flesh. Do thy alms openly or in secret, for both are well. Give of that which hath been given you before the day cometh, when there shall be no trafficking, no friendship, nor intercession. Wouldst thou be taught the steep path? It is to ransom the captive, to feed the hungry, the kindred, the orphan, and him whose mouth is in the dust. Be of those who enjoin steadfastness and compassion on others. Woe to them that make show of piety and refuse help to the needy. Make not your alms void by reproaches or injury. Forgiveness and kind speech are better than favors with annoyance. Abandon usury. He who spendeth his substance to be seen of men is like a rock with thin soil over it, whereon the rain falleth and leaveth it hard. But they who expend their substance to please God and establish their souls are like a garden on a hill, on which the rain falleth, and it yieldeth its fruits twofold. And even if the rain doth not fall, yet there is a dew. Judge between men with truth, and follow not thy passions, lest they cause thee to err from the way of God. Covet not another's gifts from God. There is no piety in turning the face east or west, but in believing in God only and doing good. Make the best of all things, enjoin justice and avoid the foolish, and if Satan stirs thee to evil, take refuge in God. Touch not the goods of the orphan, perform your covenant, and walk not proudly on the earth. The birth of a daughter brings dark shadows on a man's face. Kill not your children for fear of want. For them and for you will we provide. Verily, the killing them is a great wickedness. God hath given you wives, that ye may put love and tenderness between you. Reverence the wombs that bear you. Commit not adultery, for it is a foul thing and an evil way. Let the believer restrain his eyes from lust. Let women make no display of ornaments, save to their own kindred. Know ye that this world's life is a cheat. The multiplying of riches and children is like the plants that spring up after rain, rejoicing the husbandman, then turn yellow and wither away. In the next life is severe chastisement, or else pardon from God and his peace. Abandon the semblance of wickedness and wickedness itself. They verily, whose only acquirement is iniquity, shall be rewarded for what they shall have gained. Those who abstain from vanities and the indulgence of their passions, give alms, offer prayers, and tend well their trusts and their covenants, these shall be the heirs of eternal happiness. Show kindness to your parents, whether one or both of them attain to old age with thee, and say not to them, Fie, neither reproach them, but speak to them both with respectful speech and tender affection. And to him who is of kin render his due, and also to the poor and to the wayfarer, yet waste not wastefully. And let not thy hand be tied up to thy neck, nor yet open it with all openness, lest thou sit thee down in rebuke in beggary. Enjoin my servants to speak in kindly sort. Turn aside evil with that which is better. Just balances will we set up for the day of the resurrection, neither shall any soul be wronged in aught. Though were a work but the weight of a grain of mustard seed, we would bring it forth to be weighed, and our reckoning will suffice. Seek pardon of your Lord, and be turned unto him. Verily, my Lord is merciful, loving. And your Lord saith, Call upon me, I will hearken unto you. Say, O my servants who have transgressed to your own injury, despair not of God's mercy, for all sins doth God forgive. Gracious, merciful is he. The good word riseth up to him, and the righteous deed will he exalt. Truly my Lord hath forbidden filthy actions, whether open or secret, and iniquity and unjust violence. Call upon your Lord with lowliness and in secret, for he loveth not transgressors. And commit not disorders on the well-ordered earth after it hath been well ordered, and call on him with fear and longing desire. Verily, the mercy of God is nigh unto the righteous. Moreover, we have enjoined on man to show kindness to his parents. With pain his mother beareth him, with pain she bringeth him forth. And he saith, O my Lord, stir me up to be grateful for thy favours, wherewith thou hast favoured me and my parents, and to good works which shall please thee, and prosper me in my offspring. For to thee I am turned, and I am resigned to thy will. For them is a dwelling place of peace with their Lord, and in recompense for their works shall he be their protector. Lost are they who in their ignorance have foolishly slain their children, and have forbidden that which God hath given them for food, devising an untruth against God. Now have they erred, and they were not rightly guided. The likeness of those who expend their wealth for the cause of God is that of a grain of corn which produceth 7 ears, and in each ear 100 grains. They who expend their wealth for the cause of God, and never follow what they have laid out with reproaches or harm, shall have their reward with their Lord. No fear shall come upon them, neither shall they be put to grief. A kind speech and forgiveness is better than alms followed by injury. God will not burden any soul beyond its power. It shall enjoy the good which it hath acquired, and shall bear the evil for the acquirement of which it laboured. O Lord, punish us not if we forget or fall into sin, O our Lord, and lay not on us a load like that which thou hast laid on those who have been before us, O our Lord, and lay not on us that for which we have not strength, but blot out our sins, and forgive us, and have pity on us. The patient and the truthful, the lowly and the charitable, they who seek pardon at each daybreak, who give alms alike in prosperity and in success, and who master their anger and forgive others. God loveth the doers of good. Theirs a goodly home with their Lord. O our Lord, forgive us then our sins, and hide away from us our evil deeds, and cause us to die with the righteous. And their Lord answereth them, I will not suffer the work of him among you that worketh, whether of male or female, to be lost. The one of you is the issue of the other. And fear ye God, in whose name ye ask favors of each other, and respect women. And marry not women whom your fathers have married, for this is a shame, and hateful, and an evil way. Covet not the gifts by which God hath raised some of you above others. Be good to parents, and to kindred, and to orphans, and to the poor, and to a neighbor, whether kinsman or newcomer, and to a fellow traveler, and to the wayfarer, and to the slaves whom your right hands hold. Verily, God loveth not the proud, the vain boaster. He who shall mediate between men for a good purpose shall be the gainer by it. But he who shall mediate with an evil mediation shall reap the fruit of it, and God keepeth watch over everything. O ye Muslims, stand fast to justice when you bear witness before God, though it be against yourselves, or your parents, or your kindred, whether the party be rich or poor. God is nearer than you to both. Therefore follow not passion, lest ye swerve from truth. To the preachings of this desert-born prophet, addressing a larger world and a more advanced humanity, in the nobility of their love, in their strivings and yearnings for the true, the pure, and the holy, fall short of the warnings of Isaiah or, quote, the tender appeals of Jesus, end quote. The poor and the orphan, the humble dweller of the earth, quote, with his mouth in the dust, end quote, the unfortunate being bereft in early life of parental care, are ever the objects of his tenderest solicitude. Ever and again he announces that the path which leads to God is the helping of the orphan, the relieving of the poor, and the ransoming of the captive. His pity and love were not confined to his fellow beings. The brute creation shared with them his sympathy and tenderness. Quote, a man once came to him with a bundle and said, O prophet, I passed through a wood and heard the voice of the young of birds, and I took them and put them in my carpet, and their mother came fluttering round my head. And the prophet said, Put them down. And when he had put them down, the mother joined the young. And the prophet said, Do you wonder at the affection of the mother towards her young? I swear by him who has sent me, verily, God is more loving to his servants than the mother to these young birds. Return them to the place from which he took them, and let their mother be with them. End quote. Fear God with regard to animals, said Muhammad. Ride them when they are fit to be ridden, and get off when they are tired. Verily, there are rewards for our doing good to dumb animals and giving them water to drink. End quote. In the Quran, animal life stands on the same footing as human life in the sight of the Creator. There is no beast on earth, says the Quran, nor bird which flieth with its wings, but the same is a people like unto you. Unto the Lord shall they return. End quote. It took centuries for Christendom to awaken to a sense of duty towards the animal creation. Long before the Christian nations ever dreamt of extending towards animals tenderness and humanity, Muhammad proclaimed an impressive words of duty of mankind towards their dumb and humble servitors. These precepts of tenderness so lovingly embalmed in the creed, are faithfully rendered into a common duty of everyday life in the world of Islam. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 2, The Religious Spirit of Islam. قل لمن ما في السماوات والأرض قل لله كتب على نفسه الرحمة لا يجمعنكم إلى يوم القيامة لا ريب فيه الذين خسروا أنفسهم فهم لا يؤمنون. Say, unto whom belongeth whatsoever is in heaven and earth? Say, unto God. He hath prescribed unto himself mercy. قل تعالوا أتل ما حرم ربكم عليكم ألا تشركوا به شيئا وبالوالدين إحسانا ولا تقتلوا أولادكم من إملاق نحن نرزقكم وإياهم ولا تقربوا الفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن ولا تقتلوا النفس التي حرم الله إلا بالحق ذلكم وصاكم به لعلكم تعقلون ولا تقربوا مال اليتيم إلا بالتي هي أحسن حتى يبلغ أشده وأوفوا الكيل والميزان بالقسط لا نكلف النفس إلا وسعها وإذا قلتم فاعدلوا ولو كان ذا قربى وبعهد الله أوفوا ذلكم وصاكم به لعلكم تذكرون. Come, I will rehearse what your Lord hath enjoined on you, that ye assign not to him a partner, that ye be good to your parents, and that ye slay not your children because of poverty. For them and for you will we provide. And that ye come not near to pollutions, outward or inward, and that ye slay not a soul whom God hath forbidden, unless by right. And draw not nigh to the wealth of the orphan, save so as to better it. And when ye pronounce judgment, then be just, though it be the affair of a kinsman. And God's compact fulfill ye. That is what he hath ordained to you. For the conservation of a true religious spirit, Muhammad attached to his precepts certain practical duties, of which the following are the principal: 1. Prayer, 2. Fasting, 3. Almsgiving, and 4. Pilgrimage. Man's consciousness of a supreme, all-pervading power, his helplessness in the eternal conflict of nature, his sense of benefaction, all lead him to pour out the overflowing sentiments of his heart in words of gratitude and love, or repentance and solicitation, to one who is ever wakeful and merciful. Prayers are only the utterance of the sentiments which fill the human heart. All these emotions, however, are the result of a superior development. The savage, if supplications do not answer his purpose, resorts to the castigation of his fetish. But every religious system possessing any organic element has recognized in some shape the efficacy of prayer. In most, however, the theurgic character predominates over the moral. In some, the moral idea is entirely wanting. The early Hindu worship consisted of 2 sets of acts: oblations and sacrifice, accompanied with invocations. In the infancy of religious thought, the gods are supposed to possess the same appetites and passions as human beings, and thus, Whilst man needs material benefits, the gods require offerings and propitiation. This idea often finds expression in the old hymns of the Rig Veda. With the development of religious conceptions, it is probable that among at least the more advanced or thoughtful minds, the significance attached to oblations and sacrifice underwent considerable modification. But as the hold of the priestly caste, which claimed the possession of a quote-unquote secret virtue transmissible only through the blood, strengthened on the minds of the masses, Brahmanism crystallized into a literally sacrificial cult. The sacrifice could be performed only by the priest according to rigid and unalterable formulae, whilst he recited the mantras and went through the rites in a mechanical spirit without religious feeling or enthusiasm. The worshipper stood by, a passive spectator of the worship which was performed on his behalf. The smallest mistake undid the efficacy of the observances. The devotional spirit, however, could not have been entirely wanting, or the Bhagavad Gita could not have been composed. But for the people as a whole, their worship had become a vast system of sacrifice, the value of which depended not so much upon the moral conduct of the individual worshipper as upon the qualification of the officiating priest. The former had only to believe in the efficacy of the rite and be in a state of legal purity at the time. The Mago-Zoroastrian and the Sabaean lived in an atmosphere of prayer. The Zoroastrian prayed when he sneezed, when he cut his nails or hair, while preparing meals, day and night, at the lighting of lamps, etc. Ormuzd was first invoked, and then not only heaven, earth, the elements and stars, but trees, especially the moon plant and beasts. The formulae were often to be repeated as many as 1,200 times. Footnote: the Zend Avesta itself is a grand repertory of prayers, hymns, invocations, etc., to a multitude of deities, among whom Ormuzd ranks first. In fact, it is a book of liturgies. End of footnote. The moral idea, however pure with the few, would be perfectly eliminated from the minds of the common people. But even the sort of spiritual life enjoyed by exceptional minds was monopolized by the ministers of religion. The barriers of special holiness which divided the priesthood from the laity shut out the latter from all spiritual enjoyments of a nobler type. The Magians, like the Orphici, had two forms of worship, or rather two modes of understanding the objects of worship, one esoteric, especially reserved for the priestly classes, the other exoteric, in which alone the vulgar could participate. The Mosaic Law contained no ordinances respecting prayers. Only on the payment of tithes to the priests and the domestic solemnity of the presentation of the firstlings was there a prescribed formula of a prayer and acknowledgment, when the father of the house, on the strength of his having obediently performed the behests of the law, supplicated blessings from Jehovah on Israel, quote, even as he had sworn unto their fathers, end quote. But with the rise of a more spiritual idea of the deity among the people and the teachers, and the decline of an uncompromising anthropomorphism, the real nature of prayer as the medium of intercommunication between God and man began to be understood. Tradition and custom, in default of any express regulation by the law, made the Jews at last, as Döllinger says, a people of prayer. 3 hours daily were consecrated to devotional exercises, viz., 9, 12, and 3 o'clock. The necessity, however, for the service of priests combined with the absence of any positive precedents coming down from the lawgiver himself, tended to make prayer, in the majority of cases, merely mechanical. Phylacteries were in use in the time of Jesus, and the Quran reproaches the Jews in bitter terms for, quote, selling the signs of God, end quote. The teachings of Jesus, representing a later development of the religious faculty in man, recognized the true character of prayer. He consecrated the practice by his own example. The early disciples, in the spirit of their master, laid great stress on the habit of devotion and thanksgiving to God. But the want of some definite rule for the guidance of the masses, in process of time, left them completely adrift in all that regarded the practice of devotion, and under subjection to the priests, who monopolized the office of regulating the number, length, and the terminology of prayers. Hence, missals, liturgies, councils, and convocations to settle articles of faith and matters of conscience. Hence also the mechanical worship of droning monks, and the hebdomadal flocking into the churches and chapels on one day in the week to make up for the deficiency of spiritual food during the other 6. Hence also the quote-unquote presbyter, who, merely a quote-unquote servant at first, came to regard himself as, quote, the Lord of the spiritual heritage, end quote, bequeathed by Jesus. All these evils had culminated to a point in the 7th century, when the Prophet of Arabia began to preach a reformed religion. In instituting prayers, Muhammad recognized the yearning of the human soul to pour out its love and gratitude to God, and by making the practice of devotion periodic, he impressed that disciplinary character on the observance of prayer which keeps the thoughts from wandering into the regions of the material. The formulae, consecrated by his example and practice, whilst sparing the Islamic word the evil of contests regarding liturgies, leave to the individual worshipper the amplest scope for the most heartfelt outpouring of devotion and humility before the Almighty presence. The value of prayer as the means of moral elevation and the purification of the heart has been clearly set forth in the Quran. Quote, rehearse that which hath been revealed unto thee of the book, and be constant at prayer, for prayer preserveth from crimes, and from that which is blamable, and the remembering of God is surely a most sacred duty. End quote. The forms of the supplicatory hymns, consecrated by the example of the Prophet, evince the beauty of the moral element in the teachings of Islam. Quote, O Lord, I supplicate thee for firmness in faith and direction towards rectitude, and to assist me in being grateful to thee, and in adoring thee in every good way. And I supplicate thee for an innocent heart, which shall not incline to wickedness. And I supplicate thee for a true tongue, and for that virtue which thou knowest. And I pray thee to defend me from that vice which thou knowest, and for forgiveness of those faults which thou knowest. O my defender, assist me in remembering thee, and being grateful to thee, and in worshipping thee with the excess of my strength. O Lord, I have injured my own soul, and no one can pardon the faults of thy servants but thou. Forgive me out of thy loving kindness, and have mercy on me, for verily thou art the forgiver of offenses, and the bestower of blessings on thy servants. End quote. Another traditional prayer, called the Prayer of David, runs thus: O Lord, grant me the love of thee. Grant that I may love those that love thee. Grant that I may do the deeds that may win thy love. Make thy love to be dearer to me than self, family, or than wealth." End quote. The following two prayers of Ali, the Caliph, evince the highest devotional spirit. Thanks be to my Lord. He is the adorable, and only to be adored. My Lord, the eternal, the ever-existing, the cherisher, the true sovereign, whose mercy and might overshadow the universe, the regulator of the world, the light of the creation. His is our worship. To him belongs all worship. He existed before all things, and will exist after all that is living has ceased. Thou art the adored, my Lord. Thou art the Master, the loving and forgiving. Thou bestowest power and might on whom thou pleasest. Him whom thou hast exalted, none can lower, and him whom thou hast lowered, none can exalt. Thou, my Lord, art the eternal, the creator of all wise, sovereign, mighty. Thy knowledge knows everything. Thy beneficence is all-pervading. Thy forgiveness and mercy are all-embracing. O my Lord, thou art the helper of the afflicted, the reliever of all distress, the consoler of the broken-hearted. Thou art present everywhere to help thy servants. Thou knowest all secrets, all thoughts, art present in every assembly, fulfiller of all our needs, bestower of all blessings. Thou art the friend of the poor and bereaved. My Lord, thou art my fortress, a castle for all who seek thy help. Thou art the refuge of the weak, the helper of the pure and true. O my Lord, thou art my supporter, my helper, the helper of all who seek thy help. O my Lord, thou art the Creator, I am only created. Thou art my sovereign, I am only thy servant. Thou art the helper, I am the beseecher. Thou, my Lord, art my refuge. Thou art the forgiver, I am the sinner. Thou, my Lord, art the merciful, all-knowing, all-loving. I am groping in the dark. I seek thy knowledge and love. Bestow, my Lord, all thy knowledge and love and mercy. Forgive my sins, O my Lord, and let me approach thee, my Lord. O my Lord, thou the ever-praised, the eternal, thou art the ever-present, ever-existing, the ever-near, the all-knowing. Thou livest in every heart, in every soul, all-pervading. Thy knowledge is ingrained in every mind. He bears no similitude, has no equal, one, the eternal. Thanks be to the Lord whose mercy extends to every sinner, who provides for even those who deny him. To him belong the beginning and the end, all knowledge and the most hidden secret of the heart. He never slumbers, the ever-just, the ever-wakeful. He forgiveth in his mercy our greatest sins, loveth all creation. I testify to the goodness of my Lord, to the truth of his messenger's message. Blessings on him and his descendants and his companions." End quote. It is one of the glories of Islam, says an English writer, that its temples are not made with hands, and that its ceremonies can be performed anywhere upon God's earth or under his heaven. End quote. Every place in which the Almighty is faithfully worshipped is equally pure. The Muslim, whether he be at home or abroad, when an hour of prayer arrives, pours forth his soul in a brief but earnest supplicatory address. His attention is not wearied by the length of his prayers, the theme of which is always self-humiliation, the glorification of the giver of all good, and reliance on his mercy. The intensity of the devotional spirit embalmed in the Church of Muhammad has hardly been realized by Christendom. Tradition, that faithful chronicler of the past, with its 100 corroborative witnesses, records how the Prophet wept during his prayers with the fervor of his emotions, how his noble cousin and son-in-law became so absorbed in his devotions that his body grew benumbed. The Islam of Muhammad recognizes no caste of priesthood, allows no monopoly of spiritual knowledge or special holiness to intervene between man and his God. Each soul rises to its Creator without the intervention of priest or hierophant. No sacrifice, no ceremonial invented by vested interests is needed to bring the anxious heart nearer to its Comforter. Footnote: the annual sacrifice at the Hajj and the Bayram is a mere memorial observance. And a footnote. Each human being is his own priest. In the Islam of Muhammad, no one man is higher than the other. European rationalists have complained of the complex character of the Muslim prayers, but the ritual of the Quran is astonishing in its simplicity and soberness. It includes the necessary acts of faith, the recital of the creed, prayer, almsgiving, fasting, and pilgrimage, but lays down scarcely any rules as to how they are to be performed. Quote, "Observe the prayers and the midday prayer, and stand ye attent before God. Seek aid from patience and prayer. Verily, God is with the patient." End quote. But nothing is said regarding the manner in which the prayer should be offered. "When ye journey about the earth," says the Quran, "it is no crime to you that ye come short in prayer if ye fear that those that disbelieve will set upon you. God pardons everything except associating aught with him." End quote. The practice of the Prophet has, however, attached certain rites and ceremonies to the due observance of prayers. At the same time, it is pointed out in unmistakable terms that it is to the devotional state of the mind the searcher of the spirit looks. Quote, "It is not the flesh or the blood of that which ye sacrifice which is acceptable to God. It is your piety which is acceptable to the Lord. It is not righteousness," continues the Quran, "that ye turn your faces in prayer towards the east or the west, but righteousness is of him who believeth in God, who giveth money for God's sake unto his kindred, and unto orphans, and the needy, and the stranger, and those who ask, and for the redemption of captives, who is constant at prayers, and giveth alms, and of those who perform their covenant when they have covenanted, and who behave themselves patiently in hardship and adversity, and in times of violence. These are they who are true." End quote. It was declared that prayer without, quote, "the presence of the heart," end quote, was of no avail, and that God's words, which were addressed to all mankind and not to one people, should be studied with the heart and lips in absolute accord. And the Caliph Ali held that devotion offered without understanding was useless and brought no blessing. The celebrated Imam al-Ghazali has pronounced that in reading the sacred book, heart and intelligence must work together. The lips only utter the words. Intelligence helps in the due apprehension of their meaning, the heart in paying obedience to the dictates of duty. "It is not a sixth or a tenth of man's devotion," said the Prophet, "which is acceptable to God, but only such portion thereof as he offers with understanding and true devotional spirit." End quote. The practice of baptism in the Christian Church, even the lustrations which the Egyptians, the Jews, or the hierophants of the heathen religions in the East and the West required as preliminary to the performance of devotional or religious exercises, show the peculiar sanctity which was attached to external purifications. Muhammad, by his example, consecrated this ancient and beneficent custom. He required cleanliness as a necessary preliminary to the worship and adoration of God. Footnote: the Quran in its universality speaks of ablutions, but where water is not available, it allows any cleansing substitute for lavation, but nowhere lays down the details of the wudu. As usual, the manner of performing the lavations or ablutions derived from the practice of the Prophet has given rise to considerable discussions and difference among the theologians. End of footnote. At the same time, he especially inculcated that mere external, or rather physical, purity does not imply true devotion. He distinctly laid down that the Almighty can only be approached in purity and humility of spirit. Imam al-Ghazali expressly says, as against those who are only solicitous about external purifications and have their hearts full of pride and hypocrisy, that the Prophet of God declared the most important purification to be the cleansing of the heart from all blamable inclinations and frailties, and the mind from all vicious ideas, and from all thoughts which distract attention from God. In order to keep alive in the Muslim world the memory of the birthplace of Islam, Muhammad directed that during prayers the Muslim should turn his face towards Mecca, as the glorious center which saw the first glimmerings of the light of regenerated truth. With the true instinct of a prophet, he perceived the consolidating effect of fixing a central spot round which, through all time, should gather the religious feelings of his followers, and he accordingly ordained that everywhere throughout the world the Muslim should pray looking towards the Kaaba. Quote, Mecca is to the Muslim what Jerusalem is to the Jew. It bears with it all the influence of centuries of associations. It carries the Muslim back to the cradle of his faith, the childhood of his prophet. It reminds him of the struggle between the old faith and the new, of the overthrow of the idols and the establishment of the worship of the one true God. And most of all, it bids him remember that all his brother Muslims are worshipping towards the same sacred spot, that he is one of a great company of believers, united by one faith, filled with the same hopes, reverencing the same things, worshipping the same God. Muhammad showed his knowledge of the religious emotions in man when he preserved the sanctity of the temple of Islam. End quote. But that this rule is not an essential requisite for devotion is evident from the passage of the Quran quoted above. The institution of fasting has existed more or less among all nations, but it may be said that throughout the ancient world the idea attached to it was, without exception, more of penitence than of abstinence. Even in Judaism, the notion of fasting as an exercise of self-castigation or self-abnegation was of later growth. The Essenians, from their connections with the Pythagoreans and through them with the asceticism of the further East, were the first among the Jews to grasp this moral element in the principle of fasting, and Jesus probably derived this idea, like other conceptions, from them. The example of Jesus consecrated the custom in the Church, but the predominating idea in Christianity with respect to fasts generally is one of penitence or expiation, and partially of precedent. Footnote: Mosheim distinctly says that fasting came early to be regarded, quote, as the most effectual means of repelling the force and disconcerting the stratagems of evil spirits, and of appeasing the anger of an offended deity. End quote. The weekly and yearly festivals of the Christians, says Neander, originated in the same fundamental idea, the idea of imitating Christ, the crucified and risen Savior. And again, quote, by the Christians who were fond of comparing their calling to a warfare, a militia Christi, such fasts, united with prayers, were named stationes, as if they constituted the watches of the soldiers of Christ, the milites Christi. And a footnote. Voluntary corporal mortifications have been as frequent in the Christian Church as in other churches, but the tendency of such mortifications has invariably been the destruction of mental and bodily energies and the fostering of a morbid asceticism. The institution of fasting in Islam, on the contrary, has the legitimate object of restraining the passions by diurnal abstinence for a limited and definite period from all the gratifications of the senses, and directing the overflow of the animal spirits into a healthy channel. Useless and unnecessary mortification of the flesh is discountenanced, nay, condemned. Fasting is prescribed to the able-bodied and the strong as a means of chastening the spirit by imposing a restraint on the body. For the weak, the sickly, the traveler, the student who is engaged in the pursuit of knowledge, the Jihad ul-Akbar, the soldier doing God's battle against the assailants of the faith, and women in their ailments, it is disallowed. Those who bear in mind the gluttony of the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, and the pre-Islamite Arabs, their excesses in their pleasures as well as their vices, will appreciate the value of the regulation and comprehend how wonderfully adapted it is for keeping in check the animal propensities of man, especially among semi-civilized races. Mark the wisdom of the rule as given in the Quran. O ye that have believed, a fast is ordained to you, that ye may practice piety, a fast of a computed number of days. But he among you who shall be ailing or on a journey shall fast an equal number of other days, and they that are able to keep it and do not shall make atonement by maintaining a poor man. But if ye fast, it will be better for you if ye comprehend. God willeth that which is easy for you. End quote. This rule of abstinence is restricted to the day. In the night, in the intervals of prayer and devotion, the Muslim is allowed, perhaps indeed is bound, to refresh the system by partaking in moderation of food and drink, and otherwise enjoying himself lawfully. In the true spirit of the teacher, the legists invariably laid down the rule that during the fast, abstinence of mind from all base thoughts is as incumbent as the abstinence of the body. No religion of the world prior to Islam had consecrated charity, the support of the widow, the orphan, and the helpless poor, by enrolling its principles among the positive enactments of the system. The agape, or feasts of charity among the early Christians, depended on the will of individuals. Their influence, therefore, could only be irregular and spasmodic. It is a matter of history that this very irregularity led to the suppression of the, quote, feasts of charity or love feasts, end quote, only a short time after their introduction. Footnote. I do not mean to say that this was the only form in which Christian charity expressed itself. The support of the widow, the poor, and orphan was as much insisted upon in Christianity as in Islam. But even this divine charity taught by Jesus received an impress of exclusiveness from the disciples in whose hands he left his work. The widow, in order to claim the benefits of charity, was required to be, quote, 80 years of age, to have been the wife of one man, to have brought up children, end quote, etc. And a footnote. by the laws of Islam, every individual is bound to contribute a certain part of his substance towards the help and assistance of his poorer neighbors. This portion is usually 1 part of 40, or 2.5%, on the value of all goods, chattels, implements, on profits of trade, mercantile business, etc. But alms are due only when the property amounts to a certain value, and has been in the possession of a person for 1 whole year. Nor are any due from cattle employed in agriculture or in the carrying of burdens. Besides, at the end of the month of Ramadan, the month of fasting, and on the day of the Eid ul-Fitr, the festival which celebrates the close of the Muslim Lent, each head of a family has to give away in alms for himself and for every member of his household, and for each guest who breaks his fast and sleeps in his house during the month, a measure of wheat, barley, dates, raisins, rice, or any other grain, or the value of the same. The rightful recipients of the alms, as pointed out by the practice of Muhammad and his disciples, are 1. The poor and the indigent, 2. Those who help in the collection and distribution of the obligatory alms, 3. Slaves who wish to buy their freedom and have not the means for so doing, 4. Debtors who cannot pay their debts, 5. Travelers and strangers. General charity is inculcated by the Quran in the most forcible terms. But the glory of Islam consists in having embodied the beautiful sentiment of Jesus into definite laws. The wisdom which incorporated into Islam the time-honored custom of annual pilgrimage to Mecca and to the shrine of the Kaaba has breathed into Muhammad's religion a freemasonry and brotherhood of faith in spite of sectarian divisions. The eyes of the whole Muslim world fixed on that central spot keep alive in the bosom of each some spark of the celestial fire which lighted up the earth in that century of darkness. Here again the wisdom of the inspired lawgiver shines forth in the negative part of the enactment, in the conditions necessary to make the injunction obligatory. 1. Ripeness of intelligence and discernment. 2. Perfect freedom and liberty. 3. Possession of the means of transport and subsistence during the journey. 4. Possession of means sufficient to support the pilgrim's family during his absence. 5. The possibility and practicability of the voyage. Owing to the minute regulations, almost Brahminical in their strictness, in force among the heathen Arabs regarding the lawful or unlawful character of various kinds of food, the teacher of Islam had frequently to admonish his followers that, with certain exceptions, all food was lawful. Quote, "And eat of what God hath given you for food, that which is lawful and wholesome, and fear God in whom ye believe." Say, says the Quran, "I find not in what hath been revealed to me aught forbidden to the eater to eat, except it be that which dieth of itself, or blood poured forth, or swine's flesh, for that is an abomination, and meat which has been slain in the name of other than God, idols." End quote. This is amplified in the 5th Surah, which is also directed against various savage and idolatrous practices of the pagan Arabs. Quote, "That which dieth of itself, and blood, and swine's flesh, and all that hath been sacrificed under the invocation of any other name than that of God." Footnote: the heathen Arabs, when killing any animal for food, used to consecrate it by invoking the names of their gods and goddesses, end of footnote, and the strangled and the killed by a blow or by a fall or by goring. Footnote: the idolatrous Arabs had different savage methods of killing animals. This prohibition has reference to the brutal processes employed by them, and a footnote, and that which hath been eaten by beasts of prey, unless ye give the death stroke yourselves, and that which hath been sacrificed on the blocks of stone. Footnote, sacrificial stones placed round the Kaaba or at the entrance of houses over which the offerings were made to the idols, and a footnote, is forbidden to you, and to make division of the slain by consulting the arrows is impiety in you. Eat ye of the good things wherewith we have provided you, and give thanks to God. End quote. Footnote, things by nature abhorrent to man, such as the flesh of carnivorous animals, birds of prey, snakes, etc., required no specific prohibition. The idea prevalent in India, borrowed from the Hindus, that Muslims should not partake of food with Christians is entirely fallacious and opposed to the precept contained in the following passage of the Quran, Surah 5, verse 5. This day things healthful are legalized to you, and the meats of those who have received the Scriptures are allowed to you, as your meats are to them. End quote. With regard to the sumptuary regulations, precepts, and prohibitions of Muhammad, it must be remembered that they were called forth by the temporary circumstances of the times and people. With the disappearance of such circumstances, the need for these laws has also disappeared. To suppose, therefore, that every Islamic precept is necessarily immutable is to do an injustice to history and the development of the human intellect. Ibn Khaldun's words are, in this connection, deserving of our serious consideration. Quote, it is only by an attentive examination and well-sustained application that we can discover the truth and guard ourselves against errors and mistakes. In fact, if we were merely to satisfy ourselves by reproducing the records transmitted by tradition without consulting the rules furnished by experience, the fundamental principles of the art of government, the nature even of the particular civilization, or the circumstances which characterize the human society, if we are not to judge of the wants which occurred in distant times by those which are occurring under our eyes, if we are not to compare the past with the present, we can hardly escape from falling into errors and losing the way of truth. And a footnote. Intoxication and gambling, the curse of Christian communities, and the bane of all uncultured and inferior natures, and excesses of all kinds, were rigorously prohibited. Nothing can be simpler or more in accord with the advance of the human intellect than the teachings of the Arabian prophet. The few rules for religious ceremonial which he prescribed were chiefly with the object of maintaining discipline and uniformity, so necessary in certain stages of society, but they were by no means of an inflexible character. He allowed them to be broken in cases of illness or other causes. God wishes to make things easy for you, for, says the Quran, man was created weak. End quote. The legal principles which he enunciated were either delivered as answers to questions put to him as the chief magistrate of Medina, or to correct patent evils. The Prophet's Islam recognized no ritual likely to distract the mind from the thought of the one God, no law to keep enchained the conscience of advancing humanity. The ethical code of Islam is thus summarized in the 4th Surah. Come, I will rehearse what your Lord hath enjoined on you, that ye assign not to him a partner, that ye be good to your parents, and that ye slay not your children because of poverty. For them and for you will we provide, and that ye come not near to pollutions, outward or inward, and that ye slay not a soul whom God hath forbidden, unless by right. And draw not nigh to the wealth of the orphan, save so as to better it. And when ye pronounce judgment, then be just, though it be the affair of a kinsman. And God's compact fulfill ye, that is what he hath ordained to you. Verily, this is my right way, follow it then." And again, "Blessed are they who believe and humbly offer their thanksgiving to their Lord, who are constant in their charity, and who guard their chastity, and who observe their trust and covenants. Verily, God bids you do justice and good, and give to kindred their due, and he forbids you to sin and to do wrong and oppress." Faith and charity, to use the words of the Christian historian, are not incompatible with external rights and positive institutions, which indeed are necessary in this imperfect state to keep alive a sense of religion in the common mass. And accordingly, Muhammad had attached a few rights to his teachings in order to give a more tangible conception to the generality of mankind. Jesus himself had instituted two rites, baptism and the quote-unquote Holy Supper. Probably, had he lived longer, he would have added more. But one thing is certain, that had a longer career been vouchsafed to him, he would have placed his teachings on a more systematic basis. This fundamental defect in Christianity has been, in fact, the real cause of the assembling of councils and convocations for the establishment of articles and dogmas which snap asunder at every slight tension of reason and free thought. The work of Jesus was left unfinished. It was reserved for another teacher to systematize the laws of morality. Our relations with our Creator are matters of conscience. Our relations with our fellow beings must be matters of positive rules. And what higher sanction, to use a legal expression, can be attached to the enforcement of the relative duties of man to man than the sanction of religion? Religion is not to be regarded merely as a subject for unctuous declamations by quote-unquote select preachers, or as some strange theory for the peculiar gratification of dreamy minds. Religion ought to mean the rule of life. Its chief object ought to be the elevation of humanity towards that perfection which is the end of our existence. The religion, therefore, which places on a systematic basis the fundamental principles of morality, regulating social obligations and human duties, which brings us nearer and nearer by its compatibility with the highest development of intellect to the all-perfect. That religion, we say, has the greatest claim to our consideration and respect. It is the distinctive characteristic of Islam, as taught by Muhammad, that it combines within itself the grandest and the most prominent features in all ethnic and Catholic religions compatible with the reason and moral intuition of man. It is not merely a system of positive moral rules based on a true conception of human progress, but it is also, quote, "the establishment of certain principles, the enforcement of certain dispositions, the cultivation of a certain temper of mind, which the conscience is to apply to the ever-varying exigencies of time and place." End quote. The teacher of Islam preached in 1,000 varied ways universal love and brotherhood as the emblem of the love born towards God. Quote, "How do you think God will know you when you are in his presence? By your love of your children, of your kin, of your neighbors, of your fellow creatures. Do you love your Creator? Love your fellow beings first. Do you wish to approach the Lord? love his creatures, love for them what you love yourself, reject for them what you reject for yourself, do unto them what you wish to be done unto you." End quote. He condemned in scathing language the foulness of impurity, the meanness of hypocrisy, and the ungodliness of self-deceit. He proclaimed in unmistakable terms the preciousness of truth, charity, and brotherly love. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 2, The Religious Spirit of Islam, continued. The wonderful adaptability of Islamic precepts to all ages and nations, their entire concordance with the light of reason, the absence of all mysterious doctrines to cast a shade of sentimental ignorance round the primal truths implanted in the human breast, all prove that Islam represents the latest development of the religious faculties of our being. Those who have ignored the historic significance of some of its precepts have deemed that their seeming harshness or unadaptability to present modes of thought ought to exclude it from any claim to universality. But a little inquiry into the historic value of laws and precepts, a little more fairness in the examination of facts, would evince the temporary character of such rules as may appear scarcely consonant with the requirements or prejudices of modern times. The Catholicity of Islam, its expansiveness, and its charity towards all moral creeds has been utterly mistaken, perverted, or willfully concealed by the bigotry of rival religions. Verily, says the Quran, those who believe, the Muslims, and those who are Jews, Christians, or Sabaeans, whoever hath faith in God and the last day, future existence, and worketh that which is right and good, for them shall be the reward with their Lord. There will come no fear on them, neither shall they be grieved. End quote. Footnote: compare the spirit of these teachings with that of the Athanasian Creed. End of footnote. The same sentiment is repeated in similar words in the 5th Surah, and 100 other passages prove that Islam does not confine quote-unquote salvation to the followers of Muhammad alone. Quote, "To every one have we given a law and a way, and if God had pleased, he would have made you all mankind, one people, people of one religion. But he hath done otherwise, that he might try you in that which he hath severally given unto you. Wherefore press forward in good works. Unto God shall ye return, and he will tell you that concerning which ye disagree." End quote. Of all the religions of the world that have ruled the conscience of mankind, the Islam of Muhammad alone combines both the conceptions which have in different ages furnished the mainspring of human conduct, the consciousness of human dignity, so valued in the ancient philosophies, and the sense of human sinfulness, so dear to the Christian apologist. The belief that man will be judged by his work solely throws the Muslim on the practice of self-denial and universal charity. The belief in divine providence, in the mercy, love, and omnipotence of God leads him to self-humiliation before the Almighty, and to the practice of those heroic virtues which have given rise to the charge that the virtues of Islam are stoical: patience, resignation, and firmness in the trials of life. It leads him to interrogate his conscience with nervous anxiety, to study with scrupulous care the motives that actuate him, to distrust his own strength, and to rely upon the assistance of an almighty and all-loving power in the conflict between good and evil. In some religions, the precepts which inculcated duties have been so utterly devoid of practicability, so completely wanting in a knowledge of human nature, and partaking so much of the dreamy vagueness of enthusiasts as to become in the real battles of life simply useless. The practical character of a religion, its abiding influence on the common relations of mankind in the affairs of everyday life, its power on the masses, are the true criteria for judging of its universality. We do not look to exceptional minds to recognize the nature of a religion. We search among the masses to understand its true character. Does it exercise deep power over them? Does it elevate them? Does it regulate their conception of rights and duties? Does it, if carried to the South Sea Islander or preached to the Kafrarians, improve or degrade them? Are the questions we naturally ask. In Islam is joined a lofty idealism with the most rationalistic practicality. It did not ignore human nature. It never entangled itself in the tortuous pathways which lie outside the domains of the actual and the real. Its object, like that of other systems, was the elevation of humanity towards the absolute ideal of perfection. But it attained, or tries to attain, this object by grasping the truth that the nature of man is in this existence imperfect. If it did not say, "If thy brother smite thee on one cheek, turn thou the other also to him," if it allowed the punishment of the wanton wrongdoer to the extent of the injury he had done, footnote, Thonison's remark that Muhammad allowed the punishment of the willful wrongdoer for the purpose of preventing enormous evils must always be borne in mind, and a footnote. It also taught, in fervid words and varied strains, the practice of forgiveness and benevolence, and the return of good for evil. Who speaketh better, says the Koran, than he who inviteth unto God and worketh good? Good and evil shall not be held equal. Turn away evil with that which is better. And again, speaking of paradise, it says, "It is prepared for the godly, who give alms in prosperity and adversity, who bridle their anger and forgive men, for God loveth the beneficent." The practice of these noble precepts does not lie enshrined in the limbo of false sentimentalism. With the true follower of the Prophet, they form the active principles of life. History has preserved, for the admiration of wondering posterity, many examples of patience under suffering exhibited by the followers of other creeds. But the practice of the virtue of patient forgiveness is easier in adversity, when we have no power to punish the evildoer, than in prosperity. It is related of Hussein, the noble martyr of Karbala, that a slave, having once thrown the contents of a scalding dish over him as he sat at dinner, fell on his knees and repeated the verse of the Koran, "Paradise is for those who bridle their anger." "I am not angry," answered Hussein. The slave proceeded, "And for those who forgive men, I forgive you." The slave, however, finished the verse, adding, "And God loveth the beneficent. I give you your liberty and 400 pieces of silver," replied Hussein. Footnote: This anecdote has been told by Sale in a note to the 3rd chapter of his translation of the Quran, and also by Gibbon, but both have, by mistake, applied the episode to Hassan, the brother of Hussein. End of footnote. The author of the Kashaf thus sums up the essence of the Islamic teachings. Seek again him who drives you away. Give to him who takes away from you. Pardon him who injures you. For God loveth that you should cast into the depth of your soul the roots of his perfections. In the purity of its aspiration, Can anything be more beautiful than the following? The servants of the merciful are they that walk upon the earth softly, and when the ignorant speak unto them, they reply, Peace. They that spend the night worshipping their Lord, prostrate and standing and resting, those that when they spend are neither profuse nor niggardly, but take a middle course, those that invoke not with God any other God, and slay not a soul that God hath forbidden otherwise than by right, and commit not fornication. They who bear not witness to that which is false, and when they pass by vain sport, they pass it by with dignity, who say, O our Lord, grant us of our wives and children such as shall be a comfort unto us, and make us examples unto the pious. These shall be rewarded for that they persevered, and they shall be accosted in paradise with welcome and salutation, for ever therein a fair abode and resting place. This is the Islam of Muhammad. It is not, quote, a mere creed. It is a life to be lived in the present, a religion of right doing, right thinking, and right speaking, founded on divine love, universal charity, and the equality of man in the sight of the Lord. However much the modern professors of Islam may have dimmed the glory of their prophet, and a volume might also be written on the defects of modern Mohammedanism, the religion which enshrines righteousness and quote-unquote justification by work, Mr. Cotton Morrison in his Service of Man calls the other doctrine the most disastrous to human morality, deserves the recognition of the lovers of humanity. میتوانی از ره آسمان شدن بر آسمان راست باش و راست رو که اینجا نباشد کستی. Wishest thou to approach God? Live purely and act righteously. Jalaluddin Rumi says, از بهایم بهری داری و از ملائک نیز هم بگذار از بهایم تا از ملائک هم بگذاری. Thou partakest of the nature of the beast as well as the angel. Leave the nature of the beast that thou mayest surpass the angel. The present life was the seed ground of the future. To work in all humility of spirit for the human good, to strive with all energy to approach the perfection of the All-Perfect, is the essential principle of Islam. The true Muslim is a true Christian in that he accepts the ministry of Jesus and tries to work out the moral preached by him. Why should not the true Christian do honor to the preacher who put the finishing stroke to the work of the earlier masters? Did not he call back the wandering forces of the world into the channel of progress? Excepting for the conception of the sonship of Jesus, there is no fundamental difference between Christianity and Islam. In their essence, they are one and the same. Both are the outcome of the same spiritual forces working in humanity. One was a protest against the heartless materialism of the Jews and the Romans, the other a revolt against the degrading idolatry of the Arabs, their ferocious customs and usages. Christianity, preached among a more settled and civilized people subject to an organized government, had to contend with comparatively milder evils. Islam, preached among warring tribes and clans, had to fight against all the instincts of self-interest and ancient superstition. Christianity, arrested in its progress towards the East by a man of cultured but bizarre character, who, though a Jew by birth, was by education an Alexandrian Greek, was carried to Greece and Rome and there, gathering up the pagan civilization of centuries, gave birth to new ideas and doctrines. Christianity ceased to be Christian the moment it was transplanted from the home of its birth. It became the religion of Paul and ceased to be that of Jesus. The pantheons of ancient paganism were tottering to their fall. Greek and Alexandrian philosophy had prepared the Roman world for the recognition of an incarnate God, a demiurgus, an eon born in the bosom of eternity, and this conception embedded itself in Pauline Christianity. Modern idealistic Christianity, which is more a philosophy than a positive religion, is the product of centuries of pre-Christian and post-Christian civilization. Islam was preached among a people, among conditions, social and moral, wholly divergent. Had it broken down the barrier which was raised against it by a degraded Christianity and made its way among the higher races of the earth, its progress and its character would have presented a totally different aspect from what it now offers to the observer among the less cultured Muslim communities. Like rivers flowing through varied tracts, both these creeds have produced results in accordance with the nature of the soil through which they have found their course. The Mexican who castigates himself with cactus leaves, the idol-worshipping South American, the lower strata of Christian nations, are hardly in any sense Christians. There exists a wide gulf between them and the leaders of modern Christian thought. Islam, wherever it had found its way among culturable and progressive nations, has shown itself in complete accord with progressive tendencies. It has assisted civilization. It has idealized religion. Footnote: the faith which could give birth to the heroic devotion of Ali, the gentleness of Ja'far, the Sadiq, the piety and patience of Musa, the divine purity of Fatima, the saintliness of Rabia, the religion which could produce men like Ibn Sina, Al-Biruni, Ibn Khaldun, Sana'i, Jalaluddin Rumi, Farid ud-Din the Attar, Ibrahim Adham, and a host of others, surely contains every element of hopefulness. And a footnote. A religion has to be eminently positive in its quote-unquote commandments and prohibitions to exercise an abiding salutary influence on the ignorant and uncultured. The higher and more spiritualized minds are often able to forge on the anvils of their own hearts lines of duty in relation to their fellow creatures without reference to outside directions. They are in commune with God and are guided by the consciousness of right and wrong, of truth and purity, which had grown up in their being. Plato and Aristotle, who had never received the light of the Semitic revelations, spoke to the world of the highest principles of morality in as distinct terms as the great prophets. They too had heard the voice of God, and were lifted up to him by their own thoughts. To the mass of mankind, however, sunk either in ignorance or barbarism, for the uncultured and the sodden, moral enunciations convey no meaning unless they are addressed in a positive form and formulated with the precision of enactments surrounded with definite sanctions. The ethical side of a religion does not appeal to their feelings or sentiments, and philosophical conceptions exercise no influence on their minds, their daily conduct, or their lives. They are swayed far more by authority and precedent than by sermons on abstract principles. They require definite prescriptions to regulate not only their relations towards their fellow beings, but also towards their Creator, whom, in the absence of such rules, they are apt to forget. The success of Islam in the 7th century of the Christian era and its rapid and marvelous diffusion over the surface of the globe were due to the fact that it recognized this essential need of human nature. To a world of wrangling sects and creeds, to whom words were of far greater importance than practice, it spoke in terms of positive command from an absolute source. Amidst the moral and social wreck in which it found its birth, it aimed at the integration of the worship of a personal will, and thereby to recall humanity to the observance of duty which alone pointed to the path of spiritual development. And by its success in lifting up the lower races to a higher level of social morality, it proved to the world the need of a positive system. It taught them sobriety, temperance, charity, justice, and equality as the commandments of God. Its affirmation of the principle of equality of man, and its almost socialistic tendency represented the same phase of thought that had found expression on the shores of Galilee. But even in his most exalted mood, the great teacher of Islam did not forget the limitations imposed on individual capacity which occasion economic inequalities. Alas for the latter-day professors of Islam! The blight of patristicism has ruined the blossom of true religion and a true devotional spirit. A Christian preacher has pointed out with great force the distinction between religion and theology, and the evils which have followed in his church from the confusion of the two. What has happened in Christianity has happened in Islam. Practice has given way to the mockery of profession. Ceremonialism has taken the place of earnest and faithful work. Doing good to mankind for the sake of doing good and for the love of God. Enthusiasm has died out, and devotion to God and His prophet are meaningless words. The earnestness without which human existence is no better than that of brute creation, earnestness in right doing and right thinking, is absent. The Muslims of the present day have ignored the spirit in a hopeless love for the latter. Instead of living up to the ideal preached by the Master, instead of, quote, striving to excel in good works, of being righteous, instead of loving God, and for the sake of His love, loving His creatures, they have made themselves the slaves of opportunism and outward observance. It was natural that in their reverence and admiration for the teacher, his early disciples should stereotype his ordinary mode of life, crystallize the passing incidents of a checkered career, imprint on the heart orders, rules, and regulations enunciated for the common exigencies of the day in an infant society. But to suppose that the greatest reformer the world has ever produced, the greatest upholder of the sovereignty of reason, the man who proclaimed that the universe was governed and guided by law and order, and that the law of nature meant progressive development, ever contemplated that even those injunctions which were called forth by the passing necessities of a semi-civilized people should become immutable to the end of the world, is doing injustice to the Prophet of Islam. No one had a keener perception than he of the necessities of this world of progress with its ever-changing social and moral phenomena, nor of the likelihood that the revelations vouchsafed to him might not meet all possible contingencies. When Mu'adh was appointed as governor of Yemen, he was asked by the Prophet by what rule he would be guided in his administration of that province. "By law of the Koran," said Mu'adh. "But if you find no direction therein, then I will act according to the example of the Prophet. But if that fails, then I will exercise my own judgment." The Prophet approved highly of the answer of his disciple, and commended it to the other delegates. The great teacher, who was fully conscious of the exigencies of his own times and the requirements of the people with whom he had to deal, people sunk in a slough of social and moral despond, with his keen insight and breadth of views, perceived, and one may say foretold, that a time would come when the accidental and temporary regulations would have to be differentiated from the permanent and general. Ye are in an age, he declared, in which, if ye abandon 1/10 of what is ordered, ye will be ruined. After this, a time will come when he who shall observe 1/10 of what is now ordered will be redeemed. Footnote. This authentic tradition is given in the Jama'at al-Tirmidhi and is to be found also in the Mishkat. And a footnote. وعن أبي هريرة قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إنكم في زمان من ترك منكم عشر ما أمر به هلك ثم يأتي زمان من عمل منهم عشر ما أمر به نجا. رواه الترمذي مشكاة المصابيح باب الاعتصام بالكتاب والسنة. As we have already observed, the blight which has fallen on the Mussulman nations is not due to the teachings of the Master. No religion contained greater promise of development, no faith was purer or more in conformity with the progressive demands of humanity. The present stagnation of the Mussulman communities is principally due to the notion which has fixed itself on the minds of the generality of Muslims, that the right to exercise private judgment ceased with the early legists, that its exercise in modern times is sinful, and that a Muslim, in order to be regarded as an orthodox follower of Muhammad, should belong to one or the other of the schools established by the schoolmen of Islam, and abandon his judgment absolutely to the interpretations of men who lived in the 9th century and could have no conception of the necessities of the 20th. Among the Sunnis, it is the common belief that since the four Imams, Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Malik, and Ibn Hanbal, no doctor has arisen qualified to interpret the laws of the Prophet. No account is taken of the altered circumstances in which Muslims are now placed. The conclusions at which these learned legists arrived several centuries ago are held to be equally applicable to the present day. Among the Shias, the Akhbari will not allow his judgment to travel beyond the dictates of the quote-unquote expounders of the law. The Prophet had consecrated reason as the highest and noblest function of the human intellect. Our schoolmen and their servile followers have made its exercise a sin and a crime. As among Christians, so among Muslims. The lives and conduct of a large number of Muslims at the present day are governed less by the precepts and teachings of the Master, and more by the theories and opinions of the mujtahids and the imams who have tried, each according to his light, to construe the revelations vouchsafed to the teacher. Like men in a crowd listening to a preacher who from a lofty position addresses a large multitude and from his vantage ground overlooks a vast area, they observed only their immediate surroundings, and, without comprehending the wider meaning of his words or the nature of the audience whom he addressed, adapted his utterances to their own limited notions of human needs and human progress. Oblivious to the universality of the Master's teachings, unassisted by his spirit, devoid of his inspiration, they forgot that the Prophet, from the pinnacle of his genius, had spoken to all humanity. They mixed up the temporary with the permanent, the universal with the particular. Like many of the ecclesiastics of Christendom, not a few were the servants of sovereigns and despots whose demands were not consistent with the precepts of the Master. Canons were invented, theories started, traditions discovered, and glosses put upon his words actually at variance with their spirit. And hence it is that most of the rules and regulations which govern now the conscience of so many professors of the faith are hardly derived from any express and positive declarations of the Koran, but for the most part from the legal religious books with which the Islamic world was flooded in the later centuries. Just as the Hebrews deposed their Pentateuch in favor of the Talmud, justly observes an English writer, so the Muslims have abolished the Koran in favor of the traditions and decisions of the learned. We do not mean to say, he adds most pertinently, that any Mohammedan, if asked what was the textbook of his religion, would answer anything but the Koran. But we do mean that practically it is not the Koran that guides his belief or practice. In the Middle Ages of Christendom, it was not the New Testament, but the Summa Theologica of Thomas Aquinas that decided questions of orthodoxy. And in the present day, does the Orthodox churchman usually derive his creed from a personal investigation of the teachings of Christ in the Gospels? Probably, if he refers to a document at all, the Church Catechism contents him. Or, if he be of a peculiarly inquiring disposition, a perusal of the 39 Articles will resolve all doubts. Yet he too would say his religion was drawn from the Gospels, and would not confess to the medium through which it was filtered. In precisely the same way modern Mohammedanism is constructed, and a large part of what Muslims now believe and practice is not to be found in the Quran at all." End quote. And yet each system, each school, contains germs of improvement, and if development is now stopped, it is not even the fault of the lawyers. It is due to a want of apprehension of the spirit of the Master's enunciations, and even of those of the Fathers of the Church. Footnote: the Radd al-Mukhtar of Muhammad Amin the Syrian and the Majma al-Anhar of the Sheikh Zadeh are as much in advance of the Multika and the Hidayah as the views of Eldon or Mansfield upon those of a Coke or Blackstone. The opinions of Sheikh Murtaza, in their liberal and liberalizing tendencies, are far above those of the narrow-minded, self-opinionated Muhakkik, but the servile Akhbari follows the latter in preference to the former. End of footnote. In the Western world, the Reformation was ushered in by the Renaissance, and the progress of Europe commenced when it threw off the shackles of ecclesiasticism. In Islam also, enlightenment must precede reform, and before there can be a renovation of religious life, the mind must first escape from the bondage which centuries of literal interpretation and the doctrine of quote-unquote conformity have imposed upon it. The formalism that does not appeal to the heart of the worshipper must be abandoned, externals must be subordinated to the inner feelings, and the lessons of ethics must be impressed on the plastic mind. Then alone can we hope for that enthusiasm in the principles of duty taught by the Prophet of Islam. The reformation of Islam will begin when once it is recognized that divine words rendered into any language retain their divine character, and that devotions offered in any tongue are acceptable to God. The Prophet himself had allowed his foreign disciples to say their prayers in their own tongue. Footnote: Salman the Persian, whom Ali had saved from a lion, was the first to whom this permission was granted. End of footnote. He had expressly permitted others to recite the Quran in their respective dialects, and had declared that it was revealed in 7 languages. In the earliest ages of Islam, there was a consensus of opinion that devotion without understanding was useless. Imam Abu Hanifa considered the recitation of the namaz and also of the khutbah or sermon lawful and valid in any language. Footnote: Tahtawi states that the Imam's opinion is authoritative and should be followed. The commentator of the Dur al-Mukhtar also recognizes the validity of reciting prayers in Persian. And a footnote. The disciples of Abu Hanifa, Abu Yusuf, and Muhammad have accepted the doctrine of their master with a certain variation. They hold that when a person does not know Arabic, he may validly offer his devotions in any other language. Footnote. This is construed by the ulemas of the present day to mean when the worshipper is unable to pronounce Arabic words. The absurdity of the explanation is obvious. And a footnote. There is, however, one great and cogent reason why the practice of reciting prayers in Arabic should be maintained wherever it is possible and practicable, not because it was the language of the Prophet, but because it has become the language of Islam and maintains the unity of sentiment throughout the Islamic world, and wherein lies more strength than in unity. Note number 1. The sumptuary prohibitions of Muhammad may be divided into two classes, qualitative and quantitative. The prohibition against excess in eating and drinking and others of the like import belong to the latter class. They were called forth in part by the peculiar semi-barbarous Epicureanism which was coming into fashion among the Arabs from their intercourse with the demoralized Syrians and Persians, and in part by circumstances of which only glimpses are afforded us in the Quran. The absolute prohibition of swine's flesh, which may be classed under the head of qualitative prohibitions, arose, as is evident, from hygienic reasons, and this prohibition must remain unchanged as long as the nature of the animal and the diseases engendered by the eating of the flesh remain as at present. The prohibition against dancing was directed against the orgiastic dances with which the heathen Arabs used to celebrate the Syro-Phoenician worship of their Ashtoreth, Moloch, and Baal. End of section 20.